This is Kimbolton, one of Britain's most hallowed karting circuits. They've been racing around this part of central England since 1959. It's part of the old US 379th Airborne. The stories that this tarmac could tell if it could talk would be legendary. What is legendary is the track itself. It's short, just under 1,000 metres. It's fast, but it's also very technical. It's a far different challenge from Shennington 2 weeks ago. This is round 2 of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships for IAME, X30 and the TKM classes. Don't miss a thing. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at Kimbolton. The second round for TKM, X30 and IAME. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me as always, I'm a bad man who do bad man ting, it's Anthony Jordan.
Oh, please never do that ever again. Yes, indeed. Yes, welcome to Kimbolton. A beautiful day that we've got here. Those pictures that you're seeing on the screen behind you, they were Thursday.
They were Thursday because
yes,
the conditions are far different today.
Oh, yes, they are indeed, aren't they?
It is going to be the hottest day of the year here at Kimbolton. As you can see there, the weather, 25 degrees, more like 35 degrees in the commentary box. There is not a cloud in the sky, very little in the way of wind, no rain forecast. The action on track is hot as always, but for once it is eclipsed by the temperatures, which are roasting.
Here's the schedule then for today. We kickstart race 14. Junior TKM Heat 2 will be taking to the track first. That will be at 22:11. Then it is TKM Extreme for their final heat of the day. Then we go into the repechages. Race 16, Junior X30 and Senior X30. They'll be taking place just then as well at around 10 past 11. Then we head into the pre-finals. Race 18, Mini X30. They will be start time at around 11:45. Then it's Junior TKM for their pre-final. TKM Extreme and IAME Cadet will be taken for their pre-final as well at 12:45. Junior X30 and Senior X30 rounded out before the lunch break at 1:45. My favourite time of the day. And then it's the finals, Henry.
Yes, the finals, the longest races of the day. 15 minutes plus 1 lap starting at 2:15. Mini X30. Then we're on to Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, IAME Cadet. And then the final 2 races of the day, capacity grids, 34 drivers for Junior X30 and Senior X30. Now, the opening round of the championship for these classes took place 2 weekends ago at Shennington. No KZ2s with us this round. We'll be joining them again in a couple of weeks' time down at Mansell Raceway. But 6 classes of kart. Yesterday, we had 13 heat races. We got to see the final 2 heat races this morning. That will decide the grids for the pre-final for all the classes. Repechages for the Junior and Senior X30. They will be deciding the final 6 drivers into the pre-finals and the finals for those 2 classes. Wherever you're watching, whether you're watching on motorsport.tv, whether you're watching on Facebook, the British Kart Championships Facebook page, the Wera Tools Facebook page, or whether you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, hello and welcome. As always, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, we can see your comments in the commentary box, and we'll be trying to engage as many of you as possible. And I think we've got a little feature this weekend, which is a camera, Anthony, they put in the commentary box.
Yeah,
hello and welcome.
Oh dear. Take your stomach in.
You don't want to see these two faces, but yes. So we are just over the start-finish line in the Wera Tools commentary box. Myself and Anthony Jordan. Anthony, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic day, but let's have a little lap around the circuit, I think,
Indeed.
with our drivers. Take it away, DJ.
Indeed, Kimbolton, beautiful circuit in the heart of the UK, just under 1,000 metres in length, 989.5 metres. We go on board with Vinnie Phillips in the new Strawberry Kart here at Kimbolton. We start the lap then down the Hines Straight. Again, a fast run down in towards turn 1, Stowe Corner. Great opportunity for an overtake, as we're about to witness just here. Clipping that inside, but watch that big curve on the exit, because there's not a lot of runoff if you get it wrong. Through the willows then you go, and again a nice flat curve on the exit. You can kick up a bit of dust as well as you go through if you get it right, just over this one. Then we head down the Yamitsu Straight in towards Derek's Corner. Just here, again, Derek's Corner, the first major sort of braking zone, and this is a crucial part, because as soon as you enter this section, you're constantly on the steering, you're constantly on the power, you don't have a rest all the way through here, and as you head round down Weldon Corner again, many apexes to this one. You hit the first one, you hit the second one, you hit the third, and you hit the fourth, and then you exit out onto the TKM Straight, tucking in behind the steering wheel, gaining as much advantage as you can. Through Kestrel Corner, down the Laser Straight, and in towards Kimbolton Corner, the final part of the lap. Again, we saw some amazing overtakes here last year, and I suspect we'll see some more again this year. Out of the Liars Corner, onto the start-finish straight to finish the lap here at Kimbolton.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony, for guiding us around a lap of this 989-metre Kimbolton circuit. Already we're getting lots of comments in online. Welcome one and all from wherever you're watching in the world. Now, we mentioned Mansell Raceway earlier, so in 2 weeks' time, the Cadet Honda and the Rotax classes, as well as the KZ2s, they'll be in action with their second round at the Mansell Raceway in Dunk as well. Question named after Formula 1 World Champion Nigel Mansell. Not only named after him, owned by him. Track known as Dunk as well. We'll be seeing plenty of action down there. So, yeah, that's owned by the former Formula 1 and IndyCar champion, and, Anthony, double Welsh karting champion, might I add, yes. Nigel Mansell.
Yes, yes.
Big welcome to Jan Echterman from Germany, welcoming, as usual, watching from Germany. Morning to you, morning from people from Australia, Timothy Bull from Australia. Morning to some drivers there, Nathan Chafer, he's one of our Rotax 177 drivers. He'll be in action at Mansell in a couple of weeks. Couple of new drivers coming to the championship. I can see, we've got people from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir watching. So Thomas Massarella is making his seasonal debut here. We've got people from Australia, from Germany, from all over the UK. Welcome one and all.
Hello.
So last week was Volunteer in Motorsport Week. Did you know, Anthony?
It was, yes.
And we were lucky enough to catch up. Well, I was lucky enough. You were lucky enough to film it. I was lucky enough to chat to him. Motorsport UK CEO Hugh Chambers was at Shennington a couple of weeks ago just to talk about the British Kart Championship and how important all the volunteers are in this great sport that we love.
It's very exciting to be here today for the second round of the 2021 British Kart Championship. It is wonderful to see so many people turning up, record numbers of entries for the championship, over 500, and this is the largest entry that we've had at any single round of the British Kart Championship since we took over at the beginning of 2019. So very exciting day for me personally. Shennington was my home track when I was racing as a junior, so it's wonderful to come back here on a lovely sunny day compared to last weekend with a torrential rain and wind at Clay Pigeon. I think there are a lot of signs that show that we are getting really strong, consistent support. The teams, the big teams are behind us and at all the different rounds. We're seeing privateers coming out in great numbers and indeed having fantastic success. It's not just dominated by the teams. I think the all-time winning level is the second highest level of winners is actually privateers, which is really, really good news. We're seeing fantastic support from commercial partners. Wera Tools has come on board as the title partner this year in 2021. And we're also seeing increased media coverage, not only live streaming on social media, but also now on Motorsport UK TV, which is really, I think, a great confirmation that there is a global audience for the British Kart Championship, and we like to think that it's the best in the world for finding talent moving up into elite sport. Well, listen, you know, COVID has changed everybody's lives in the last 18 months, but the resilience of the kart community to fight through all the difficulties and to bounce back, as we have done this year, and indeed complete the championship last year. Although it was curtailed in terms of the number of months, we had a full championship, which was amazing. And this year, we're starting a little bit later than maybe perhaps we'd originally anticipated, but we're looking like we're going to get a full, exciting championship season. And that's all down to not just the drivers and the teams and the families that are supporting them, but also very much about the officials, the volunteers, the marshals that make all of this happen. Well, motorsport is very different from most other sports that particularly kids would take part in at the weekend, because it needs to be very, very carefully regulated, monitored and managed to make sure that it's safe and it's fair. And when you're dealing with high-performance machinery, we need to have safety at the forefront. And our community of volunteers, officials, scrutineers, all of the marshals are the army of people that come out tirelessly weekend after weekend to make that happen. So the enjoyment of these kids, most of the paddock here is full of young kids which are enjoying the thrills of karting. None of that could happen without all of the hard work and the dedication that we get from the volunteers. So I'd like to say an enormous thank you on behalf of Motorsport UK to everybody that volunteers their time to make sure that motorsport not only takes place but is safe, fair and fun. Thank you very much, and good luck to everybody for the whole championship in all the different classes. And you can see in front of us here a wonderful array of trophies. I know that young drivers are going to be eyeing these, looking through the doors here, picking out which one they think they're going to win this weekend. Very exciting times, very exciting championship. Thank you.
So here we are there in live pictures from Kimbolton, and you can see not a cloud in the sky. A glorious day for kart racing. Even some of those people commenting in from the likes of Texas, Glenn and Blount, and from Australia, where it's 7:35 in the evening, well, one coast of Australia. Hopefully that all the guys at the Aussie Rotax Pro Tour, my friends Scott Howard and all that, ready for their second round of the season out in Oz. I'll see a lot of them later on this year. Let's have a look at the starting lineup for the Junior TKM second and final heat. Improved grid graphics, Anthony.
Yes. We have indeed swapped them out a little bit with a few fundamental changes, but you can see there on the front row, Alfie Garford alongside with Alistair Cresswell. Again, very, very tough front row there. Then you've got Charlie King, James Morley rounding out row number 2. Row number 3, Joseph Booth and Freddie Hull with the Talco chassis there as well. And then you've got Adita Kalkarani there. And then Reese Lomax as well on row number 4. Jake Almoassi and Leon Frost on row number 5 with Dara McKinnery and Olivia Jakins on row number 6. Adrian Mitchell and Kai Casabanti on row number 7. Row 8, Harvey Jones and Tyler Harris as well on row number 8. They round out the grid then for us. And first race of the day here at Kimbolton. the sun is shining, the heat haze is already gone, and there's a slow kart that's coming to a halt out the circuit.
That looks unfortunately like the number 79 kart of Carl Casabanti that has not got running. A quick check at the result. Alfie Garford won the opening heat yesterday from Alistair Cresswell. Joseph Booth was third, Charlie King fourth, and James Morley finished in fifth position. Just to quickly say a big thank you to Ian Rogers and other team at motorsporttiming.uk, as well as the Alpha Live crew for improving our grid graphics and giving you, the viewers, the best possible insight into who is starting where. Now, round the final corner, are we going to get a start this time by? We're down to 15 karts, 10 minutes plus a lap. We're off and racing. Down towards Stowe Corner we go with the number 9 of Alfie Garford leading into turn number 1, and they breathe deeply. They all get round cleanly and into the Willows, this great technical part of the circuit, out onto Yamitsu Straight. It's Garford leading fellow privateer, or Talco supported driver Alistair Cresswell, who now draws alongside there, unfortunately, is the number 79 Class and Motorsport machine of Carl Casabanti, the Anglo-Jamaican driver, who has not got away. But as they go out of Dan Weldon Corner and up TKM Straight, Anthony, it's Garford leaving with Cresswell right in his wheel tracks.
Indeed, and a lunge there, not so much so. The number 2, Alistair Cresswell, retakes the lead through the final corner on the first lap. You can see the white flag out there indicating a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit, which is, of course, Carl Casavanti. Gets out of the way, but back down the inside goes the number 9. Alfie Garford retakes the lead. What was it? One lap in, we've already had several changes for the lead. I think they need to calm down. It's the first race of the day.
It's the first race of the day, but of course, this TKM, you know, this is their home from home, Kimbolton. Some of the greatest kart races I've ever seen have been TKM races at Kimbolton at the Festival of British Championships and things like that. So for some reason, this circuit layout lends itself to great TKM racing. Now, we were seeing the number 16 kart in third place there, that Charlie King, that very distinctive black and green liveried machine, the Class and Motorsport kart, moving into P2 now as we come out of the final corner. That's Kimbolton Corner, onto the Hines Straight, named, of course, after the late, great Martin Hines. And King was second. Garford pushed him back to third. Everybody else now just trying to sort of get into the slipstream and get towed around you. Even though it's a very technical circuit, the slipstream effect still in play here at Kimbolton. There's a move. That's James Morley for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team moving into third place. Or is that Adita Kulkarani? I think it might be Adita, actually.
I think it is Adita, yes. The rookie driver for Tim Wilson Motorsport moves up into third place as one of the cars goes slightly wide in the background there. It looked like the 59 that was there. Leon Frost also running slightly wide, but here under braking, the 45 down the inside. Nicely done, Joseph Booth.
Yes. Good to see Adita back out and racing. Of course, we missed Adita at Shenington. He was caught up in an incident and in his last heat on Sunday morning, and was out injured for the final 2 races, but he's back and fighting fit and able here as Garford sets a new fastest lap, 43.820 of a second. Those 2 orange and black livery Talco chassis, they're privateer entries, but they're supported by Talco Racing, and they're trying to pull away. Garford in the 9, Cresswell, who won the final at Shenington, is trying to pull away. Now, last year, Louis Harvey, who eventually won the championship, he won the final here at Kimbolton with Jack Saunders and Harvey Cole second and third. I mean, so yeah, that's potentially a key to victory here. Is a key to championship success as well. Zach Oates won the opening final here in 2019 in Junior TKM. He also went on to win the championship.
Indeed. So, you know, it's a great circuit, like you say, for these TKMs to race around, and they are showing it right now. Your top 2, the 2 Talco chassis, breaking away. Garford and Cresswell, nose to tail, and I suspect they're going to be like this again until they get to the end of the sort of race. In the last couple of moments, that's when they will exit the bubble sort of section, and they'll start going for it, as we always say.
The winning margin yesterday was 0.27 of a second. Which in yesterday's heat where Garford beat Cresswell. So that tells you all you need to know. We start lap number 6. Cresswell, Garford, Kulkarani, Booth, Morley, top 5, Charlie King 6th, then Freddie Hull 7th, Reese Lomax is in 8th, followed by Jake Almasawi 9th, and Leon Frost rounding out the top 10. Tyler Harris, who didn't go out in qualifying yesterday, so Tyler's at the start from the back. He's up to 11th position, followed by Olivia Jackins, Aidan Mitchell, Harvey Jones, and Dara McInerney. And I'm looking just out of the commentary box window. We've got a slow-moving vehicle.
It's the 14, Aidan Mitchell.
Yes, has had some sort of altercation with either another kart or something solid. But he's back in the race, going a little bit slowly, though. For how long he's in the race, we don't know. But
we'll find out. We'll find out in just
shortly.
a moment. Fastest lap then just did go out to Charlie King. I think it has just been taken away, though, by the 77 of James Morley in 5th place at the moment. So someone running very wide there.
Very wide at the exit. That was one of the Tim Wilson karts.
It is James Morley, it was.
That was Morley, so he's in a... well, he was going so fast,
he forgot to brake.
Yes, exactly. But he luckily to stay out of those tyres because, of course, you know, that first corner, it's a very fast straight, heavy braking, very little runoff. So he was lucky there with James Morley. He can piece himself together. There, unfortunately, is Aidan Mitchell that answers our question, Anthony.
It does.
He was not in the race for much longer.
No. Big shame then for him. And we continue watching these pictures here as we see our drivers in 3rd and 4th place. Adita and...
Yeah, oh, there's a move forward there. That is Joe Booth.
Yes,
in the number 45 kart. Now, the two Tim Wilson teammates are Kulkarani and Booth. They are starting to work together. 4.5 minutes ago, plenty of time. Plenty of time for them to catch up. Those very distinctive sort of white, luminous yellow and luminous orange karts. Now, they just got it. The Booth has just got to get his nose cone onto Kulkarni's rear bumper and draft, as we would say in NASCAR parlance. You know?
Yes. Yeah, it's exactly right, and it looks like they're doing that. I mean, you got to think at the front they're working very well together. You know, they are absolutely nose to tail. They're not going for lunges. They're not bumping. They're just nose to tail, perfect harmony, pulling away from the main pack. It's what you need. They're clear now by 1.1 seconds. But we know for a fact that when we get to those 2 minutes remaining or anything like that, or 1 minute remaining, because it's quite a short lap here. That second will just disappear. It will disappear so quickly, and you'll think within 1 corner, 2 corners, that second will be nothing. And you just see, again, in the background, they're just working together, line astern, in the toe.
And you see both Garford and Cresswell both looking over their shoulders just to see, you know, Cresswell's just judging. So he's looking past Garford's kart, and he's sort of looking back to the 3rd place kart. A lot of trust between the two drivers here. The karts might look very similar. They're not teammates. They're both running on their separate awnings. Cresswell, his dad Nick on the spanners. You know, Alfie with his dad, you know, also doing a similar job. Just proper lad and dad racing. They've got the support from Talco, but they're working very well. And now third and 4th place have been joined by Charlie King in the number 16 kart and the recovering James Morley. So this could be significant. So King, even though in the number 16 kart, even though he's not a part of the Tim Wilson team, he's part of the Klassen Motorsport team, who won the final last year with Louis Harvey. He will work with the Tim Wilson trio that's around him. Tim Wilson trio. Sounds like almost like a barbershop quartet, that is.
Well, yeah, it does. It does, yeah.
Behind them, they've got a bit of a gap developing back to Freddie Hull, the number 24 kart, for Precision Racing in 7th. Reese Lomax in the number 7 kart is 8th. Then it's Leon Frost and Al Masawi rounding out the top 10. The top 12 drivers covered by 6.5 seconds.
Now, starting to get a little bit scrappy here as well. James Morley just did set the fastest lap of the race, and he's at the back of this train of 4 karts that you can see that's being led by Adita. So you're in a tough situation there. When you've got the pace, you know you've got the pace, the time's running out. What do? You've got 4 karts in front of you. Do you start to get those, but you just know you're just going to fall back? Well, you know, it's a tough situation.
At some point, the drivers in 3rd, 4th and 5th are going to sort of realise, well, you know, the win might not be on here, so I'm just going to go for 3rd place. And when they make that decision, sort of, you know, fundamentally between themselves, there's the Precision number 24 of Fast Freddie Hull, leading the number 7 kart, that predominantly blue kart of Reese Lomax. Reese Lomax doing Junior X30 and Junior TKM on a day like this. That is going to be very, very hard physically on him. But now Cresswell beginning to defend.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Garford tries to go on the outside. It's on for 3rd as well. But up at the front, we've got a minute to go. Anthony, you called it just about right with a minute to go. Cresswell now defends into turn number 1. Watch to see the gap, which was, it's just about a second. That's going to come down now as they come through the willows.
Yep, and of course, they're not going to start really scrapping at that backpack just yet because they want to catch up to the back of this now. You can just see there Garford taking that inside line again. Can't go do anything about it, so Cresswell still leading, holding on to that front. Great defensive driving from the young driver as they go round down Weldon corner, back onto the TKM straight. It's going to be all to play for into these final corner. Big look over the shoulder there from Cresswell. Swings it out to the inside, brings it back, and then tucks it back in. 30 seconds left on the board, so they're not going to get the last lap this time. That just shows how quick a lap is around this circuit, and they're still working very hard. Now, what is that gap as they next cross the line? It isn't there because look who's there. Oh. It is Joseph Booth, who's right on the back end of this one now. And the 45 diving to the inside. Great run. Or can he hold it? No, he's going to get nerfed out right through the willows. Or Great attempt, though. Yep, good attempt. And now that Garford and Cresswell, they're on the back foot. And, into the Derek's corner. Somebody running over. That was Freddie Hull, I think, just clattering the curb there. Now to Dan Weldon corner. Up the TKM straight is next. Again, Cresswell looking over his shoulders to see, realises now we've got a lot of company. There's the number 23 kart going through. That's Aditya Kulkarni. He's dropped back a little bit now on the start-finish line. They cross the line. The clock strikes 0. This is the final lap. Cresswell deep into turn number 1. Watch the third-place kart trying to get the undercut, but no, because King is there, and King wheel to wheel with Booth for third. They've slowed each other down through the willows. That's allowed Cresswell and Garford to escape and potentially, Anthony, fight it out amongst themselves. Yeah, I think they've got enough clean air now to just decide, like you say, amongst themselves. Cresswell and Garford then for the race lead. Of course, it's only one of the heats. It's not one of the finals or the pre-finals or anything like that, but it's still important for them. And of course, you always want to come away with a race win. Tucking again to the inside as they go through Kestrel corner then. Laser straight, one more corner to go, and it's looking pretty comfortable at the moment for Cresswell. No challenge from Garford as they cross the line. Cresswell will take the win in the first race of today's proceedings. Yeah, that is one win apiece for Cresswell and Garford. Of course, all the results that we look at on screen and that Anthony and I caught are provisional. They are pending Paul Classen, the technical commissioner here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and they will now go into the scrutineering area. The scrutineering team will have their list of instructions for them, the bits of kart that they want to see. And once the scrutineers are happy, then the result is confirmed. So provisional winner, Alistair Cresswell, by 0.08 of a second. So they were even closer than yesterday. Here is a full rundown of the results. Cresswell, Garford and Booth, your top 3. Morley, King and Leon Frost gaining lots of positions in the final couple of laps. He comes home in 6th position. Lomax 7th, then Hull, Kulkarni slips back to 8th, followed by Al-Masawi and Tyler Harris, then Harvey Jones, Olivia Jackins and Dara McInerney, with sadly Aidan Mitchell and Carl Casabanti failing to finish. So, not a bad opening gambit for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship here at Kimbolton today. We now look ahead. We will look ahead shortly to the final race of the day, the final heat of the day. I was going to say, yeah. We've got 16 races. I'm getting. If the heat has already got to me, ladies and gentlemen, the final heat race of this very hot day, that is going to be TKM Extreme. Here we go. Well, Henry, you said it. TKM Extreme is up next. And, of course, a little bit of a busier grid on this one. 27 drivers in total here this weekend at Kimbolton. And they, at the moment, will be lining themselves up on the dummy grid area. And, of course, we'll get the grid out to you in just a moment. But, again, another lovely view here of the site. And here is the grid, actually. It's on the screen, and we can go over it. So, starting on pole position, Alex Reddy. Is he ready to start on that front row, though?
Boom, boom.
Joseph Rees-Smith alongside, though, on the Tony Kart chassis. Kai Springfield and Zach Brown on row number 2. Theo Hesketh and James Pashley, one of the privateer drivers, starting on row number 3. Chris Whitten and Spencer Lane on row number 4. Row 5, Michael Cornell. Then it's Matt Allnut, and then Harvey Roth and Joe Stockford on row number 6. Joe Fowler and Jack Saunders on row number 7, with Joe Ranstick and Isaac Marsh on row number 8. Adam Sparrow last year's champion, and Lewis Wadley starting on row 9, and Theo Tibbets and Charlie Flynn rounding out row number 10. Nathan Wells, Aaron Lask on row 11, Ben Cox and Megan Lawson on row number 12. Matthew Taylor and Tom Johnson on row 13, and rounding out the grid is Andrew Lawrence on row number 14. They make their way out of the pit lane onto the track, and the live pictures here will show that they are not warming the tyres up, they are being good.
Checking the steering, of
There
course.
you go, yeah.
So a quick recap of yesterday's opening heat race. James Pashley won that in kart number 52. He also won the final at Shennington 2 weeks ago. Quick Michael Cornell, really good to see the number 85 driver out there. So Cornell, you might remember from Shennington, did a bit of gymnastics out of his kart at the start of the final.
Did, yeah.
Luckily no broken bones. Shoulder ligament damage on both sides. He did tell me this morning that he was feeling it afterward. He was quite good, quite nice to get home at the end of the day yesterday. But he said no, he's fully painkillered up and is ready to go today. Hopefully he'll have better fortune as we come to the line. Lights are out, we're off and racing down towards tournament. Alex Reddy, the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 99, leads them in. Looking at the inside, that looked like it was possibly Kai Springfield in the number 7 kart having a little nibble, but it's a Tim Wilson 1-2 with Theo Hesketh, the last year's vice champion, making plenty of ground in the opening corner there. So he's off and running as we're trying to get everybody through Derek's corner. Somebody runs a little bit wide, but all 27 drivers safely through.
The 54, Joe Stockford, who's off the track for Litchfield Motorsport. Yeah, he's not had a good start to that race. Also, who was it? It was James Pashley, the 52, also clouted the curb through the willows in the first lap as well. So looks a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, not good for the 2019 British champion James Pashley. Theo Hesketh at the end of lap number 1 has the lead. Lots of support online for Adam Sparrow, some of his online gaming friends, who of course Adam's nickname is Spadders. I spoke to Adam this morning. He wasn't really having a good time with things. They promised him that if he wins they're going to buy him cake. Well, I've got a feeling the baker isn't going to be mixing the batter just yet, because Sparrow has been in trouble. Not officially, but he's been in trouble in terms of getting the kart right. Jan Echterman asking, how are the karts changing overall in hot conditions? Well, of course, the tyres want to grip to the circuit a lot more. It's a lot more grippy, so that the mechanics are just trying to remove grip from the kart as much as possible. How they do that, obviously, there's front end settings, there's rear axle settings, there's various bars and things that you can change on the actual chassis to remove chassis grip. Changing tyre pressures, obviously a lower tyre pressure might mean that the kart's not very good in the first couple of laps, but it comes on as the race goes on. If you put your tyre pressures too high, they overheat too much in these hot weathers. But yeah, certainly the hot weather making it awkward for the mechanics to get the kart. You want the kart to release off the corner. Technical flag for Joe Stockford there. So you don't want the kart to grip to the track too much coming off the corners. That causes the engine to bog down, and it doesn't allow it to go up through the revs as quickly as you like, and to get a good straight line speed. We've got a battle of the second there as Reddy and Springfield chop in place. So Springfield on that sort of regal blue and white jade chassis moves into oh dear, I've been corrected. Torsion bars, of course, are not allowed in TKM. No, I mean, Alan on the chat didn't tell me that. That was something I completely remembered just by myself.
You remembered yourself.
Thank you, Alan.
The 63 hover off, new fastest lap of the race, 43 seconds, 0.52. Good start for himself in 12th place. Again, Joe Stockford, again, technical flag there going out. Now, you've got to remember as well, here at Kimbolton, that the track surface is quite abrasive. So it can really...
It's weathered.
It's weathered, yeah. It's quite abrasive, and it's really quite harsh on the tyres. So, yeah, looking after your tyres throughout today is going to be a crucial one. So management from the team, of course, making sure that those tyres last throughout the day. Going to be quite vital as someone...
running wide there.
Going very wide, yes.
I could see that may have been the number 31 of Joe Fowler going wide there. So there on your screen is the number 90 kart there. There's Sparrow now moving through into... what I believe is 8th position.
Yeah, 8th place, yeah.
Up at the front, there's the number 11 kart. That's Spencer Lane. So again, Hesketh leads. Right behind Hesketh is Kai Springfield. Oh, on a spin into that Zach Bowen. Oh, dearie me. Now, that kart is Zach...
Oh, someone else has just gone off as well. Sorry, Henry.
As Zach just sort of turned in to catch the corner. Yes, somebody else is off as well.
Aaron Lask.
You can just see there comes Sparrow now making a move. So Sparrow passing the number 11 kart of Spencer Lane. Stockford is pitting now. Poor old Zach Bowen, he carries on, the privateer driver on the Tony Kart chassis. Interesting, yes, I was watching some of the heat racing, and in the first TKM Extreme race, I was sort of standing, just watching some of the mechanics and some of the families and the parents watching the race. And it was interesting. Zach Bowen's dad, obviously he was his mechanic and dad. It's chatted to the family this morning. They're just doing their own thing. There's no team. They got their own little motorhome. Little barbecue going, which is very, very nice. Ooh. And yeah, Zach's dad, he spends most of the race with his eyes closed. Occasionally, sort of opens an eye as Zach goes past, and to give him sort of like a cheer. But it's obviously very, very stressful for the parents. And watching this, as we got 3-wide action coming out of the willows there. Hesketh still leads. Springfield doing just what Alfie Garford and Alistair Cresswell were doing in the junior race. Just sitting, Springfield and Hesketh sitting nose to tail, not battling. Chris Whitton in the number 33 kart in third. And then it's Pashley in fourth, recovering ahead of the poleman Reddy. Then it's Sparrow. No, it's now Sparrow in front of Reddy. So Adam Sparrow, at least bad qualifying, finished way down in 13th place yesterday. The weather conditions yesterday were not quite as hot. It was still very sunny and very warm, but this is absolutely blistering today. There's number 31 kart of Fowler on screen. And Fowler recovering from that early now. Joe Fowler is always easy to spot. He's got a Jody Scheckter style white and yellow crash helmet. Nice retro look there. Michael Cornell is, with his damaged shoulders, is down in 15th position. We're on lap number 8 now, so Anthony, I'll run through the order. You stop me if anything happens.
Okay.
Which will be, so it is Hesketh, Springfield, Whitton, Pashley and Sparrow at top 5. Joseph Reeve-Smith is 6th, and Alex Reddy, Joe Fowler, Harvey Roth and Spencer Lane, your top 10. Then it's Allnutt, Wadley, Saunders, Raystrick and Cornell, your top 15. Isaac Marsh, Nathan Wells, Theo Tibbetts, Andrew Lawrence from the back of the grid, and Matthew Taylor complete the top 20 ahead of Tom Johnson, Ben Cox, Megan Lawson, Charlie Flynn and Zach Bowen in the 25 kart still running. Sadly, Joe Stockford and Aaron Lask have retired.
Yeah. You got through that and nothing happened, so it was all calm on the western front, because again we're in that bit of a loo area, aren't we? So nothing is really happening.
3.5 minutes to go.
Yes, 3.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. You have to remember the one additional lap. Can't forget the one additional lap, Henry.
Never. Oh, there's a move. That was move. I think that was Harvey Roth passing, his teammate Alex Reddy there at Kimbolton Corner. So Roth in the number 63 now moves into 8th position.
Yeah, good stuff from there. Wadley as well, the 98 with a new fastest lap of the race, so running strong out there. There it is, Pop 73, 43.290. Thank you for Motorsport Timing UK for providing those as well.
Yes.
Great work from them. But yeah, so far so good in this race. It seems to be a little bit calm, obviously. A great running from Adam Sparrow at the moment. We started way down the order, is now up into 5th place and is looking strong, especially with the time that's remaining. But there he is on your picture. Oh, no, that's the number 11 that's on your picture. But number 11 diving down the inside, nicely done. Is Spencer Lane there, moving up in towards P9. Yeah,
so unfortunately Alex Reddy is great in qualifying, not so great in race trim. He finished 12th. He's a rookie. He is, complete championship rookie, so he's down. He finished 12th in race 1, and he's sort of heading that way in race 2. And it's always interesting to see some of the drivers that are actually here racing in the paddock. They're watching this live stream from back in their mornings, and commenting in. Charlie Rippin, who we're going to see in junior X30 a little bit later on. He's enjoying the lines, and of course we are in the midst of. Oh, there's a move. I'm not going to talk about football. We are in the European Football Championships this weekend.
No.
The three Lions are racing today.
Going to stop you
Charlie Rippin saying, I like Lions. The only Lions I like are the Detroit Lions. Thank you very much.
Oh, dear.
That's American football, the NFL.
We're not talking about football. It's motorsport time. It's karting. It's racing. It's Kimbolton. It's TKM Extreme.
Yes. And we are on lap number 12. And, yes, we're not going to mention... Well, we can mention football a little bit. Why not? It's an international broadcast. The Welsh yesterday... Did all right. Here we go. On our screens, the number 32 kart now in the middle of a hectic battle for what is about 13th position, Jack Saunders, one of last year's junior drivers. Saunders finishing on the podium here a year ago as a junior. Bit of a tough baptism of fire in TKM Extreme this year. Good to see Chaz Draycott, fresh from his exploits at the Hungaro ring yesterday.
Yes.
Watching on. And there is Theo Hesketh. So Hesketh, he's just got his head down, he's focused. When will Kai Springfield pull the trigger? That is going to be the question. At the moment, Hesketh second in the championship, Springfield only 7th.
I think at this moment, of course, with less than a minute to go, they've got quite a good advantage that they've got. 1.6 seconds is the advantage they have got. There's the 7, though, of Springfield. It looks like he's just made the move go, though. As they go through. That's the number 1 getting done. So yes, it is. Kai Springfield takes the lead then. 28 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board is going to come out soon.
But look at James Pashley. Great shot there from the outside of turn number 1. You could just see the wheels, the rear end moving about on these karts. Of course, these TKM karts are very jumpy, the back end of it. And Springfield now defending into Derek's corner. Ring the bell, game on.
Yes, it is game on. Last lap board will come out this time. Only 5 seconds left on the timer, plus that 1 additional lap, of course. So a lot of work still yet to do for Springfield. Hesketh behind there on the number 2, looks over his shoulder, checks it's clear. Yeah, it's clear. The 52 there of Pashley is way behind. You've got a nice clear gap of 1 second, so you're comfortable in the clean air there. Out of the final corner then, over the start-finish line. Last lap board out this time. Who's going to take it, Henry?
Well, Springfield, but look at Pashley. You say Pashley's way behind. He was way behind. He's not going to be way behind for much longer. Up the inside into the willows. Tries Theo Hesketh, but no. Springfield cuts him off. Now, Pashley's got the momentum. The problem is it's a bit of follow your leader now through Derek's corner and out into Weldon. The next chance that Pashley's got is down the TKM straight. As long as Pashley doesn't get slowed up, he's going to have one heck of a run on these two coming out of this corner now onto the straight. Springfield, Hesketh and Pashley, 1, 2, 3 with 2 corners to go.
Yes, Hesketh's got to be very careful here now with what happens. The yellow flag's out on the circuit, not sure what's happened, but round the outside tries to go Pashley, can't quite do it. So Springfield takes the win, and a great result there. Hesketh tried his hardest there to close the gap, couldn't quite do it, and Pashley as well, great running, managing to close up to take that P3. All pending though, Mr. Paul Classen.
And there is the view of the karts coming in. It's a great insight. So what happens at the end of a kart race? Well, here's the layup at the setup at Kimbolton. Off the track into the covered, thankfully covered for the drivers, because of course they need to sort of get out of their race suits, or to cool down under a nice covered area where the scrutineering team are. So Springfield takes the provisional win. He finished 5th yesterday by 0.13 of a second over Hesketh. Let's have a full rundown of the results. Pashley in 3rd, so less than 0.2 of a second, Anthony, separating the top 3. Chris Whitton, quiet race in 4th place. Sparrow recovering well for 5th. Then it's Joe Fowler 6th. Joe Reeve-Smith, yesterday's runner-up, finishing in 7th place, ahead of Roth, Allnutt, Lane, Wadley, Saunders, Lawrence, Taylor, Tibbets, Wells, Johnson, Cox, Lawson and Raystrick, your top 20. Now, looking further back, you can see that the 2 drivers you mentioned on the last lap, there was yellow flags waving. Well, one of them was for Alex Reddy, our pole sitter, who tangled, unfortunately, with Michael Cornell. Now, I'm looking at Cornell. There you're looking at now Cornell's kart. That is a repaired and number 85 kart. Michael Cornell is just in front of that, and he's walking away, obviously concerned that his shoulders would have taken another knock, but he looks like he is okay.
Indeed. Well, that is the end of the heats then. It's time now for the repechages, and the first to come up in just a moment is Junior X30.
So, 28 of the 43 drivers in Junior X30 automatically qualified for the pre-final and the final. The remaining drivers will fight it out in this next race. The top 6 across the line, after scrutineering, of course, will go through to the pre-final and the final. Everybody else, sadly, will go home. Well, they probably won't go home. They'll probably sit and watch the rest of the racing. They won't be very happy about it, but at least it's a nice day to watch the racing. Down on the grid, great shots there from our grid cameraman, Stu Stratton. And looking into the eyes of, that might be Brandon Templeton, the Nick Barrett Racing driver starting on the outside of the front row. No, that's actually Ella Stevens. I do apologise, on the inside of row 2. I got just about everything wrong then, didn't I?
Well, it's fine. I get everything wrong all the time, so it's always nice when you get something wrong. It makes me feel better inside.
And you don't never have long to wait before that happens.
No.
So we've got a total of 14 drivers. Here we go. Harry Pears on pole, Brandon Templeton second, Finley Harrison in third, and Ella Stevens in P4. Fifth is then Freddie Allen, followed by Alfie Briggs, Joseph Rippin and Michael Rapsey are on the fourth row. Row 5 is Kyan Gohill and Rhys Newburn. Row 6 is Sharan Shangmuvago and Jack Plant. Then Luke Garlick and Sienna Gordon on row 7. 14 drivers. Just looking at the well, now none of the drivers that we're looking here are in the top 20 in the championship, but lights are not out. We're going to go around again. So privateer driver Harry Pears on kart number 25 leads them.
You got to think, repechage, this is one of the toughest races, isn't it, for some of these drivers, because they know that this could be make or break for them. They could be out of it this time, or they could be in it. It's a tough old race, especially on these drivers.
Absolutely, and again, you know, we've got a couple of experienced drivers. I mean, Ella Stevens, you know, last year she was a podium contender in Mini X30. She's with the official IPK racing team on the Praga chassis. Now they're being told to slow down, slow down. So it's Pears and Templeton, Harrison, Stevens, Allen, Briggs, Rippin, Rapsey, Gohill, Newburn, Shanmugavel, Plant, Garlick and Gordon. There are your 14 contenders. Lights are out this time. Now we're off and racing. Hold your breath down towards Stowe Corner. Are we all going to get through? 3 wide? Yes, we do.
There's a little bit of bumping and barging in the background, but yes, everyone keeps it straight and gets it round the first couple of corners absolutely fine. We head down the infield straight in towards Derek's corner, and again, nice clean start from the entirety of the field. Now we have to pay attention to the top 6, well, that's 6th place spots. Of course, with the repechage, the bubble that happens, of course, everyone who's in that top 6 at the moment is safe and comfortable, and you can see the top 2 already breaking away, and furious hand signals in the background.
Like, think, you know. And that was it was Finley Harrison, the number 33 kart, getting muscled a little bit wide there. There's Ella Stevens, the number 28. Spoke to Ella yesterday. Just said, oh, you know, and she said it's the chassis is one thing. We're learning a new chassis, learning a new class. She said I've got to learn to drive it as well. So a little bit of everything. There's Plant, passes Templeton for the race lead. So Harry Pears rather passes Templeton for the race lead. Rapsey is third. Alfie Briggs fourth, Harrison fifth at the moment, the number 66 Mick Barrett racing kart, the second of the sort of silver and red machines, not on your screen there, the second kart there is Rapsey in the number 50 kart, the BMR restart team, into Kestrel Corner, change the lead, Templeton has it. The top 4 trying to break away. They're side by side behind. They're all furiously signaling each other. Alfie Briggs in the number 74 kart saying, right, calm down, let's go straight. But of course, these drivers, if we're defending early on, then it's going to be an absolute bun fight, Anthony.
Oh, it definitely will be. The 50 of Rapsey actually outbraked himself slightly into the braking zone of turn 1. That allowed Archie Briggs to overtake, and the 74 moving up that position. But now gets nerfed out of the way and loses it again through the Derek's corner, and that Praga chassis looking very nice there, and yeah, drama in the background as well.
Yeah, that looked like it was the 33 of Finley Harrison, the MDL racing car. Oh, and there's running wide. There's Harry Pears going wide at Kestrel Corner. Not sure if he had help or not, but he manages to get back on track without losing too much time. Oh, and there's wheel-to-wheel contact there between Pears and Finley Harrison as they cross the line. That could have been major. Jack Plant, sadly, has retired the 57 Croc Promotions entry. Oh, and a spin into the Willows, and there's 2 karts up on top of each other there. That is the number 54 kart of Joseph Rippin, the MLC Motorsport machine.
Finley Harrison's the other in the 33, and clearly very, very, very frustrated. He's smacking the steering wheel as he drives off, and a huge shame, especially in the repechage, because, you know, as soon as you're at the back, especially with damage, that's it. You know that your day's going to be over, which is a huge shame.
Yeah, looking at that. the championship coming into this. Joe Rippin down in 30th in the championship, but their chances now of making any further progress are really gone. It has left the field a little bit more wide open.
It has indeed, yes. So your top 6 now as they next cross the line. Brandon Templeton is leading the way from Michael Rapsey. Harry Pears is there in 3rd place. Alfie Briggs in 4th. Luke Garlick in 5th place. And Ella Stevens in P6. So still in that top 6 for Ella, which is good. Just out of the bubble section.
Wheel-to-wheel contact there. That's Ella Stevens.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. And that's Ella Stevens, the number 78 of Luke Garlick. Coming together, coming out of the Willow. Stevens, or out of Derek's corner, and Stevens out of the race while she raced her way into the final at Sheddington, and sadly that Praga kart is going no further. It has been pointed out that with Pears and Garlic in the top 6, it's not the shopping list of Tesco's, it is, the supermarkets are available, it is the top 6, but sadly no more Garlic in the top 6 at the moment. It's Templeton, Rapsey, Pears, Briggs, Allen and Reese Newburn for the S8 racing team. Sheffield's finest. The S8 team going through, and sadly Ella Stevens out of the race. So Garlic did continue, but he's down in 10th position. It's that man there, number 16, Brandon Templeton on your screens, leading the way, comfortably in front now, Anthony. Michael Rapsey, it'd be really good to get Michael into one of the main events. Rapsey's had a bit of a tough time starting his British karting championship journey. He's down in 39th in the points table at the moment, but this should move him up if he can qualify.
Yeah, so it's been a dramatic start then to this Junior X30 repechage. We've lost 2 karts already, but Freddie Allen there, the 66, with the fastest lap of the race, the 42.810, comfortably in 5th place at the moment. We're looking here at the 16 of Brandon Templeton, your race leader at the moment. The 50, Michael Rapsey as well, just behind Harry Pears and Briggs as well, the top 4. So it's pretty separated now in that top 6 area, isn't it? In that bubble section, it's all calmed down, and there's no battling, which means it's all going to be down now to what can happen between Reese Newburn and Shab McGaville there. Yeah,
so Shan Mugavel, the MDL Motorsport number 81, has got to make up 0.6 of a second on number 67, Reese Newburn. That is the main battle. Out of Weldon corner.
Yeah, Timothy Bulls hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, sorry, Ella, that was the commentator's curse. I do apologise.
Yes,
it had struck early.
Apologies to Ella, yeah. But her teammate, Alfie Briggs, there on your screen, number 64, challenging for 3rd place. Now, Harry Pears in front of him, looking over his shoulder. There goes Briggs, up the inside at the turn number 1, just out of our screens. And Briggs safely through Harry Pears, sensibly, not defending, not fighting. Now, behind these two, you're looking at 3rd and 4th in the race. You've got Freddie Allen in the number 66 kart running in 5th. And then it's Newburn, and Shan Mugavel is now just half a second behind Reese Newburn. Behind Shan Mugavel, Sienna Gordon is 2 seconds further back in 8th position. Then it's Kyan Gohill in 9th, Luke Garlick in 10th, and Luke Garlick in 10th, Finley Harrison 11th, and Joseph Rippin in 12th have all been involved in incidents, so they are some way back. But Newburn, 67, the S8 racing team, said yes. Jack Monaghan pointing out it is, Sheffield's finest race team. Oliver Rowland, Sheffield's finest driving export for some time. His team will be out in IAME Cadet shortly, but Alex Short, the rest of the S8 team keeping their fingers and toes well and truly crossed as Reese Newburn in the number 67. There he is, coming onto your screen, that Fullerton chassis, the black, yellow and orange kart, leading the number 81 for the final transfer spot.
Indeed, yes, keeping a very close eye on that one then as they go through. 2.5 minutes left then on the timer, plus that 1 additional lap. Templeton still leading comfortably at the moment. Not the fastest lap set out there. His best at the moment, or his last, was a 42.8. Best overall 42.7 compared to the 42.7 that was set last time out by Freddie Allen in the Mick Barrett racing car in 5th place. Driver on the move here.
Yeah, and just a good little battle on screen we just saw briefly there between the the number 45 of Kyan Gohill, and number 23 of Sienna Gordon. That's for 8th and 9th positions. So again, just battling for pride more than anything else. But of course, if any of the top 6 karts fail post-race scrutineering, that does invite, obviously promotes the driver that finishes in 7th position into the main event. So of course, you don't want to give, you never want to give up. You finish as high up as you possibly can, because you just never know if there's going to be any post-race penalties.
Yeah.
But it's Templeton, Rapsey, Briggs, Pears, Allam and Newburn, still your top 6. Here is the battle on screen between 4th and 5th. Freddie Allam has now moved past the number 25 of Harry Pears. And Pears looking over his shoulders to see. There is the number 67 car, and I have to say that Rhys Newburn is extending his advantage over the number 81 car, Sean Mugavel. Mugavel is now 1.5 seconds behind Newburn, and in danger of being sucked back into the clutches of the battle between Gohill and Gordon.
I did see that Sean Mugavel there did run slightly wide out of Dan Weldon corner a couple of laps ago, so it wasn't a huge excursion, but it was definitely not the quickest way. Yeah,
it was enough.
It was enough.
It was not the optimum.
No, yeah, it was suboptimal.
Suboptimal. There we are. And there is. I have to say, I mean, you know, the Praga kart there. That the graphics get that sort of very regal-looking deep purple chassis. It does absolutely. I think the phrase that the youngsters use, it pops off in the sunlight. There we go, Anthony.
Oh dear.
But Alfie Briggs, well, one of the 2 Praga karts is going to make the main event by the looks of it. So is this driver on your screen very briefly. Brandon Templeton, Rapsey in 2nd, Briggs closing in 3rd position. Allam, Pears and Newburn round out the potential, the current list of quali transfer drivers. And with the clock about to strike 0, Brandon Templeton will take the last lap board this time around. So the last lap board goes out. There is your race leader coming down towards Stowe Corner, hard on the brakes, staying off the inside curbs, staying off the outside curbs. Again, this is not where you want to just pinging the curb at the wrong angle. That could flick a chain off or something like that. So he's being very conservative indeed, as well he might. Is Brandon Templeton through Derricks and out towards Dan Weldon Corner. The Mick Barrett Racing, number 16 of Brandon Templeton. TKM Straight, Kestrel Corner. Quite a relaxing drive afterwards, Anthony. Again, that incident that we saw between Rippin and Harrison sort of split the field apart a little bit, as Templeton takes the checkered flag and the Junior X30 repechage victory.
Indeed, you are correct, and they whiz straight back into the pit lane. Again, they cross the line because there's a long straight. They can hit the brakes nice and early, slow the car down, and plenty of time to get that car back into the pit lane. Of course, now it's time for scrutineering. The top 6, all clutching their.
Well, they're not clutching their nose cones, because you're not allowed to touch your nose cones.
No, you can't.
So for those of you that are new to karting, so there is a bracket on the front of each kart that helps keep the nose cone in place. That bracket is an easy drop bracket. It doesn't fall off, but if your nose cone makes contact with the rear of the kart in front of you, then the bracket drops, and you come in, your nose cone has dropped. That tells the scrutineers that, there has been some sort of incident on circuit where your nose has made contact with another kart, and you get a 5-second non-appealable penalty.
You do indeed. Now,
it's the next race.
Seniors.
Ooh, lovely.
There they are then, lined up in the pit lane. The seniors are ready to go, and a striking livery there.
That's
for the
Daniel
54.
Butterworth gold chassis. And Butterworth, one of, again, 14 drivers. Oh, 16 drivers, sorry, that will make up the grid. There's the Oliver Greetham. So S8 Racing have already got one driver safely out of the repechage. As we see just there, you can see Ella Stevens sort of trudging away there briefly. I think that's still the number 85 card. You can see the bottom of your screen there, the NASA panel on that. But here we go. There's the number 91. There's Thomas Massarella. Good to see the Simon Wright developments team back in action at the British Championship. The Wright chassis. And Thomas Massarella, again, a former competitor in the Dan Ricciardo series. And we've got Bod Cole watching on, Bod the Bear, from the People's Republic of Thailand. We are cheering him on. Maybe even a bottle of Newty Brown. There is the number 28 of Piers Pryor for the Red Waft team. That's the Sleeters team, so JP Sleeters down coming over from Ireland with the Red Waft team. Piers Pryor was he took you on a track walk on Friday. We're going to be seeing that during the lunch break for guys in circuit. Well, Piers needs to put all that into good use now to get out of this race and into the main event. He starts in 10th place. Here is your lineup.
Yep, Daniel Butterworth starting on that front row with Archie Tillett alongside Oliver Greetham and Ben Higgins rounding out row number 2. Adam Haynes and Thomas Wood on row number 3 with Connor Clifford and Harry Torpey on row number 4. Joshua Torpey and Piers Pryor round out row number 5 with Rihanna Reagan and JP Slater on row number 6. Thomas Massarella and Christopher Bingham starting on row number 7. Alan Fitzgerald and Thomas Faulkner on row number 8. And they enter the final section of the track to hopefully start the race this time.
Yeah, now, I mean, Archie Tillett, 14th in the championship. Piers Pryor, 15th in the championship. This is not good news for them. They have to get out of this race if they've got any hope of a seeded number. And into still. Oh, and there's problems already. Karts jumping over the top of each other. That's not the optimal way to take turn on it. And oh dear, that's the number 62 kart already in a great deal of difficulty.
Thomas Wood.
Yeah, the ST Racing team. So John Stewart's team. Thomas Wood is going to have to try and get back out there. Now the NASA panel looked dislodged. There was a whole chain reaction of drivers involved there, but up at the front it is Archie Tillett. Archie Tillett leading the way. Trying to see who the survivors are behind him. Oliver Greetham lost a lot of ground there. Ben Higgins is up in the 2nd place. Daniel Butterworth getting swamped there. Piers Pryor going through. So Pryor in the number 28 kart with that very distinctive bright pink crash helmet is up into P3. Butterworth down to 5th. Adam Hayes is there as well. Now I'm looking at Thomas Wood is coming into the pits to retire. So his weekend sadly is over. But it's Tillett. And there is sadly Thomas Wood, that NASA panel. Obviously
not where it should be.
Not where it should be, but also caused some other little bits of damage. Yes.
Big shame there. So repechage for the Senior X30 already claiming victims, losing Thomas Wood, Christopher Bingham, and of course Connor Clifford was part of that coming together at turn 1 as well, but all is looking well. So Archie Tillett leading the way from Ben Higgins. Piers Pryor up 7 positions. Great start. Managed to avoid all of that carnage at turn 1. Yep. Adam Haynes as well is up 1 position in the 72 in 4th place. Daniel Butterworth, not the best of starts, has gone down 4 places in 5th, but is still in that bubble section. And JP Slater as well in the top 6. Now let's take a look at what happened at the start of that race, because it all happened so fast, didn't it, Henry? Yes,
indeed. So coming into Stowe Corner for the first time. Here we go. Again, it was a slow start by the front 2 drivers, Tillett and Butterworth. That bunched everybody up, trying to make it 3 wide, and it was Greetham who first got it over the side of Wood's kart, the number 55 Faulkner. So again, just rear wheel to rear wheel contact between Greetham and Wood. That's triggered things off, and then behind them, there's drivers trying to get around. Now Connor Clifford in kart number 26 is set the fast lap of the race, the KR Sport driver. Of course, now for those of you that are watching that are new, this is the Senior X30 class. Drivers allowed to go into this class the year of their 16th birthday. It's the IAME X30 engine. So top speeds, well in excess of 70 miles an hour.
Yep.
For those of you that are younger, the cadets, which you can start at the age of 8, they will be up a little bit later on. So cadets aged 8 to 12-ish, Mini X30 12 to 14, 15, and then the juniors 13 to 15 around that age group, and then seniors 15 or 16 and above effectively. There is Butterworth making a move. At the moment, it is Tillett, Pryor, Higgins, Hayes, Butterworth and Sleater. Your top 6, Fitzgerald, Josh Torpey from Jersey, the Channel Islander, is 8th. Massarella is 9th. The recovering Greetham in 10th. Then Harry Torpey, Josh's brother, in 11th, followed by Connor Clifford, Thomas Faulkner, Rihanna Regan. So Chris Bingham did not take the start, and Thomas Wood also out of the race. So we're down to 14 runners, 6 minutes to go.
Plenty of time on this one. Best lap then to Piers Pryor, 41.820. Still there at the sharp end. Second place for him at the moment, running well. 1.5 seconds clear, so in a bit of a no man's land. He's got 1.5 seconds to Archie Tillett up in the lead. Ben Higgins just behind, 8 tenths of a second now. So
that was Adam Fitzgerald,
yeah,
almost getting it very, very wrong, coming out of Dan Weldon corner.
It's a horrible exit to that one, isn't it? Because if you run wide, there's a harsh curb, and if you get caught on the grass, it just pulls you off.
Yeah, just drops away. Now, Butterworth under pressure. Into the Willows. And out into Derek's corner. Derek. Oh, there's a good move. That was the number 77, I think it was, of Harry Torpey making a move on Thomas Massarella. So Torpey moving into 9th place. So at the moment, we've still got Tillett, Pryor, Higgins, Hayes, Butterworth and Sleater, your top 6. But the gap between the number 16 kart of Irishman JP Sleater and his countryman Adam Fitzgerald in 7th is only 0.2 of a second. So the main battle is between the number 16, the number 36 and the number 37. 6th, 7th and 8th with Greetham now attaching himself to the back of that group. So we've got Greetham in 9th. There he is, that black, yellow and orange kart. On your screens here, so this is the battle for the final transfer spot.
It is, yeah. Well, I'm just looking at Greetham's front end, and it looks a bit askew to me. It doesn't look straight.
He did spend the first corner on 2 wheels up over the top of Thomas Wood's car. There's a move, and does he just make it? Yes, and that unfortunately is Adam Fitzgerald getting squeezed very wide. So now Josh Torpey moves into P7. No, Greetham moves into 7th. So Greetham passes both.
Greetham under investigation as well.
Yes, so I mean, obviously that you think about maybe causing an incident. I mean, this is just under investigation, but then you've got a nose cone to potentially consider. So Greetham needs to sort of get up into the top 6 and also pull a bit of a gap. Connor Clifford, driver number 26, spoke to Connor yesterday for a feature that we're going to see during the lunch break. Connor is down in 12th position, so he was also another driver that got caught up in that.
Everyone going through at the moment. They're all kind of at that. They're all in a bit of a limbo stage. There's no one overly close to each other. No one really in lunging distance. Well, hopefully they're in lunging distance. These are senior X30.
Yes.
Any distance is a lunging distance in senior X30. But they're all looking a bit. Yeah, they're all looking a bit cosy, bit comfortable, happy with their positions at the moment. Of course, bar people who like Oliver Greetham, who are in there in 7th place, wanting to close up on that. But everyone's got like a 3/10 gap in between themselves, so there's a little bit of work to do. There is the 72 on your screen of Adam Haynes, just behind the number 20 of Ben Higgins. Yeah,
that's
promotion driver.
That's 3rd and 4th place. So they're the last 2 drivers that really are sort of safe. Will Hayes tried to make a move on Higgins? Yes, is the answer, and quite sensibly Ben Higgins sort of lets him go. Behind them, though, the 5th place battle on back is where you really start to need to be nervous if you're in behind the wheel. Butterworth, Sleater, Greetham, Fitzgerald, and the 2 Torpeys, Joshua and Harry, are both in that mix. Then Massarella is next, not out of it. Neither is Connor Clifford. Thomas Faulkner is down in 13th, and Rihanna Regan is 14th, and she's obviously still recovering from that first lap incident. But I mean, looking at 3rd, 4th place on your screens, the more they battle, the closer they get. But now Greetham trying to wrestle, 5th place away from Butterworth. There goes Oliver Greetham into P5. Now Butterworth is the driver that is on the bubble.
Yes, and that's definitely not where you want to be.
No,
is it? No one wants to be on the bubble, especially in the repechage. So with that timer slowly running out, all eyes are going to be on this section that you can see here.
Don't mean to interrupt you again, but people are asking, is Super GT racing? So
No.
no. This is the official Motorsport UK British Karting Championship. No, Super GT does not race in the official British Championship.
But 1 minute 30 seconds to go. You can see there the 20 of Higgins just ducking right underneath that NASA panel to try and get as much aerodynamic efficiency out of
maximum aerodynamic efficiency.
Yes, out of that kart, and does so very, very well. Now, again, we keep an eye on Mr. Butterworth, Daniel Butterworth, right there in 6th place. Like you say, he's got Sleater just behind him in that 16 and is looking to get past, because you can see that that timer is slowly running out. But what he doesn't want to happen is want to start battling too early, because then that group behind then closes up, and then it's all a whole new kettle of fish, and it all goes wrong and it all goes terrible. It's not what we want. So he needs to stay there, be patient, wait for the opportunity to come to you. Don't go chasing it.
Yes, and of course, we're saying that, there's a potential, maybe a nose cone issue for Greetham, but of course the other drivers don't know that. We don't know. Oh! And that is the number 37 of Josh Torpey and Adam Fitzgerald coming together. Torpey was up the inside, and then I think Torpey's at the inside. Fitzgerald turned in and just clipped the rear wheel of Torpey. Torpey runs a little bit wide. Let's have a little look at that incident once again. I'm
not sure what happened there. Was it just under braking, clapping a wheel? Yes, it was. Yeah, that could potentially be a nose cone as well.
What Torpey was doing in the 37, he had made the move, but of course he was trying to drift out onto the racing line. The back end stepped out, and it just sort of jumped over the front of Fitzgerald's kart there. So Butterworth at the moment is still in 6th position. There is now Oliver Greetham moving up. There's Butterworth with Sleater right behind him. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Tillett, Pryor, Hayes, Greetham and Higgins on track, your top 5. There they are. And there is Butterworth, that blue and yellow gold chassis, in 6th position, being hounded by Ireland's JP Sleater.
Yep, Sleater then in a perfect opportunity. No one behind. He's got a good clean gap to just send one down the inside. It's a perfect opportunity of what you need to do it. For that, obviously, that last spot on the bubble. And, of course, to get yourselves up into the pre-finals a little bit later on today. There is the 55.
Poor Thomas Faulkner, he's not had a good time. But now, here we go, in the last lap. 54 at the moment in the final transfer spot. The 16 is the first driver packing up and going home at the end of this race as things stand. JP Sleater has got to throw the kitchen sink, metaphorically speaking, at Daniel Butterworth. Out of Derricks, Butterworth runs a little bit wide. Here we go.
Yep, there they are on your screen there, and they just exit out of the Dan Weldon corner onto the TKM straight now. No lunges as of yet, no real opportunities to get a move done. Are we going to see maybe a lunge here? Checker flag goes out to Archie Tillett, though. He takes the race win, but it's all going to be on down who can get that last spot on the spot, and it's going to be Butterworth who takes it on that 6th spot, so moves up into the pre-final pending Paul Klassen. This is all pending Paul Klassen, nose cone penalties and all that sort of
there goes Greetham, who with his somewhat disjointed front end. Now, he did say he was under investigation, but at the moment, on the track, as things stand, Archie Tillett, Piers Pryor, Adam Hayes, Oliver Greetham, Ben Higgins and Dan Butterworth. They are your top 6 drivers. They are the provisional transfer drivers into the pre-final and the final. 7th position, JP Sleater, missing out by just over 1/10 of a second for the Red Waft Racing team. Adam Fitzgerald finishing in 8th position. Harry Torpey and Josh Torpey, the 2 Torpey brothers from Jersey, sadly 9th and 10th. Their day is over. Massarella is 11th. Faulkner, we saw spin out, was 12th. Rihanna Reagan is 13th. And we also lost Connor Clifford there right at the end as well. So a shame for Connor in 14th place. Thomas Wood and Christopher Bingham also retired. Yes. Well, we're going to find out if we see JP Sleater on the grid for the pre-final. Then we know that there was a problem for one of the top 4, one of the top 6 rather, in that race. So that is the last of the repechages, ladies and gentlemen. But a lot more racing coming up very soon. Yes, indeed. It's Mini X30, and there is Macaulay Bishop, the only driver who has brought his cat to the circuit.
Yeah.
A lot of when families come karting, a lot of them have got to bring their pets. The dogs have got to stay on leads. But Luna the cat is here. I saw Luna going for a walk on Mrs. Bishop's backpack, you know, with air conditioning this morning. So yes, so Macaulay and his cat are watching.
Excellent. That's what you like to see. The whole family's here to come karting. That's excellent. Right, but the rest of the field there, you can see Leo Robinson, last year's runner-up, of course, to Vinnie Phillips, but this year now doesn't have that contender alongside.
Nope, and Leo Robinson, again, he'll be he's been picked for Algeria in the FIA Karting Academy this year, so he'll be representing Algeria. We talked about his Algerian roots. He qualified second. Macaulay Bishop put it on pole, but Robinson came through to win the 2 heat races yesterday. And of course, Robinson won the final at Shennington. Bishop leads the championship at the moment by 13 points. There is a look at the number 64. That's Aidan Hassan, one of the Croc Promotions driver.
Now, what you can hear there is the air being released from the tyres, lowering those pressures because they're thinking it's quite hot out there. Nice thumbs up there.
That's one of another one of our red waft drivers. That is Ashton Wiggins, Scotsman. And now we look down there, so you can see the number 10 kart of Lewis Bird, the ST Racing driver. Well, ST Racing, they need a bit of a boost now. They watched, sadly, Thomas Wood failed to make it out of the repechage in their class. Good day for kart mechanic bingo, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is, yes.
Now, any self-respecting kart mechanic must have several elements. They must have they must have the trendy sunglasses. They must have the team shirt tightly fitted.
Yep, tightly fitted.
The team shorts very tightly fitted. They stop just above the knee. They must have the earphone in to the team manager, but tucked around the back with a radio tucked on, around their bottom area.
So let's
and
check.
They must have then very, very garishly coloured trainers. If they've got a team sort of apron with their tools in it as well, that is the bonus round.
The bonus
so,
round.
I mean, we can see there. Look,
okay,
there we go.
trendy
so
sunglasses,
Tom
check.
Pegram, trendy sunglasses, check. No garish coloured trainers. No trendy haircut there. Sorry for for poor old the Fusion mechanic, Jack Cunningham's mechanic.
He's got the rest of it though.
He's got the rest of it,
but not the haircut.
No, and there is a look at Taylor Orridge. Really strong performance from Taylor Orridge in Karting 60. He came in 16th in the championship, did Taylor. First year out of Cadet, and Taylor for the Croc Promotions team stands there. There is the number 6 car you're looking at, Jack Hobson, who moved out of the Croc Promotions team to MLC Motorsport there. And here is Wesley Swain. Wesley, runner-up finish at Shennington. Last time out, his best career result in the British Championship in this class. Good luck, Team Wiggins. Yep, so Ashton Wiggins has got plenty of support online watching him. So we've got, there is the back of Leo Robinson again. There is Sam Pollitt, Leo's mechanic. Now, if Sam still had hair, he would also be in running for, kart mechanic bingo.
Yep.
He's got the sunglasses. But sadly, the last time that he went to the barber was in 2005.
Yeah.
There's Macaulay Bishop for the Pullman PMR driver program. Pullman Racing. Bishop, last year's IAME Cadet British champion. Now has moved into Mini X30. Has stayed with the Pullman Racing team. You're looking. Why are those? Why are
I say the car's got socks on.
Yeah. Well, that's because nobody wants the rivals to see what settings they're running at the front. So the camber settings at the front of the kart, which of course help the kart handle during the course of the race. Nobody wants to let anybody else know what they're running.
There you go.
So they put a little sock on them.
There you go. There you go. Technical jargon there.
Technical jargon, yeah. There's
jargon.
There's the Coles Racing, number 26, Henry Jocelyn. Good to see Henry out there. Henry at the moment is 7th in the championship. Of course, this is the pre-final. Drivers do score championship points based on where they finish in the pre-final. Robinson, Bishop, Swain, Hobson, Eden Spanswick and Rylan Eschberg are the top 6 in the championship at the moment. Looking back at the starting grid, there's the number 69 kart. That's Eden's dad, David Spanswick there, eschewing all kart mechanic bingo there, just going for a white top and some trousers. He's probably thinking, I'm gonna spend my time making the wagon roll a little bit faster.
Indeed. Well, The timer has been started. It's nearing that time. The karts, I'm sure, will fire up and make their way out onto the circuit in just a moment. And this, I always like the Mini X30s. They always provide excellent racing and excellent grids indeed. Leo Robinson will be starting on that front row pole position on the experienced chassis. Macaulay Bishop alongside Wesley Swain and Henry Jocelyn, I should say, on row number 2. Jack Hobson and Taylor Aldridge on row number 3. Tommy Harfield and Jack Cunningham on row number 4. Aidan Hassan and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row number 5, with Ashton Wiggins and Eden Spanswick rounding out row number 6. Lewis Bird and Charlie Morris-Jones on row number 7, with Rylan Eschberg and Thomas Behrman on row number 8. Miles Turnbull and Isaac Phelps on row 9. Thomas Cucurullo and Freddie Lloyd rounding out the top 20 on row number 10. The last row of the grid, rounding out 22 karts, Joey Brown and Brandon Truman.
So a few little bits of extra business to take care of just while we're talking here. So we talked about Leo Robinson representing Algeria in the CIK FIA Karting Academy and the entire Algerian Motorsport Federation. Amin Laibi, the new Karting Federation boss, Massi Bougache from Algeria, all watching him on. Macaulay Bishop, we talked about Macaulay in the racing cat, Luna, watching on. A little bit further down, Eden Spanswick, he's our Anglo-Moldovan driver. He's getting some support from Romania and Moldova. Rylan Eschberg, our top privateer. Thomas Behrman, younger brother of Oliver Behrman, who's a former British champion, who's racing out in the ADAC Formula 4 Championship this year and won at Hockenheim yesterday. Grandad Bill Behrman watching on. Wishing he was watching Leighton Orient. But here we go, into turn number 1. Lights are out. Pre-final time in Mini X30.
Spinner in the midfield. Dear. It's the number 6 that's gone awry.
It's Jack Hobson there for the MLC Motorsport team. And, poor Thomas Behrman in the barriers there. Number 87. Uses the number that his older brother Oliver ran in karting. But he's going to try and fish himself out of the barriers there. Someone asking, why do they do a pace lap? Well, they've got to warm. It's a rolling start in karting, and you've got to warm the engines up and everything before you go. So you can't just start them, from the thing, because these are very highly tuned machines indeed. Now, down towards the end of lap number 1, there's Taylor Orridge in the kart number 66, making a good start. But up at the front, Macaulay Bishop and Leo Robinson are away. Now, how long will Bishop's lead last? The answer is not very long. Now, what Bishop needs to do is tuck in behind Leo Robinson. Yesterday, Robinson was able to stretch away and pull a gap, however. He's been dominant this weekend as Leo Robinson. Can Bishop peg him back? Bishop having a few engine issues at Shenington, but he still runs second in the championship. He's now got to try and show Leo Robinson that he's going to be a thorn in his side all year.
Freddie Lloyd.
Oh dear, Freddie
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
Off the track as well there.
Freddie Lloyd, whose older brother Alex Lloyd, again, a former European karting front runner. Back in day.
Back in day. Well, back at the lead, it's still Robinson at the front. Bishop, though, is looking good there, staying right in the tow, in second place, not letting Robinson break away. He's not giving him an easy time so far this race, and let's see if it can hold that pace and momentum. 10 minutes to go then as the rest of the field slide through. Big hit on the curb there before Jack Cunningham there in the Fusion kart. Again, you've got to watch out for that one with these curbs here at Kimbolton. They can break a spine. Yep, no,
they can indeed. Now, just a quick check at last year at Kimbolton, Vinnie Phillips won this race in Mini X30. Robinson was second. Oh, and there's another retirement. That is Joey Brown. Macaulay Bishop has spun. Bishop spins out of second. A rare mistake there from the Team PMR driver. Bishop gets back in line. Now, has that really ended the battle for the lead of this race? Robinson now leads Wesley Swain by over a second. There's another Fusion kart. The number 19, Jack Cunningham, making a move. And he's side by side with the privateer driver number 7, Rylan Eschberg. Eschberg now falls back behind the number 67 of Aidan Hassan. But oh dear, that is not great for Macaulay Bishop. He has returned to the track and he crosses the line down in 17th place. 7.6 seconds behind race leader Leo Robinson.
I think I just need to stop commentating because that's two people now that I've been talking about and it's gone terrible. So,
it's gone terribly wrong there.
It's gone terribly wrong. I'm going to stop.
We didn't quite see happen, but obviously, this is Robinson was able to pull away from Bishop yesterday. Bishop trying just a little bit too hard to stay with Leo Robinson. Overcooked it ever so slightly coming in to Kestrel Corner. Robinson now sets the fastest lap of the race. Oh, and there's a hand in the air from the number 19 Fusion Motorsport kart of Jack Cunningham. Now, is that because he's got a problem, or is that because he was saying, okay, Ryan Ashberg, you go? There's the number 7 car. Very, very distinctive kart there, Ryan Ashberg. Liked that graphics kit a lot.
Indeed, yes. And with that 8.5 minutes to go, Leo Robinson is racing, and apparently also in the chat. Is he texting while he's racing?
I have a feeling he may have somebody running that for him.
Oh, right. Okay,
yeah. But of course, so Leo and his Fusion team. So Fusion, they've got 14 Mini X30 wins in the last 2.5 years. They have dominated this class, and it looks like they're going to be dominating this race again. Lots of battling in the midfield. There's the number 11 of Tommy Harfield for Coles Racing. Now, Tommy has moved out of Cadet Honda into this class. So he's the 4-stroke Honda class when he was in a Cadet, and now the 2-stroke X30 class as a Mini. So he is getting to grips with a new style of engine as well. There's the number 86, or is that the number, sorry, the number 66 of Taylor Orridge, doing very well at the 4th place. Wesley Swain in 2nd, meanwhile, is 1.4 seconds behind Robinson. There's the number 57 kart on your screen briefly. That's Ashton Wiggins getting a lot of support online. Wiggins is 16th at the moment. But Robinson, new fastest lap, and now he can just go and cruise.
Yeah, got excellent pace there at the front and just setting new fastest sector each time around. So he's managing to pull that gap open and break away from Wesley Swain, his teammate there. Gap of 1.4 seconds at the moment. Then the rest of the field slots in. Then you've got the two battling for 3rd place, Henry Jocelyn and Taylor Aldridge. They're fairly close together, the two, or Coles Racing and Crop Promotion driver. Absolutely nothing between them for 3rd place. They are on your screen just behind this battle as we look at Ryan Eschberg and Jack Cunningham there just in front. Again, another new fastest lap, Leo Robinson.
Yeah, and starting to stretch that advantage over Wesley Swain. Luckily, we've got a great scrap on your screen here between Cunningham, Eschberg, Hassan Harfield, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Eden Spanswick. Also, in the back of that group, Macaulay Bishop has made it back up to 15th position. He's 9 seconds down on the leader. Again, it's great having all these international viewers watching from all over the world. We've had people from New Zealand, Australia, Newcastle,
Texas,
but yeah, and the United States. And someone's mentioned he's using. That's the number 11. That's Harfield, just overcooking it slightly. But I mean, somebody mentioning 1990 Daytona 500 winner Derek Cope on our chat. You know, that's the most random racing driver mention we've had on the chat so far. Great moustache, Derek Cope. Great racing moustache.
Yes,
great racing moustache.
It's always good to have a racing moustache. I don't think any of the Mini X30 drivers have got any racing moustaches under there just yet.
Well, if they have, they shouldn't be racing in Mini. Here we go. Robinson now is Wesley Swain still 1.5 seconds back. So Robinson's on the cruise control. Of course, these karts, they have to use the same tyres for this race and the final. So Robinson can afford to just sort of ease his way back a little bit. He doesn't have to go 100%. You can put, you can save the tyres a little bit. Eschberg does have to race 100% because he's got the number 19 kart right on his rear bumper, planted there like a limpet, and they're catching the number 66 of Orridge. So Orridge still in 4th place for the Croc team. Eschberg is 5th, Cunningham is 6th, and then it's Aidan Hassan, the number 64 kart, in 7th. Whole string of karts right behind them. Out of the final corner.
Again, just in that sort of lose stage, aren't they? Just calm, collected. I say that. Eschberg completely ruining what I was about to say and sends it down the inside. Great little move there. Moves up into P4.
Yep, and I'd have to say the Croc boys doing very well here now. I mean, they've won. The Croc Promotions team, they've been quite successful in Mini X30 over the years. Theo McCurris won a couple of races back in 2019 in this class for them. Gabriel Stilp was a regular podium visitor for the Croc team in this class last year. And now they've got Orridge and Hassan, both in the top 7, but they're both new to this class. Oh, and there is
Cunningham
having a little nibble at the. Oh, and he's had a full-on bite out of the rear bumper there of the number 66 kart, and that's not going to do his chances any favours. Orridge hanging tough.
Yes, he was. Yeah, with that little lunge that he had there, the 64 as well. Tried to have a little lunge down the inside. Aidan Hassan for Crop Promotion tried to get that one done. As they go through, warning flag out to Cunningham as well.
And I've noticed that Cunningham is wearing Ollie Greenall's old race suit. Ollie Greenall, the 2019 champion in Mini X30, last year's Junior X30 champion, both for Fusion Motorsport, and Cunningham obviously is still waiting for his Fusion race suit to arrive. So he's wearing Greenall's old race suit there.
Yes, well, waste not want them.
Well, waste not want, and also, I mean, that race suit's won a lot of races, so Cunningham's thinking, well,
probably a bit of good luck in it.
You never know, you never know. Lap number 13, 3 minutes to go. Leo Robinson for Fusion Motorsport leads. Wesley Swain second. They're 3 seconds in front of Henry Jocelyn in third, and then it's the battle that we've been focusing on screen. The fourth place, led by Ashfield. Oh, and Tommy Harfield getting a penalty, Anthony.
5 second time penalty, potentially for maybe a start line infringement
or for
other.
some sort of incident during the course of the race.
We do not know.
Meanwhile, Team Luna, Macaulay Bishop is back into 12th position, and there's a move, and that is Cunningham, not Greenall. That's just what it says in the back of his race suit. Cunningham finally moving past Orridge for 5th.
Yep, great running then for this one at the moment as they brake heavily for Stowe Corner. And out they go in towards the Willows again. Nice line astern, as you can see them there. The 19 looking very strong. Jack Cunningham there, but under severe pressure from Orridge there in the 66, just behind Crop Promotion, having a very strong performance here at Kimbolton. And you just see there going through, try to get holding a tighter line through the top hairpin there. And again, is that maybe that's putting a bit more strain on the front tyres, potentially maybe for the final? You know, it's all these little variables you've got to think about. Is you know, you've got to keep it smooth. Yes, this is only the pre-final, but you know, this is of course determine where they will start for their final. And down the inside goes 2 of them. Eschberg running very wide. Yeah, three moves done. Yep,
that is Cunningham and Orridge and Harfield, who's got a 5 second penalty after this race is completed. They all go through now. I was going to say at the back of this train of karts, you'll see sort of a white and luminous yellow machine coming into view. That is Macaulay Bishop, who has caught this group. He's in 12th place. He's behind his teammate Cameron Pratt-Thompson into 12th place. Now, this is important for Macaulay. I just saw him flash across, making up a position there. There he goes. He's passed Cameron Pratt-Thompson into 11th position. As we enter the final minute, this battle, they're slowing each other down. Bishop has got to try and claw back as many positions as possible. Taylor Orridge getting a warning flag for his troubles. There's Bishop in the number 68 car, white crash helmet. He's now on the back of the Jade Racing entry, Charlie Morrison-Jones, the number 12 kart. Morrison-Jones doing quite well here. He's 13th in the championship is Morrison-Jones, but running in the top 12 here. So we got on your screen, the front of your screen, number 19. That is 4th place, Jack Cunningham. The top 3, no position changes. They're quite well spread out. This, though, Anthony, is where the action is as we wind down.
Yes, because the top 3 have kind of separated their away clear at the front, and it's all going to be the battle for 4th spot. And there you can see there the 64 diving to the inside. Aidan Hassan there getting the job done side by side as well with the man of Ryan Eschberg, and Eden Spanswick as well is in that little battle. You can just see that it's all heating up in here as the timer strikes 0, and someone's going wide there. It was the 69.
Yeah, it was Spanswick sort of letting his teammate go. Bishop went up the inside, and Spanswick didn't defend, because he thinks, well, if Macaulay's on a mission, then I'll do well just follow him through, because Macaulay does the hard work, he'll open the doors, and I can maybe pick him a place or 2 like that. Now, as he runs Aidan Hassan a bit wide as Macaulay Bishop, that will put him back into 8th place now, which will become 7th because Harfield has got a penalty. We're on the final lap, and they're still battling side by side. Taylor Orridge into the Willows, and Taylor Orridge picks up 4th place.
Yep, great overtake there, managing to get past the Fusion driver of Jack Cunningham. Gets that job done nice and early, and again, Orridge tried to go it and runs out wide. Eschberg all over the grass, loses several positions. That is not how you want to start the final lap.
Just in front of Charlie Morrison-Jones there. That's all Ryan Eschberg's hard work has been undone. But the checkered flag is waving. Leo Robinson takes another victory. He had a perfect score at Shennington. He was perfect through the heat races here at Kimbolton. And that is a perfect score for the pre-final as well. Can anybody catch or even think about beating Leo Robinson this year in Mini X30? What a performance. Wesley Swain seconds, 1.4 second back, and then a 7-second gap back to, what, a 5.6 second gap back to Henry Jocelyn in third. Orridge was fourth. Tommy Harfield with a penalty finished fifth on the row. That would put him back to about 17th position. So that would put Macaulay Bishop salvaging fifth place there after the spin. Once you put Harfield's penalty into consideration, then it's Jack Cunningham, Aidan Hassan, Eden Spanswick and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Poor old Ryan Eschberg falling back to 11th in the last lap ahead of Charlie Morrison-Jones. Jack Hobson recovered well after his first lap spin to finish 13th place. Then Ashton Wiggins in 14th. Isaac Phelps is 15th. Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans in 16th. Brandon Truman, Lewis Bird, Miles Turnbull and Freddie Lloyd rounding out the top 20. Thomas Behrman finishing 21st and Joey Brown failing to finish at all. So not great for the two younger brothers of former champion kart racers. Freddie Lloyd down in 20th, Thomas Behrman 21st. But hey, they're still at the start of their karting journey, Anthony.
Exactly that, exactly that. Well, an exciting pre-final there for the Mini X30. But up next, it's Junior TKM. You can see their umbrellas out. So the heat has got so harsh that the umbrellas are out.
Quite right. So, you know, the drivers are the stars here. And we're looking at, this is now race number 19, the pre-final in Junior TKM. Now, my assistant, our young assistant here, has been sequestered elsewhere. Young Henry is out doing a job in the paddock, but he's a good lad, is my son, young Henry. He's even managed to bring the grids up to us, Anthony.
Oh, lovely.
Look at
tremendous.
That. There's a number 16. There's Charlie King, who's going to start this one from third on the grid. There is Alfie Garford. Now, a first and a second in the heat races for Alfie Garford, and he's only starting the pre-final down in fifth position, which tells me, Mr. Jordan, that there has been something amiss in scrutineering afterwards. Yes. So possibly a penalty in one of his races, and that has dropped him down the order. There is Reese Lomax, number 7. So Reese doing double duty there. He is in the Class M kart. There's number 2, shiny gold crash helmet for Jake Almasawi for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Number 14 is Aidan Mitchell. Good to see Aidan, who retired from his second heat this morning. We saw him go out. He's back. There's Oliver Jakins. Bit of a wave. Hello. Ooh, nice hat. Good sun hat there for Mr. Jakins. Fair play. Enjoyed liking the Panama look. And there's Tyler Harris. So Tyler having to come from the back of the grid. And good to see Kyle Casabanti back in action. We're looking maximum chillage there for Kyle Casabanti. You know, hey, you see the Jamaican flag on the side of his kart, so the Anglo-Jamaican driver representing the home kart. And you can see him just chilled. You know, hey, we're starting from the back. The only way is forward.
There you go. There's the number 15, who looking slightly asleep. There is Harvey Jones. Is he asleep? Is he awake?
Well, I mean,
hopefully he's awake. He's about to go racing.
He's just chill. Just chill, Winston. Dara McInerney, there's number 72. There we go. Now, let's have a look there. That is great work there from the Precision Racing team. That's the kind of mechanic you want. Freddie Hull, fast Freddie, clicking his fingers. Mechanic, bring me an umbrella. I insist upon it now. You better go and win now. I
know.
You know, I sat there. There's Leon Frosty. Anything but today, but he did very well in the second heat. The number 59 kart of Leon Frost. And he's starting on the 4th row of the grid.
That's a view we don't need to turn around and see, did we?
No, that was James Morley's mechanic's best side.
Yes.
The rearward facing view. And so we can see some of the safety equipment there just getting put onto Joseph Booth. So let's have a little look at the championship tables as I look through my stats. Now, of course, the junior TKM class, you know, we've had lots of good privateer driver results in this class over the years. Class and Motorsport winning the title last year with Louis Harvey, just in front of Alistair Cresswell. That's why Alistair is running the number 2 kart. We've got a feature coming during the lunch break about why drivers use certain race numbers. Alistair Cresswell, last year's championship runner-up, running with the number 2 plate. Here is the grid, and it's Cresswell, the Shennington winner, on pole position. Joseph Booth on the outside of row number 1. Charlie King and championship leader James Morley starting on the outside of row 2. Alfie Garford and Aditya Kulkarni are on row number 3. Then it's Rhys Lomax and Leon Frost on row 4. Jake Almosawi and Fast Freddy Hull on row 5. Aidan Mitchell and Dara McInerney are on row 6. Olivier Jakins and Harvey Jones, row 7. Tyler Harris and Kyle Casibanti, row number 8. 16 drivers. The pre-final, will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So a little bit longer for the junior TKM to entertain you, the viewer. Well, not you, Anthony, but you, the viewers, here at Kimbolton. The second round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship for TKM, IAME and X30 classes on Alpha Live YouTube, Facebook Live for the British Kart Championships, and Motorsport.tv.
Plenty of opportunities to get a view in then on this incredible racing here then at Kimbolton. But as we say, it's race 19 of the weekend. It's junior TKM and it's pre-final time. Everyone lining up ready. A few steering checks there in the background. Nothing untoward. Yes, look over there.
Check the steering, check the steering, check the steering.
Exactly that.
No, I'm not warming my tyres and circumnavigating the rules in karting. I'm just checking the steering repeatedly. I'm happy with the steering. Oh, look, my tyres have scrubbed in nicely as well. What a coincidence. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. No, we're not. It's a false start.
It is.
It's a false start. I got all excited prematurely again.
You did. Now, I don't know what's caused that false start, because it looked good to me. Or was it the driver at the back of the field there that potentially wasn't in position? Yeah,
I'm not quite sure why that was called off, but hey, we haven't got the viewpoint of the race director.
The race director spotted something and said, "Oh no, not this time.
Not this time.
Try it again,
Milady."
Yeah.
Milady and lassies. So we'll go around again. There's now, of course, Kyle Casibanti at the back of the grid. You know, now the reason why people ask why are the junior TKMs smoking? Well, of course, this is a mixture of fuel and oil. You know that the two-stroke just burn off a little bit of extra oil from the exhausts as they idle. So of course they're running really rich now, and you can see the drivers. You can see one driver there with his right hand there, just fiddling with the fuel mixture there, so the engine doesn't sort of flood. You know, you've got to keep these TKM engines, these 100cc TKM engines, running nice and smoothly, and so they're also controlling, not letting too much fuel into the mixtures there, so the engine doesn't flood. Bit of excess smoke burning off. That'll disappear. Two-stroke oil in the morning, smells like racing, and now we're off and racing down towards Stoke Corner. Alistair Cresswell leads the junior TKM field in, and there's a problem. Oh, there's a big spin. That is the 45 of Booth and the 16 of King. So two of our leading contenders potentially out of the race there. Booth in his kart, not looking too thrilled. I think he was the, I think King probably just lost it under braking a little bit, and the back end spun round and just caught Booth out.
Yeah, not the best start then to the pre-final, but the rest of the field gets away.
And Kyle Casibanti, you can see picking up a few places. That was the recovering kart there. Oh, we've got one kart that's out there, so just Charlie King. Kyle Casibanti was picking up a lot of places there. There's sadly Charlie King, so he's going to be starting down at the back of the final. Here is the battle for what is third position. Rhys Lomax, the number 7, and James Morley in the number 77. But it's our two contenders from the first race, Anthony. Number 2, Alistair Cresswell, and number 9, Alfie Garford, who have escaped, and they're running 1-2 at the moment. But Cresswell does have a much healthier advantage.
Yeah, much healthier this time. 0.7 of a second is that gap at the front, and you can see it there on your screen. Lomax there in third place, but has got the incredibly close company of James Morley, your championship leader for Tim Wilson Motorsport. They're in 4th place, and you've got 4 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts line astern. With Kulkarni, Frost, Almawasi and Mitchell as well, alongside, well, Mitchell being...
Oh dear, there's a big crash! Oh, and that is a massive, massive problem there. So, that is the number 23 of Aditya Kulkarni. As they went down the start-finish straight, it looked as though Kulkarni was making a move, and he got drafted. The cart directly behind him literally picked up the speed a lot and bump drafted him, and unsettled him and into Rhys Lomax, who is out of the race, walking away, absolutely fine. That could have been huge. Poor old Rhys Lomax. That has really shaken the order up there.
It has,
and we'll have a little look at that again. But it looked as though there was the 3 Tim Wilson karts trying to bump draft. They just got it wrong. So it's the number 77 of Morley getting pushed by Kulkarni along. So Kulkarni trying to slipstream with Morley and just unsettle Morley's kart into Rhys Lomax. So that could have been a major issue there. Luckily, Morley and the number 59 of Leon Frost and the number 23 of Kulkarni continue unscathed.
Yep.
And here is the battle of the lead.
It is, yeah. So that's closed right up now as well. With all the drama that's happened in the background, these two have managed to pull an advantage of 3 seconds, or over 3 seconds now. And again, just tucking in, Garford just saying, let's think about it, let's not battle yet. We've still got 9 minutes of this. You can have a go when there's about 2 minutes left, or maybe a minute left, or however they want to wait for it. But yeah, at the time being, I suspect that front 2 are going to stay like this for the remainder of the race.
And I have to say, this is falling into their hands absolutely perfectly, because we had 2 contenders, Booth and King, sort of, get involved in the first corner issue. Booth is down in 14th place, 20 seconds off the pace. King sadly out, and then the chasing pack then just got involved there. So sadly, Rhys Lomax was minding his own business. He was busy getting overtaken, so he's the only retirement, but it does mean that James Morley is now 3 seconds in the number 77 car behind the 2 leaders. So it's worked out perfectly for Cresswell and for Garford. And there is a move. Let's have a little look again at the start to see that incident once more, Anthony Jordan. Let's talk us through it.
Yes, yeah. So a good, clean start then from everyone. Everyone slotted into position. Now, you can just see there, King on the inside is the one you want to look at. The 45 as well on the outside, just get squeezed. That's all it is. And that those rear wheels touching, latches onto the back, and over it goes.
Two karts into one does not go. What was it?
Doth not fit.
Butters no parsnips.
Doth butter no parsnips.
Indeed, indeed. So, but of course, so that, has allowed Garford. And Garford was lucky because Garford was starting directly behind King, so it's evasive action there. There's the number 24 kart, the Precision Racing entry of Freddie Hull. So this on your screen is the battle for, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. So James Morley in 3rd. He's now cleared off a little bit. The battle on your screen is for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. There's Jake Almasawi up the inside of Freddie Hull for what would be 7th position. Alistair Cresswell setting a new fastest lap of the race. Carl Casabanti for the back of the grid. Now he has moved him to 10th position, and he's closing in on Tyler Harris. Now, even though Carl had to start from the back, his tyres are 1 race fresher than everybody else's, so he's been able to use that. He's just behind the battle. The second 4 karts at the top of your screen coming down the straight. That's the scrap for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th positions. But there's Aidan Mitchell in the number 14 kart, privateer driver, running in 7th position at the moment, behind Freddie Hull in 6th and ahead of Almasawi in 8th.
Just see there, everyone going around. Another fastest lap, though, for the number 2, Alistair Cresswell. 43.680 out there, running very strong. 6.5 minutes left on the timer. Back here with your race leaders. Still Garford from Cresswell, and again, not expecting anything to happen again just at this front. Again, they're just going to slot into position. Their gap a few laps ago was just over 3 seconds, now 3.3. Under investigation, though, is the 23 of Aditya Kulkarni.
Possibly for that incident that we saw on the main straights that resulted in, sadly, Rhys Lomax taking an early bath.
Now to me, it did just look like the fact that you're going into the braking zone of turn 1, and again, when you hit the brakes, the rear just steps out slightly, and it just looked like it caused that.
And it was a case of, driving behind, 2 drivers behind, trying to slipstream and draft with their teammate, which is good.
Yep.
And it just they just sort of drafted at the wrong time when Morley was moving out to make the passing manoeuvre and then braking and the rear end was unsettled, and it was sort of a case of, nose cone meets bumper at just the wrong moment.
The perfect storm.
The perfect storm. Luckily, everyone is okay.
Yes.
Reece Lomax has got a lot of work to do in the final. There's number 24, Freddie Hull, making the move on Leon Frost for what is 5th position.
Indeed, nice little move there down the inside, well calculated, holds on to that one, Burp, Frosty, back down the inside, stay Frosty out there folks, because it's moves all around.
Now we're not talking about, for those of you that are motorsport anoraks like myself, Frosty is what the V8 supercar driver Mark Winterbottom was known as, Mark Frosty Winterbottom. No, Mark is not here racing, and he's certainly not racing in juniors, but Leon Frost is our Frosty.
Yes.
In the British Championship, he's our Frosty.
Indeed.
He's got to get his head down now, so he can see his 2 teammates in front of him. So, and he took a second bite of the cherry turning into Kestrel Corner there, and it's cost him the back end stepping out, and Hull gets that position back, and Mitchell in number 14 Kart and Jake Almasawi, they're going to be closing in again. This good battle on track as Frost up the inside at Stowe Corner retakes the place, and Freddie Hull saying, well, come on, decide what you want to do, man.
Well, it's a difficult situation.
The leaders are getting away.
I know, it's a difficult situation, though, when you leave a gap like that completely open into turn 1,
what you are, inviting guests is what you do,
Exactly that. So, as far as I'm concerned, it was you sent it down the inside there. I'll send it down the inside here.
I shall return the favour.
I shall indeed return the favour. And here we go. We're going to get the return favour again, because down the inside goes Fast Freddie Hull, and gets that position back. Are we going to see a repeat in towards turn 1? I suspect yes, because now you've got to think the 2 cars behind have closed up as well. Aiden Mitchell and Jake Almawasi as well, the 14 and the 12 right there, line astern. 4 carts here now for the battle in the mid-pack. And
you see, Frost sort of didn't commit to a move there, but to be fair, Freddie Hull missed the apex you saw coming through turn 1 there. That's going to put him on the back foot. Now, Leon Frost looking over his shoulder to see who he's got behind him. Now, is that friend or foe? Are they going to try and attack with me? Or are they going to follow me through if I can get out of this corner, get a good run down the straight? Now, Hull not defending. Will Frost jink to the inside going into this corner? No. He's going to save it. Oh, the back end of the number 59 cart steps out a little bit, but he catches it well. And these 4 drivers, so we'll see Freddie Hull looking over his shoulder as they cross the start-finish line potentially. No, it's actually Frost who checks over his shoulder. So Frost, the one that's under pressure. Again, though, Freddie Hull missing the early apex going into the Willows. However, he does get a better run then, so maybe that's a deliberate move. Alfie Garford, race leader, sets a new fastest lap.
Yep, so it just may be a favourite line for Hull, isn't it?
It's working well, and he's got quite a wide line through most of the corners. Maybe that's the setup of the kart. Again, the rear end is releasing quite well, so it's not bogging down on the hot weather, and he's pulling away a little bit. So that kart actually looking quite good. He's driving it how the setup needs it to be driven.
Yes, exactly that. No real action at the front then. It's still Garford leading from Cresswell. There's nothing between them. They're still line astern at the moment, with that timer slowly running out. And you can see there Cresswell with the fastest lap of the race. But, of course, it's nearly identical to what Garford's doing, because they're nose to tail.
They're literally pushing 8 wheels working together.
Yes, exactly that. Moving away, nearly a 5-second gap now that they've got from James Morley, your championship leader, in 3rd place. Has got the company from Aditya Kulkarni there as well in 4th. There's only about a 10th between those 2 for the battle for 3rd place. And we are still here with Fast Freddie Hull for the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place battle between himself, Frost, Mitchell and Almawasi. Then Tyler Harris, Olivia Jakins, Casabanti, McInnery and Jones. Booth rounding out the 14 grid, as we have lost Lomax and we have lost Charlie King. Garford responds, new fastest lap.
Yeah, and so Joseph Booth in the number 45 card off your screens. He's actually now caught Harvey Jones for 13th position. So Booth is going to try and gain as many places as he can. Good drive at the moment. Freddie Hull, his kart, that Precision Racing number 24, clearly quicker than the 3 karts on your screen now. He's able to pull away Frost's kart. So again, we talk about karts bogging down, when they come out of the corner. So when you come out of the corner, you put the power down, you want the rear end to release. You want the rear tyres to release the kart and put the power down. if the kart is too tight, if the tyres are too grippy, then it bogs down. It sort of the kart literally doesn't want to release and get as much speed as he can off the corner. That looks like is what is happening with Leon Frost's kart, because he cannot get that wide line. The back end, the phrase "loose is fast." You know, you want the rear end of these karts to be dancing around. That means that and you're down to control them. So there's the leaders now. Cresswell, 30 seconds to go. Anthony Cresswell begins his defence. They're 5 seconds clear of Morley. Round the outside goes Garford. Not quite yet, but it is game on from here on in.
It is indeed. So 15 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board will come out this time around, side by side into the braking zone of turn number 1. Who's going to get the upper hand? It's still Cresswell who holds on to it. Garford can't respond as of yet through the willows. Back down onto the infield straight now, in towards Derek Corner, who's going to be the latest of the breakers here. Looking over the shoulder, taken to the outside line goes Garford. Again, can't do anything. Slots back into position. Keep an eye on that gap, though, folks, because that's already down to 3.6 seconds. Morley is, he can see what's coming.
He's just trying as hard as he can. He's got Al-Masawi right behind him, but now Cresswell defends at the Castrol Corner. Garford's going to have a little look around the outside. So, watch the undercut here as Garford tries to get back to the power earlier. He's having a little look at the inside. Cresswell will cover the inside again. Now Garford swings out wide. He's going to get the better run off the corner into the willows, but Cresswell parks it on the apex. Smart driving there from Alistair Cresswell. Through the willows we go. Garford, he won't be able to make a move really now until he comes into Dan Weldon Corner, but he can have a little run on the outside. That's going to put him on the outside line, though. This is left, right through here. Cresswell on the apex once again. Now he's going to defend. Watch Garford. He'll sweep to the inside. Now he'll sweep outside there. Try and cut back underneath. No, good driving from Cresswell. One corner to go.
Yep. Holding that inside line. Can't quite get the move done. So Cresswell holds on to that lead. Takes the checker flag. Wins the pre-final from Garford. Then Morley and Kalkani there take that top 4 spot. Freddie Hull, Leon Frost as well. Then it is Mitchell. Then Al-Masawi there as well in 8th place. Tyler Harris, Olivia Jenkins. Then it's Kyle Casabanti, Dara McInnery and Joseph Booth.
So Booth did get past Harvey Jones there at the end.
It did.
Now, I'm going to reprimand you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
It's Jake Al-Masawi.
Al-Masawi, yes.
Al-Masawi.
Al-Masawi. I'll get it right.
So JS Plumbing and Heating on the chat.
Yeah.
Consider Anthony Jordan reprimanded.
Yes.
Yes.
Do apologise. I am terrible when it comes to names, and I do know that I'm terrible when it comes to names. I am learning them.
No, I mean, and I just speak gibberish anyway, so they're used to me. You know, they expect
they never understand what you're saying full stop.
No,
so
no,
yeah,
it's just a pitch of my voice goes, oh, something is like, there's the results. Cresswell wins by 1900ths of a second. So that is... No, so the 3 winning margins in the 2 heats and the pre-final in junior TKM, none have been by more than 0.3 of a second. And we've got the main event still to come. The question is can anybody hold a candle to Cresswell and Garford? James Morley, well, he would have lost the championship lead now. He came in on a tie with Cresswell, 1 point ahead of Garford, but that result should put Cresswell into the... a very slender championship lead. This is a 4-round championship for the TKM. So at the end of, hard to believe, Anthony, that at the end of today, that the championship in TKM will be half over. Incredible.
Halfway through the season, and we're only on event 3.
Yes, but event 3 in the British Championship, and event 2 for these.
Yes, exactly that. Well,
what's coming up next?
I know it was junior TKM that we just had. It's now time for the little senior drivers. It's time now for TKM Extreme.
Ooh. Yes, 27 TKM Extreme drivers. Hopefully Michael Cornell's kart is repaired and he is back in action. So this is race 20 on the programme. We're deep into today's action. Thank you very much for joining us. Here is a look down at the grid. Great to see some great grid pictures. The drivers, of course, these COVID times, drivers and the mechanics are going to keep their helmets on, all their masks on. So so it quite literally masks some of the emotion, but you do get to see, plenty of activity there is the number 2 kart, Theo Hesketh, and his Tim Milson Motorsport mechanic. In the foreground there, James Pashley and his dad Lee, ready to go. So Pashley, winner of round 1, and he's starting this one on the outside of the front row of the grid. Last time out at Chennington, the top 3 in the final were Pashley, Lewis Wadley and Joe Reeve-Smith. Pashley starting 2nd, Reeve-Smith starting 3rd, Lewis Wadley struggling this weekend, it has to be said, down in 11th on the grid in the number 93. More support online for Joe Reeve-Smith, for Ashton Wiggins.
No barrel there.
We'll see Wiggins not in this race, but in another race. There is the look. There's that number 31 kart, Joe Fowler. And look down. This Precision Racing team, I've got to say, they've got the umbrellas down.
They do.
That was Lewis Wadley. We saw Freddie Hill with his, with his umbrella. Now we got Lewis Wadley. Here's the grid. Pashley and Springfield on row 1. Theo Hesketh and Joe Reeve-Smith on row number 2. Row 3, Spencer Lane and Matt Allnut. Then Joe Fowler, 2018 British TKM Extreme champion, and defending series champion Adam Spadders Sparrow on row 4. Jack Saunders, first-year senior driver, and Chris Whitton are on row 5. Then it's Harvey Roth and Lewis Wadley, Michael Cornell and Matthew Taylor, Nathan Wells and Alex Reddy, the pole man after qualifying, but down in 16th on the grid here. Andrew Lawrence and Josh Raystrick. Then Tom Johnson and Charlie Flynn round out your top 20 with Isaac Marsh, Ben Cox, Megan Lawson, Zach Bowen. Watch for Zach to be coming up through the field. Then Joe Stockford, same for Joe, Theo Tibbetts and Aaron Lask. They are your 27 starters. James Pashley finished 4th in last year's championship, but running with the number 52. The only driver who's not running with the seeded number, who could run with the seeded number. He is there, and there's a problem for Oh Dear. There is the number 82 kart of Ben Cox. Not going anywhere just yet. They're trying desperately to get that kart started. Cox in the Class 1 Motorsport on the Gillard chassis. We're going to go around again.
We are, yeah.
And I can just see Cox has been released.
Yes. So good stuff then for Ben Cox as the drivers go round again. A great view there of turn 1 with the beautiful blue sky here at Kimbolton. Baking down on there. I have to say, this commentary box is actually a bit cooler than I actually anticipated it to be.
Well, we got an air conditioning machine behind us, which does help. I would dread to think how bad it would be without
if we didn't. Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not expecting a great amount of sympathy.
No.
Because at Clay Pigeon, when it was -7, and we were the only people in the heating room there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't get, but we did sort of let them know about it.
We did, didn't
so
we?
yeah, so
well, you did. I didn't. I was nice.
Yeah, but I'm incorrigible.
I know.
Here we go. Second time of asking. Springfield, Pashley, Kai Springfield, 7th in last year's championship. Looking down there as Springfield, but yet to finish. Oh, he's had 1 third-place finish in this championship since the Wera Tours British Kart Championship came into Motorsport UK.
I think it's a late call, I believe. We're going round again. It is another false start, yes.
So while I'm reading on, I mean, on the statistical side of things,
yes.
I've got the Motorsport UK took over the direct running of the British Kart Championship at the start of 2019.
Yep.
So my statistics
go from
there. But obviously, there was a whole many moons of karting before then. But my statistics are only from that point. And so far, Kai Springfield, well, he didn't get a seed in 2019. Got 7th place last year. 2nd at Fullbeck. Third at Fullbeck. This event a year ago, Adam Sparrow won, Theo Hesketh 2nd, James Pashley 3rd. So the eventual champion won this race last year.
Yep.
Oh, well, not this. This is the pre-final, but he won here. And then the eventual championship runner-up came 2nd.
Exactly that. So, third time's a charm. Are we going this time around?
The answer is yes, we are. Pashley on the inside, so Springfield has got to try and get across, and he does, but he gets nerfed out by Theo Hesketh. So good start there from Hesketh into P2, but Pashley trying to get away cleanly. There's Fowler in the number 31 kart. we're all safely through the willows. The first time of asking, Anthony.
Yep, great start then from the entirety of the field. Derek's corner there, not claiming any victims, but they're 3 wide at the back of the field, so they have to be careful through Dan Weldon corner as they go through again, sliding all into position, nice and tidy. Line astern here for TKM Extreme for their race 20 pre-final time, and of course this will determine where they're going to start for their final a little bit later on today. As the rest of the field go through, you can see there the 42 diving to the inside. Tom Johnson there getting a great little overtake. The 46 is rear flat bumper there. Theo Tibbetts is number a little bit askew there at the back. But as the rest of the field go through, you could just see there the number 3 of Joseph Rees-Smith moving to the inside to get past Joe Fowler. Don't think he managed to get that move done. But you can see there the 3 of Joseph Rees-Smith putting that hand up in the air, just saying, think, let's go, let's work together. It's a long race. We've only just started. Let's not all attack each other straight away. Please.
Yes,
thank you. Please and thank yous.
There are championship points obviously available for this event, for this race, which the drivers will be thinking of that on one hand, and then there'll be, but this is also deciding on who starts where for the pre-final. So at the moment, the virtual championship there coming up there. So at the moment, Pashley would have the lead from Joseph Rees-Smith by, just over 20 points. But that can all change. And there's the heat shimmering as Sparrow in the number 1 plate car and Fowler trying to go side by side. And Adam Sparrow there, he was having a little peck at Joe Fowler, and Joe Fowler closed the door. There's Lewis Wadley. Now Wadley finished 2nd at Shennington. Again, lots of aggressive overtaking moves by Wadley in the final at Shennington. Of course, he's just getting warmed up here. There is Ben Cox at the back of the pack in the number 82 kart. So the good news is he is out there. The bad news is he's got a little bit of work to do. Sadly, Michael Cornell isn't out there. Now, we saw him have that last corner incident in the second heat, so I hope that, and it did take a couple of races to get his kart off the circuit, so I'm hoping that the kart just wasn't able to be repaired in time, and that it's not a problem with Michael himself, who of course suffered shoulder ligament damage in his accident at Shennington 2 weeks ago.
Indeed, yeah, you saw the 32 there of Jack Saunders trying to take a move down the inside at turn 1 on Adam Sparrow, and as you can see by these pictures, it didn't succeed. He is still there behind your previous year's champion in 10th place, so keeping a very close eye on that one. Just over 9 minutes plus that 1 additional lap on the timer. We are not far in, and the 32 there gets the job
Jack
done.
Saunders,
Jack Saunders, nicely done. Moves up into Adam Sparrow, and the 30 there just going wide.
Nathan Wells,
yeah.
That was almost calamitous.
That was, wasn't it? Because, again, these tyres here, if they just slightly graze it, that's it, grabbed it, done. It ends very quickly, I have to say, but getting through it, albeit maybe a new race suit.
Yeah. That was the closest we've come to a Code Brown moment so far, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Pashley, meanwhile, leads by 0.3 of a second over Theo Hesketh. Joe Fowler in 3rd, then Kai Springfield, the number 7 car, in 4th, being closely followed by Joe Rees-Smith in 5th. Matt Allnut is up to 6th position. Then it's Harvey Roth doing well from 11th of the grid to 7th. Spencer Lane runs 8th. Jack Saunders, you've seen 9th, and Adam Sparrow struggling to hold on to a place in the top 10 ahead of Lewis Wadley. Alex Reddy, after not getting his setup right in the heat, seems to be going in the right direction. The pre-final, he's 12th ahead of Matthew Taylor, Chris Whitton, Joe Stockford, Andrew Lawrence, Josh Raystrick, Tom Johnson, Zach Bowen recovering well in the number 18 kart, then Isaac Marsh, Nathan Wells, Charlie Flynn, Theo Tibbetts, Aaron Lask, Megan Lawson, and Ben Cox, your 26 runners. Sadly, Michael Cornell not out there.
So fastest lap of the race has gone to Joe Fowler, driver in 4th place for Class of Motorsport, up 4 positions from his original starting spot. Running strong out there, so has good pace and maybe looking potentially for maybe a race win on this one, which would be excellent because you want to start on the front row, don't you?
Now, this is what we're waiting for. The top 5 contenders are now nose to tail, with Matt Allnut in the number 14 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart trying his best to close in, but it's Pashley in the 52, Hesketh in the 2, Fowler in the 31, Springfield in the 7, and Rees-Smith in the 3. All no-tail, 7.5 minutes plus a lap to go. And it's good to see the J name back up at the forefront. So Pashley on the Birrell ART kart, Hesketh on a Tony kart. Then the 31, we've got a Tony kart now leads. 31 of Fowler on the ARC kart. So he's got a Birrell race suit, but that's an ARC chassis for the Class and Motorsport team. Then there's the Jade for the number 7 of Springfield. and Joe Reeves-Smith in the number 3 on a Tony kart. So a nice mix of chassis as well at the front. Theo Hesketh leads the way.
Yep, so great running from this. Oh, you could just see there the 31 of Joe Fowler trying to get a nose down the inside of Pashley. Couldn't quite get it done there as they exit out of the top complex through down Weldon Corner back onto the TKM straight. You can just see there everyone again just slotting into position. 5 karts line astern, the top 5 here in the pre-final. Down the inside though goes the number 31 and the number 7 for good measure as well. So Fowler and Springfield almost getting the job done. Yep,
and you can see, you question why were the drivers, you can see some of them, they're putting their hands down, their right hand down there. Again, that is just, you know, a mixture thing, putting their hand over the radiator to just warm the engines up, cool the engines, just for a fraction of a second. It makes a difference as Hesketh tried to pull away from Fowler. So Joe Fowler, 2018 TKM Extreme British champion, comes into this event 7th in the point standings, but is doing himself no harm whatsoever, moving up into the points. And here we go again, all just riding that front line, riding that curb. Here comes a move for the race lead. Fowler back end steps out ever so slightly, takes the lead. Pashley follows him through. Hesketh down to 3rd as they go through the Willows out onto the Yamitsu straight and into Derrick's corner. Nothing else.
Yes,
just his corner.
Yeah, it's Derrick's corner. There we go. 5 minutes then left on the timer, plus that one additional lap. You can just see here now the top positions fluctuating all the way through. 31 of Joe Fowler leading the way from Pashley in 2nd place. You can identify Pashley very easily via that crash helmet, and down the inside goes Kai Springfield. Gets that job done, moves up into P3. Theo Hesketh then, the number 2, leading after the last lap, has now been pushed back down into 4th place.
You can see the difference. Obviously, you've got the racing tarmac here, but obviously beneath the racing tarmac is the old runways here at RAF Kimbolton. Talked about the home of the US 379th Bomber Command Group. Great story which I might indulge you with later on. But up the front, moment, all the action on track. These top 5 clear, Allnut in 6th, now fending off Lewis Wadley, so Wadley's made it up to 7th, Roth is 8th, Saunders 9th, and still Adam Sparrow hanging on to the 10th position in the number 1 plate kart ahead of Lane. But all those karts, you know, from 6th place on back in a real single file line, no one has dropped back off there. I mean, we've got Nathan Wells in 24, Charlie Flynn, sorry, in 25th place. He's only 10 seconds off the leaders. We're on lap number 12.
Yeah, so it's been a long race so far, but everyone again just still getting their way through as you're seeing their pictures of the 98 of Lewis Wadley on your screen there, and just running nice and strong.
Yeah, and people, you know, people thinking, well, why aren't they overtaking each other? But they weren't really, why aren't they overtaking? Well, because number 1, there's 3.5 minutes to go, and they're still trying to work with each other to get as close to the front as possible. And number 2, there are championship points available in this race for the pre-final, but your finishing position in the pre-final, that is where you start the final from.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, one mistake here costs you not just 1 race, but 2.
If the start goes well and everyone makes it around the first couple of corners, everyone becomes everyone's frenemies.
Yeah, frenemies. Yeah,
and they just stay in line. They don't do anything. They try to keep up with the pack and everything like that. Yeah. And then when it's down to the last couple of minutes or the last minute or so, then the frenemies becomes enemies, and then everyone's at each other's throats.
The gloves come off.
They do indeed.
Warning flag there for Tom Johnson, number 42 class of motorsport kart. Tom runs back in. Let's have a little look. Where is he? He's actually quite well placed. Well, he's 22nd at the moment. He wasn't a bit higher, but he's now 22nd. And you can see now Pashley has spent a couple of laps studying Fowler's kart and has closed right in. You can see Fowler ducking up below the NASA panel just to get the best airflow possible over the top of his crash helmet. You know, again, that helps. It might help by a millisecond, but a millisecond turning into thousandths of a second. And we have seen kart races time and time again, Anthony, decided by thousandths of seconds.
Yes.
Springfield in 3rd place, closing in as well. So, and again, Fowley just gets the rear tyre, the right-hand side of that kart over the curb coming out of Kestrel, the left-hand side on the curb coming through the final corner. Pashley just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, he's still right there on the tail. He's not broken away, has Fowler. So they are still line astern, as you can see there. Some of the drivers in the paddock there, keeping an eye on the racing.
And Lewis Wadley, meanwhile, has passed Matt Allnutt.
Yep.
So behind the front five, the next kart is Lewis Wadley, but there is a 2-second gap between the top five and Wadley in sixth position. You'll see it now. There's Wadley, the second group of karts on your screen behind Theo Hesketh, who has slipped back to fifth position. Now, he was leading. Maybe the kart, just the setup going off, because he's not in a position to challenge even Joe Reeve-Smith for fourth place.
No, not at the moment, so keeping an eye on it. Less than a minute to go then. Last lap board won't be out this time around, seeing as they get around the lap in 43 seconds. So still got a couple more laps to go, and you can see there Joe Fowler at any opportunity is tucking in behind that steering wheel, tucking into the bubble, as it were. But you can just see there Pashley not letting him get away. Kai Springfield, as you say, looks like he's closing in now, though, doesn't it? Yeah, he is loitering there.
Yeah, he's loitering. With intent.
With intent, yeah. Loitering with intent to win. So you can just see there the timer. 20 seconds left now. Last lap board will be out next time around. And now I think we're going to start to see that dinner bell ring.
Yeah, you can see Pashley sort of head down, right now he's pushing a little bit harder. Of course, Fowler's going to be pushing just as hard as well, and Pashley is in a bit of a pickle because he has got Springfield looking quite aggressive behind him. So if Pashley tries to attack, that leaves his defences open and Springfield could nip through.
Indeed, keeping a very close eye on that one as they go through. Last lap then as they go, or last lap board will be out this time as they go through the top section of down Weldon Corner, down the TKM straight. And you see there Pashley, think, wait for it. Wait for the prime opportunity, the optimal
But what
opportunity.
I'm wondering, does James Pashley want to start on the outside row for the final?
Maybe.
Or the inside of row 2?
Because I would think I'd want inside row 2.
I would want inside row 2 as well. Pashley's thinking, yeah, but I can still potentially get inside row 1. Pole position for passing Joe Fowler. He's moved it on Fowler now. This is a good lap from Pashley. What has he saved for the very last lap? Springfield there as well, waiting to pick up any pieces that come his way.
Yeah, I suspect so. At the top section of the track, the furthest away from the paddock now, down the TKM straight, everyone tucking in. You can see Pashley going defensive, then Springfield taking to the outside, everyone following it through. Warning flag for Tibbets, but right now back here at the front, no real challenges can be shown, so Fowler will take the checkered flag from Pashley and Springfield as they cross the line. Joseph Reeve-Smith crosses in fourth place, which is Theo Hesketh, and Lewis Wadley rounding out the top sixth. Matt Allnutt, Harvey Roth, Jack Saunders will take ninth on the grid, and Spencer Lane rounding out the top 10. Adam Sparrow crossing the line, 11th place.
There is something not well with that number 1 kart at the moment. Adam said this morning, just don't know what's going on, but yeah, not happy at the moment. Zach Bowen, great drive from Zach Bowen. Is from 24th to 12th, privateer driver number 18 on the Tony kart. Matthew Taylor 13th. Joe Stockford, we saw him have a problem in the second heat, so he is now making his way forward. He finishes 14th there after starting 25th. Josh Raystrick was 15th, Andrew Lawrence 16th, then Isaac Marsh and Alex Reddy rounding out the top 18. Chris Whitten 19th, Theo Tibbets 20th, Charlie Flynn, Tom Johnson, Megan Lawson, Ben Cox and Aaron Lask were the only other drivers that finished. Sadly, Nathan Wells fell by the wayside at some point during that race, 5 laps from the end, and Michael Cornell, he start. So that was that.
That was a very sudden reaction to that.
Well, he didn't start. Now we're moving on to race number 21. Up next, the first time we have to see today, it's the IAME Cadets, Anthony. What a joyous occasion that's going to be.
Indeed, the IAME Cadets, the first time that we're going to see them live here, and an umbrella. Fusion have responded.
A team umbrella. A team umbrella. They said, I'll see your team aprons, and I'm going to raise you a team umbrella here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And that is Zach Drummond, who won this event last year at Kimbolton in IAME Cadet. It remains his only win in the IAME Cadet class so far. I say so far. Of course, we saw George Edgar take the win at Shennington. This is just a pre-final, ladies and gentlemen, but we've got a full grid of 34 IAME cadets. And, well, I've got to say that the IAME teams, they're upping the pit lane merch game all the way. And now there we go. Now look at James Armitage there for Ollie Roller Motorsport.
He's got. Is that bingo?
That is.
He's got the glasses. He's got the shorts. He's got the tight T-shirt that's too tight for him.
Lewis Warrell saying hello, by the way.
Yes, yeah. Hi, Lewis.
Hi, Lewis. Hi, Lewis. But we're looking at your mechanic. There we go. But yeah, there was certainly that. I didn't quite see the multicoloured trainers, however. No. Might have let himself down there. But those, what's that? That punk? No, steampunk glasses. Yeah. Right. Zach Drummond, last year's winner, pole sitter, number 5 kart, starts from pole position. Roman Kamyab, his old mechanic Jess Hawkins, is racing the British Touring Car Championship this weekend and qualified in the top 20. Well done, Jess. Roman Kamyab, best grid position so far. George Edgar, Shennington winner, starts 3rd. Lewis Warrell, top 6 seed, starts 4th. Then it's Noah Wolf and Ben Smith on row 3. Henry Domain, podium finisher on his first appearance at the British Championship last time out. He starts 7th alongside Jesse Phillips.
Indeed, Daniel Sofrenaer on row number 5 with Finley Buck. Then it's Freddie Hosel and Rodrigo Seabra.
The Portuguese, Rodrigo Seabra, the Portuguese man of war. Then it's Jacob Ashcroft and Ethan Woodward, followed by Harrison Mackey and Kit Belowski.
Yes.
Next is Antoni Witkowski, followed by Aston Sharp, Joseph Murphy and Kanishk Rao. Your go.
Oh, is it my go
Yeah,
now? Oh, okay. Flynn
Flynn
McDermott there as well on row number 11 with Finley Canham. Sky Parker as well on the 12th row with Noah Baglin alongside William Murtagh, Jensen Graham, Archie Lovett and Fred Green, sporting the green race suit, I have to say, on row number 14. Harley Musk and Zach Green as well alongside Jensen Jones and Cameron Whitby.
Rounding up the field, Henry Carter and Oscar Cartmail. The 34 kart grid. Now, has Jan Echterman asking on the chat, has Kimbolton limit on the karts who can start? Yes, the limit at Kimbolton is 34. Other circuits have a 36 kart limit, but the championship, the British Kart Championship, that has a limit of 34 starters in any individual race.
Are we going this time around? It looks like we're going round again. Yeah, the back of the field very, very spread out, so it's not a race start. Instantly checking those steerings again.
Yeah, instantly checking. So, a quick rundown. So this is the pre-final.
Yep.
The final at Shennington was George Edgar, Daniel Sofrenaer and Henry Domain, your top 3. Edgar leads the championship at the moment by 1 point over Lewis Warrell. Warrell, the number 6 kart for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Do you know what? Harrison Mackey's in this race.
Yeah.
I tell you we haven't heard from. Nanny June.
I know. Where is Nanny June?
Nanny June Mackey. There we go. Don't know what's going on here. Some support here from Sam Pollock Racing and Will Murtagh. So Sam Pollock Racing have got a couple of drivers in this one. I'm just having a little look at where they are. Well, Archie Lovett is starting down on the 14th row of the grid. But he'll be looking, and Freddie Housley is starting up on the 6th row of the grid. So the 2 Sam Pollock karts, doing well. Oh, and there's the number 83. That looks a bit untidy. However, we are off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. 3 Fusion karts and then 2 Ollie Rowland Motorsport karts. Everyone gets round cleanly. No, they don't. Up over the wheel. In the middle of the pack there, 2 karts, the rear tyres coming together, but they both managed to get going again. Couldn't quite see who that was. Oh, a little bit more jostling there, and that was the number 20 kart, Freddie Housley on the receiving end, but they managed to keep themselves pointing the right way.
Yeah,
it's all right. Nanny June's in. It's okay.
Ah, cool.
Oh dear, but who's not in? That's the number 83 kart. That's Ethan Woodward for Fusion Motorsport, who appears to have a problem. Zach Drummond, meanwhile, Glasgow Zach Drummond leads the way.
Yep, so at the moment, a little bit of a, not the cleanest start that we've seen, of course. We had a couple of karts out of position there, maybe with breakdown issues. You can see, yeah, one of the karts pulling off at the turn 1, so yellow flags will be out in that sector. But as they exit through, the track is cleared, and we continue racing out of turn 1. And it's still Drummond who leads from Noah Wolf. I reckon that's going to be a fight for the ages, I think, between these two, because, of course, 2 teammates, but of course, both want to take that championship title, of course. We're only early doors into the championship, of course, but all eyes on this one. Event 2 for the IAME Cadet class. and everyone goes through. What have you...
Well, no, I was just looking at it, of course, we talked about Zach Drummond. This has been his only win so far. He didn't actually win it on the road. Macaulay Bishop had a time penalty last year, which dropped him to third.
Yeah.
So Zach Drummond, he finished second on the road, but, he wants that win. He wants to get that win, not fair and square, because it was fair and square last year.
Yeah.
But, of course, that was, being given a win because someone else got a penalty, that's always got that little sort of, there's that little asterisk next to it in your own head.
Yes.
But there he goes with the St Andrew's cross on the top of his crash helmet. Zach Drummond, last year's Honda Cadet champion.
Yes.
Him and Connor Duncan battling for the Honda Cadet title last year. Connor's moved straight up to Junior X30. We'll see Connor a little bit later on. Somebody in the back of the screen there running off over the grass coming out of Derrick's. But we've got a breakaway at the front. It looks like Wolf, Drummond, Edgar and Kamyab. Oh, now the Fusion Motorsport HQ is literally a stone's throw from Kimbolton. And the 4 of their drivers running in unison. Out of turn number 1, this is lap number 4, and then you've got, count them, 6
Oliver Roller Motorsport
Oliver Roller Motorsport karts chasing them, led by number 6, Lewis Warrell. Then it's Henry Domain, then it's Jacob Ashcroft. Good performance from Jacob, his first year as in the Wera Tours British Championship. Jesse Phillips, what a turnaround in performance for Jesse Phillips. Last year, Jesse, struggled on his rookie season. Oh dear, and that is a problem. Don't roll across the track. And two of the Oliver Roller Motorsport karts there. Henry Domain coming into contact with the number 42 of Jacob Ashcroft there. Oh, that's not one for the team album. Let's look again, and it's, it was Ashcroft on the outside and Domain on the inside, and good avoidance from the karts behind, but certainly, Domain just, he kept coming, and Ashcroft had nowhere else to go.
No, exactly. That's just one of those tough situations when the kart washes out wide, understeers, and if someone's there, unfortunately, you're going to get collected, and that is exactly what we've seen there. But rule number 1 is never hit your teammate, and unfortunately, I think that rule's been taken out for.
I mean, we couldn't quite see what was happening behind because, of course, there's karts tucked in behind Domain, so he could have been getting sort of like helped. Oh, dearie me! And there's Domain. Sort of running up over the back of somebody else there. Now, what Henry Domain needs to do now, there's been an incident, he's lost his track position, he's probably a bit frustrated at himself, he probably knows that his teammate's not going to be wonderfully happy with him, and he's got to calm down. He's just got to sort of calm down, refocus, and then get back into his rhythm. Because he's out of his rhythm, and he's now trying to make moves to catch her because, he thinks, I should be in the top 5, but I'm not. I'm down in about 16th place. So he's just got to calm down and sort of allow 7.5 minutes to go. Let the dust settle and then come back into play. Yeah. There's the number 44 kart getting moved wide. Daniel Sofronea, a very distinctive sort of deep blue purple crash helmet.
Very nice livery on that one, but like you say, there's the 47 diving back down the inside. Gets that job done, nicely done from Ben Smith, moving now up into 6th place.
Change the lead,
Change the lead, indeed. Is that Mr. Noah Wolf who's taken?
Mr. Wolf,
it is indeed. Mr. Wolf, with a very bright fluorescent yellow helmet there, takes the lead. It's not Zach Drummond, though, in 2nd place, because Zach has moved down by the looks of it into 3rd place.
Roman Kamyab, the number 55, moves into P2. And again, that is just, Kamyab sort of pushing Wolf past Drummond. Drummond not fighting it. He just falls back into line. This is like the Tour de France, the peloton, in cycling.
It's your turn to be at the front now to punch the hole in the air. Exactly.
And, what we might see is if Kamyab wants to make push, he'll get a push from Drummond and a push from the number 17 of George Edgar. Will we see that, or are they going to stay in line at the moment? No, we're going to stay in line. But, of course, don't be surprised that when Kamyab makes his move, don't be surprised if Wolf drops back to 3rd or 4th and then simply slots in. Oh, and Roman Kamyab clouting the curb coming out of the willows there. These 4 karts have got a gap of 2.4 seconds over 5th place driver Jesse Phillips, although I think Ben Smith has moved into P5 now. It is, so the second group of predominantly Oliver Roller Motorsport karts, are being led by a Fusion kart. And of course, yeah, those Oliver Roller Motorsport karts, they will keep pushing the Fusion kart up and up, and Ben Smith will be thinking, right, let's go, boys. I know we're in a different team, but hey, we'll all work together for the time being.
Exactly, yes. Frenemies, again.
Frenemies.
Frenemies amongst enemies, yes. So as they go across the line, 5.5 minutes plus that one additional lap remaining. You can see great shots there from the exit of the pit lane there, thanks to Mr. Stu Stretton, who is out there baking in this beautiful sunshine. And I mean, and
Stu's he's a very talented photographer, very talented cameraman, but man is pasty and ginger like the best of them, and he is going to be we're going to call him, Stu Thermidor, because he's going to look like a lobster at the end of this one.
Say, lobster for dinner tonight. There we go.
Yeah.
Under 5 minutes then on the timer. You can just see there the top two groups there. 2 groups of 4. Fusion Motorsport leading the geometry of the podium. Noah Wolf still comfortable at the front there. And again, we're not going to see any battling from them. And of course, until that timer runs out a little bit later. I have to say, though, George Edgar has fallen a little bit off the back of the main 3, but I think he's just a bit of clear air and wanting to close it back up. He's still right there in that top 4, so we'll just have to see what happens at the end of the race.
So the top 4 being chased by this group of karts on your screen now. This is the second group of 4, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yep.
That's Smith, Phillips, Werrell, Sofronia. Behind them, about 1.5 seconds behind this group of 4, we've got a whole host of drivers. We've got Harrison Mackie in 9th, Antoni Witkowski in 10th, Rodrigo Seabra in 11th, and Jensen Graham in 12th, Finley Buck 13th. Good drive for Finley Buck, the ultimate R driver. Then it's Aston Sharp and Will Murtaugh rounding out the top 15. Then a gap back to Freddie Housley, Henry Domain, Zach Green, Riley Cranham and Kit Bolofsky in 20th position. Cameron McPhee, Joe Murphy, Fred Green, Sky Parker, Kinish Grau, Jensen Jones, Archie Levitt and Flynn McDermott. And next, then it's Jacob Ashcroft, Henry Carter, Harley Musk, Oster Cartmail and Noah Baglin are the remaining runners.
Well, while you were doing that, we had a bit of a position change around. The second group of 4 has had a bit of a switch around. Now, Ben Smith has managed to pull away. It was all the Oliver Roller Motorsport drivers, so Lewis Rowe, Daniel Sofronia and Jesse Phillips, all scrapping for positions there. They're still in those positions, but they have swapped around.
You just saw Ben Smith looking over his shoulder there to say, come on, boys, where are you?
What are we doing?
Because Ben Smith is now in no man's land. This is not helping. You're thinking, oh, great, Ben Smith's pulling away. Well, that's not what Ben wants. Ben wants to have these 2 karts pushing him along, giving him an extra bit of a boost down the straights. He wants help from behind. He's thinking, come on, where are you? I mean, we're getting down to 3 minutes to go. Now, you can see that Sofronia and Phillips have kind of got together, and we'll watch that gap close. But here is the battle for the lead.
Yes, indeed. Now, Noah Wolf has lost the lead of that one at the moment.
Yes,
Roman Kamyab
has it.
Who has got the lead now, 11 laps into this race. You can see there still Drummond in 3rd. Oh, sorry, Drummond in 4th place, sorry, I should say. It's Jessica Edgar who's up now into
Jessica
3rd.
Edgar?
Sorry,
George Edgar.
It's George Edgar, sorry.
Her younger brother.
Yes, sorry. Getting the names mixed up. There we go. But George, again, another fantastic move. Moving up now into 2nd place. Noah Wolf being nerfed out slightly wide out of the final corner. Has a look over the shoulder. Don't worry, Drummond isn't there. Drummond's on the other side because Drummond's looking to the inside into turn 1. Can't get it done there. Runs out a little bit wide, does Wolf. Can he get that run through Wilkins? He's got the outside here. Can't get the inside. Slots back into place.
Yeah, no, I mean, Noah Wolf shouldn't have left the door open. But to be fair, Zach Drummond, you either commit or you drop back in line. They went through that first part of the Willow side by side. That didn't help either of them. I was going to say that Roman Kamyab, not a great weekend at Sherrington. He's only 19th of the championship, so this is putting him squarely into title contention at the moment. But I mean, Anthony, you got the name, the age, and the name, the class, and the gender wrong.
Yeah.
That's the trifecta. A perfect trio. Well done. Well, that's good even for you. Same family though. Wrong sibling.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's hot in this commentary box.
It
okay.
is 90 seconds to go. There's Sofronia leading this trio on your screen in the number 44 kart. Phillips just behind them. Now they've worked together. They've caught and passed Ben Smith. Ben Smith is not in the number 47, the 3rd kart on your screen, the Fusion Motorsport kart. He's not going to be too unhappy about that because they can work together. They do have a 2-second deficit to make up to the leaders, however. Can they do it? You can see the leaders coming out of Weldon's there. He is there. Ben Smith now back in he splits the Oliver Roller Motorsports kart, but look at the gap that Sofronia has got behind them. Lewis Wera has been dropped there. He is the number 6 plate kart. That's not great. And then you've got these 5 karts led by number 27 Jensen Graham, the Scotsman. Then it's Harrison Mackie. Then it's Finley Buck. Look for the number 31 kart. That's the Ultimate R kart. That's the team based out of North Wales from Abergele. That's Ben Hingley's team. Really, I mean, last year we had Macaulay Bishop for the Pullman racing team. He was the only sort of main non-Fusion and Oliver Roller Motorsport contender. This year, this race at least, it's top 13 positions are held by either Fusion or ORM drivers, but it's the Ultimate R team and driver Finley Buck that are the only ones holding the candle. There's Finley, the number 31 kart. That is on the fluoro, the comp kart chassis for the. It's a Synergy chassis, but it's painted like a comp kart. But he's the only one that's sort of like taking it to the big guns, as it were. Here we go. Final lap begins, Anthony. Elbows out into turn number 1. At the moment, it's Edgar who leads. Change for second. It was Cam Yabb. It's now Wolf with Drummond at the back of this group.
Yep, so changes all the way through, and you can just see there Noah Wolf with a great run there, dives down the inside, gets that race lead in towards Derek Corner. Great little overtake there. So George Edgar now back into second place. You can just see there, tucking that nose down the inside is the 55 of Roman Cam Yabb. Gets that position done as well, and Drummond tries to follow as well. Side by side then for the 2 in third place. Defensive goes Wolf, holds that inside line. It's going to be down whether or not Cam Yabb can try and get this position done in the front. Says, go for it. I want second place. There we go. You can see the 17 being nerfed out wide there of George Edgar, but across the line. Wolf takes it from Cam Yabb. Drummond and Edgar crosses the line in fourth place, albeit by a whisker.
Yep, by a margin of, 9 thousandths of a second did Drummond take third from Edgar. Sofronia finishing in 5th position ahead of Ben Smith, and then Jesse Phillips in 7th. Lewis Werrell down in 8th. Jensen Graham 9th, and Harrison Mackie rounds out the top 10. Followed by Rodrigo Seabra in 11th, then Finley Buck 12th, and Anthony Witkowski is 13th, followed by Aston Sharp, the Scotsman. Will Murtaugh is 15th, Henry Domain 16th, leading privateer driver. Now, this is good stuff. I mean, you talk about these big teams, and you've seen how the big teams work so well together. Privateer driver Zach Green, number 53, 17th place, good solid drive ahead of Freddie Housley, Kit Bolofsky and Riley Cranham. Fred Green, another privateer. Not sure if there's a relation there. Finishing 21st. Then it's Sky Parker. She's done well there in 22nd. Keish Grau, Joseph Murphy, Jason Ashcroft, Archie Lovett, Jensen Jones, Flynn McDermott, Harley Musk, Cameron McPhee, Noah Baglin, Oscar Cartmail and Henry Carter, who retired on the last lap, and Ethan Woodward also failed to finish. Oh, and the poor cadets, they've got to push their own karts up to the scrutineering anyway. Look at the effort. Go on, number 21. Oh, come on, push. That's Noah Baglin. He's finished 32nd, and now he's going to push his kart all the way up to the scrutineering area.
It's a hard life, isn't it, motorsport?
But next race, up now.
Indeed, it is Junior X30 time for their pre-finals, and they're lining up on the dummy grid. You can just see there the drivers getting themselves tucked up and ready to get going. Henry, who have we got in this one? Talk us through it.
Well, the 28 drivers that finished in the top 28 in points after the 2 heat races, their heat races, they automatically qualified. Looking at there on your screen, the number 3 seed, the top returning seed from last season, Bart Harrison for the Mick Barrett racing team. There is the number 20 kart, Lorenzo Cordal for the Cato Motorsport team, the KMS team. That's Cato Adams' outfit. Nice crash helmet there for Lorenzo. There's on the left-hand side of your screen, there is your Sherrington winner, Olivier Algieri in the number 38 Dan Holland racing kart. Now, Olivier, he won at Sherrington. He said that he's only raced here once in the last couple of years, and it was wet. Well, it's so he was struggling a little bit setup-wise to get, up to speed here. There's the number 12 kart of Gabriel Stilp. Now, he starts down towards the back of the pack. And number 34, that's James Barty. James Barty, a former podium finisher here at Kimbolton in junior TKM 2 years ago.
Yes.
There's number 24, Charlie Webb, another TKM convert, so precision racing, moving into X30. The number 88, Milo Pilfold. Ah, right, Little Herb. Milo Pilfold, he was the white egg and a white crash helmet. Now he did so well at Shenington, he's got, Mini Herb. He's got a painted crash helmet now. Nathan Herbert, his mechanic, was keen to point out that it's got Nathan's name on the top of it. But Milo was keen to point out that he's much quicker than Nathan in the kart.
Yes,
there we are. There is Joe Rippin. Lewis Malin. Are you aviator sunglasses, team mask, team shirt, team shorts, earpiece in, Charlie Rippin's mechanic. Let's have a look at the trainers. Oh, we missed it.
No, we're not.
Lewis Malin could have won there. He could have won that.
It could have been a bingo. Oh dear.
Sam Shaw, winner of a heat race yesterday. There is Dan Ginchard, your current championship leader. Finished second at Shenington in kart number 49 for the Argenti Motorsport team. And Ginchard starts this one from the outside of row number 1. But have to say, the poleman, Brandon Carr, has absolutely come alive this weekend. A contender in the IAME Cadet Championship 2 years ago, struggled a little bit as a privateer in 2020. Back with a bang on pole position in the number 30 kart here in Junior X30, alongside Dan Ginchard for Argenti Motorsport. Kanato Lee, a Japanese driver for the Strawberry Racing Team, alongside Heat 1 winner Sam Shaw on row 2. Marcus Lucio and Fionn McLaughlin. Good to see the Irishman, Fionn McLaughlin, back in the championship. Then it's Matthew Hyde. Very impressed with Matthew, Sam Shaw's premium karting teammate. And Vinnie Phillips in the number 87. Last year's Minimax champion, Minimax winner at Kimbolton a year ago. Bart Harrison and Charlie Rippin are on row 5. Lorenzo Cordal and Oliver Stewart from Scotland on row number 6. Jessica Edgar and Olivier Algieri, row 7. Archie Walker and Harvey Ryby on row number 8. Row 9, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain. Great to see Evolution Racing back in the championship. And then, not the white egg, it's Mini Herb, Milo Pilfold on row 9, alongside Josh Agenbar and Charlie Webb with your top 20. Then it's Aidan Lynn, Connor Duncan, Rhys Lomax, James Barty. That's your top 24. Harry Burgoyne Jr., Gabriel Stilp, Nathan Clifford and Jack Cox, your top 28. Then it's the 6 transfer drivers. Brandon Templeton, Michael Rapsey, Alfie Briggs, Harry Pears, Rhys Newburn and Freddie Allam.
It's a false start, don't worry. Remain calm.
Extra lap to catch my breath. Lovely. Championship position so far. Dan Ginchard came into the weekend 9 points clear of Olivier Algieri. That gap has grown because Algieri struggled through the heats, but we've talked about that. Experience at the circuit for the North Walian driver. Jessica Edgar was third of the championship. Harvey Ryby, very, very consistent at Shenington. He's fourth in the championship. And Charlie Rippin, who had a fantastic award result at Shenington, some fantastic driving, was one of the 6th Vera Tools Driver of the Day shortlist nominees, which we shall be picking. So at the end of today, Anthony and myself will be picking our shortlist for the Vera Tools Driver of the Day prize. If anyone's got any thoughts about that when we get to the finals, feel free to mention it on the chat. And we might ignore you, we might pay heed. Here we go. Second time of asking. Lights are still not out. No. We're still not racing.
There we go. You rush that grid all for nothing because the drivers knew that though. They just said, hey, take your time, relax, enjoy yourself. You know, plenty of time. It's a big grid. We'll
enjoy yourself.
Okay. There is a rule in this commentary box, and that rule is singing is forbidden. The same rule applies in the timing booth downstairs. Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing UK does not allow singing in his booth. He also doesn't allow dancing, which I found out very abruptly yesterday.
What a spoil sport.
I know. No dancing, no singing in the timing booth.
Now we're looking around again, and we see so the top 6 that finished the repechage all made it safely into the main event. Back of the pack there, number 67 kart of Rhys Newburn. So for the third time of asking, it is Brandon Carr, Dan Ginchard, Kanato Lee, Sam Shaw, Marcus Lucio and Fionn McLaughlin, your top 6. Now we're off and racing in the pre-final. Are we going to get into it? A good start from Ginchard. He's going to try and go around the outside. Yes, he is. Great move from Dan Ginchard, number 49 for Argenti Motorsport, takes the lead, and Kanato Lee is up into third place. Brandon Carr is at risk of getting absolutely swamped here by the pack as we head down towards Derek's corner. Somebody goes for a spin, and it is the poleman. Oh, I said he was in danger of getting swamped. Brandon Carr out, or not out of the race, but out of contention. He's down to stone last. All that hard work, Anthony, that he put in during the heats has come to zero.
It has indeed. Charlie Webb, you just saw in the background there, going grass tracking in the back of the field. Gets back on track, slots back into position, but the rest of the field slotting there. Now, here at the front, though, you have got Daniel Ginchard and Kanato Lee, Strawberry Racing, Japanese driver. They're in second place. Marcus Luzio for KR Sport there is in third place, with Matthew Hyde as well, up 3 positions. Great start from the front of the field, but Oliver Algieri, 9 positions gained.
Yep, I mean, oh, there's another spinner at the back of the pack there, but again, Algieri, yep, well, if you're going to make up time, you're going to make it up and make it up lots of places. You're going to make it up now in the first few laps. Oh, and there's Alfie Briggs out of the race. So out of the race. So Alfie Briggs, the only the one of the 2 Praga karts, the only one in that made it to the final, is sadly not going any further.
Indeed, yeah. 10.5 minutes to go then on that time, and the rest of the field all slotting and hugging that inside line, and then they switch straight to the outside. They've got to be super careful with that, of course. Crossing over the track, you can just see there Connor Duncan there for Red Waft. You can see his teammates on top of the truck there, waving him past and just saying, come on, get your hammer down and let's do this, and running well at the moment. And with that time of running out slowly, we are aiming round the top end of the circuit. You could just see there the 91 on your screen there, whizzing past the shot. Archie Walker there in 14th place, doing a sterling job. But back here at the sharp end, the 51 on your screen of Matthew Hyde in 4th place has got the company of Marcus Luzio there in 4th place, fighting for that top spot on the grid. But at the front, at the moment, Argenti Motorsports, Daniel Ginchard leading the way, but only very just, because Kanato Lee is right on the rear tail of him.
There's number 22 on your screen there. That's Charlie Rippin for the MLC Motorsport team, coming out of the Willows onto the Amitsu straight. A little bit of a bumping and barging there. That's Lorenzo Cordal and that Kato Motorsport machine there. Just getting a little bit of a helping hand from behind. And Lorenzo with that big sort of pink stripe down the front of his crash helmet. There's number 41 on your screens. Very briefly, that was Connor Duncan. Again, that Red Waft team. First year, really, in the British Championship, and is going well. Oliver Stewart getting some support on the thing. There's Oliver Stewart in the number 17 kart. Long journey down to the track from Scotland for Oliver. Again, it was... I haven't heard a rumour. I know for a fact, Anthony, that Oliver's nan makes some of the best shortbreads in the British karting paddock.
I love shortbread.
Well, and I ate yours at Shennington last time.
You did?
Yes.
Livid.
Absolutely devastated you were.
Oh,
there's well. Olivier Algieri. Now, chasing the aforementioned Mr. Stewart, who was chasing number 3 seed, Bart Harrison. The Mick Barrett Racing team. They're on lap number 5 already. The leaders have sort of settled themselves down. Yes, we've lost Josh Agambar as well out of the race for the premium karting team. Sam Shaw, his teammate, has slipped to 8th, but it's Ginchard, Lee, Matthew Hyde. So far, Matthew Hyde, absolutely superb performance. The driver that's currently 10th in the championship, but is having well, certainly the race of his season, or the weekend of his season so far, if not his best weekend ever in the British Championship. Now, there's a yellow flag waving. And that is because, now, is it Alfie Briggs is sitting in turn number 1, but he's safely inside out of the way, and I think there's a marshal probably going to stroll across the track to retrieve his carts, but everything else is absolutely fine.
Yep, yellows get pulled in, and we are back at a green circuit again. Lovely shot there of the run down in towards Stowe Corner. You see everyone there slotting into position and almost running out nice and wide. There is the 71 of Harvey Ryby.
Yeah, was it the 40? I think it was 41 of Connor Duncan.
Well, it was 41 of Connor Duncan, and it was also Harvey Ryby just behind him.
Oh, was it? Oh, there we are then. You weren't completely wrong. There's number 80 kart. there's number 80 kart of Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain. Now, Evolution Racing, they did great stuff back in the day, about 10 years ago in the British Championship. They had the likes of Brett Ward. They had the likes of Bobby Thompson, British touring car driver for Evolution Racing. Jack Barlow raced for Evolution Racing. They've been mainly out racing in Germany the last couple of years, but Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain is back with the Evolution team this weekend, so it's good to see that name back in the paddock. Ginchard continues to lead from Lee, Hyde, Luzio, and
Oliver Stewart, 6th place. 5-second time penalty.
Oh dear. So That at the moment would put Oliver down in about 16th, 17th position.
Indeed, so.
Now, Josh Agambar has returned to the race. A lap down, Harry Burgoyne Jr., the Strawberry Racing driver, has retired. That's a shame for Harry Burgoyne, the young Scotsman. Agambar is back in the race, but a lap down. Vinnie Phillips has also had a bit of an issue, down in 32nd position.
Yeah. So
has Jessica Edgar. So Jessica Edgar didn't see what happened there. Brandon Carr, the pole sitter, is down in 23rd, 24th position.
Yeah, so a bit of a shake-up then of the order here for Junior X30. You can put that on the heat, I think. You can just say, it is very hot conditions out there. It's very tough conditions, and of course, not much in terms of the way of air conditioning in these, apart from just cracking up the visor.
Looking at the screen there, so Agambar is back on your screen there, number 14. He's got a transponder issue. He's not a lap down. It's just his transponder is not picking up the timing beacons around the circuit. So there we go.
That'll be what's causing it.
That's what's causing it. But here is the battle led by, it's for second place. So Dan Ginchard has checked out. But 4 karts, Lee, Hyde, Luzio and Harrison squabbling over second. Out of the willows they come into Derek's corner, and that's a nice, very sort of turquoise, blue and white liveried machine of Matthew Hyde. Again, sensational performance for Matthew at the moment, holding on to P2 ahead of Strawberry Racing's Kanato Lee. And here's John Stewart. Oh, and there's a problem for the number 88 kart. That is Mini Herb Milo Pilfold out of the race as Bart Harrison makes a move on Marcus Luzio.
Yeah, so like you say, Ginchard pulling away from the rest of the pack. 1.3 seconds clear. We have eyes on this pack here for second place. So it's Hyde leading from Kanato Lee. You can just see there in second place. You can see Bart Harrison in the very distinctive helmet design. They're in fourth place, up 5 positions. Marcus Luzio as well, holding on to that 5th place spot, not dropped or gained any positions at the moment. Again, just line astern, 4.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap, and they're just waiting for that time to do it. You can see Oliver Stewart as well there, the 17th, just at the back of it.
Yeah, and I'm also, I may have been a little bit premature in saying about the retirement of Harry Burgoyne Jr. as well. I think Harry Burgoyne has got another transponder issue, so he is still out there. So I do apologise for Harry Burgoyne Jr. fans. He is still out there in the number 68 kart, but his kart is not picking up the transponder line on the start-finish line. So he looks like he's a lap down, but he's not. He is out there and racing.
Indeed, yes. He keeps being slotted back into position on my timing screen on my laptop in front of me here in the commentary box. So, yes, timing working well.
Dear.
That's the 14.
Now Josh Agambar has finally decided to retire.
Yeah, clearly very frustrated.
Out of the way. But now, the second premium karting kart on your screen to you, that's Sam Shaw, just the back of this group. As there's a move, that is Luzio passing Kanato Lee and Oliver Stewart going through as well. So what Oliver Stewart needs to do, he's got that 5-second penalty coming, so he's got to make hay while the sun shines, get past Luzio and get away, and then try and pull as much of a gap as possible on the karts behind him, because at the moment he is 4th on the road, but when you put his penalty into place, he is down to 12th.
Connor Duncan, 5-second time penalty. It's just popped up on your screens at home. You can see that. Yep,
the 41 kart. So that he's 11th on the road. That would put him down to about 19th behind Aidan Lynn, in front of Rhys Lomax. So Rhys obviously had that incident in Junior TKM. He's back out in Junior X30 and unaffected physically by that. So that's good news.
Yes. So
meanwhile, well, Daniel Ginchard is doing a great job of turning this race into a bit of a snooze fest, I have to say.
Well, you say that. The gap was 1.3 seconds earlier on. It's now just 1 second. So obviously it is a big gap still, but it's closing in. With 2 minutes left to go, it's now under a second. So the gap is slowly closing in.
Maybe I put the curse, that would be the first time you want to put the curse the commentator on a boring race. Now it's going to be exciting. Maybe it's because Bart Harrison has finally made it up to the 3rd position and is pushing Matthew Hyde along. Hyde has not got this train of karts behind him, so he can focus on just the racing lines and attacking. He's only got Harrison behind him, and Harrison is pushing. 2 minutes to go. We start lap number 15. Ginchard's lead, well, it goes back up by a couple of tenths to 1.1 seconds, but certainly Dan Ginchard cannot, the Anglo-Polish driver, cannot relax just yet.
Oh no, definitely you can't relax just yet, because again, with it fluctuating, it's gone back down to under a second. So Ginchard leading from Hyde, from Harrison. Stewart there in 4th place, Sam Shaw as well. But you've got to remember, Oliver Stewart has got that 5-second time penalty as it stands. So he's in a bit of a danger spot there. So at the moment, the rest of the field is still very closely bunched up behind. So it's not looking like the best result for him at the moment. But just over 1 minute to go. What's the gap going to be when they next cross the line? It's just, again, fluctuating. It's going up and down, isn't it?
By a tenth here and there.
Yes.
By a tenth here and there. Well, I mean, Harrison is going to have to sort of pull the trigger shortly and make a move on Hyde for second, or try to make a move on Hyde for second. You're seeing the midfield pack coming through the first corner there, now coming out of the Willows. Just look at the size of those curbs coming through the Willows. You don't want to clip those at the wrong point, because you can damage the front end of your kart and it'll spit you off onto the grass very easily. There is Oliver Stewart. Had a bit of a technical issue earlier this weekend, has been had to start his heats from the back of the grid, so he's recovered very, very well on that Birrell ART chassis. Oliver joined for the Jade Racing team. Sam Shaw, not able to replicate his winning performance from his earlier heat race in this one, but at the moment on course for a top 4 finish once Stewart's time penalty is taken into consideration. Then there's number 11 kart of Marcus Luzio behind them for the KR Sport team, and Canato Lee was faded a little bit in the number 19 Strawberry Racing kart. Olivier Algieri runs 8th, Archie Walker runs 9th, then it's Fionn McLaughlin rounding out the top 10, Connor Duncan 11th, Harvey Ryby in 12th, Lorenzo Cordal is 13th, Charlie Rippin is 14th, then it's Harry Burgoyne Jr., James Barty, Jack Cox, Aidan Lynn, Rhys Lomax, and the top 20 rounded out by Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain. Brandon Templeton, repechage winner, he's up to 22nd. Pole to Brandon Carr's only 24th, and Jessica Edgar and Vinnie Phillips down in 30th and 31st positions respectively.
Now, final lap time is out. It is time to see what Ginchard can do. He's comfortable at the moment. I say it's comfortable, it's all just moved around, but he is still leading the way. Don't worry at home, folks, he's still at the front. But Matthew Hyde, though, in 2nd place, has got very, very, very close company of Bart Harrison. But right now, you can just see there it goes through. Ginchard at the front, the 51 there of Hyde, and Bart Harrison there, the number 3, just behind as well in 3rd. Slightly separated, no lunge distance there. Rest of the field as well, slotting through of Oliver Stewart, but across the line, Daniel Ginchard takes another win, but this time it's pre-final time in Junior X30. Matthew Hyde crosses the line in 2nd place, up 5 positions. Bart Harrison up 6 positions in 3rd, and Oliver Stewart as well up 8 positions, crosses the line in 4th place, but unfortunately has that 5-second time penalty. Sam Shaw crosses in 5th place with Marcus Luzio, Canato Lee rounding out 6th and 7th place. Oliver Algieri crosses the line in 8th place. Archie Walker in 9th, and Fionn McLaughlin rounding out the top 10 cars.
Yeah, so a great result for Ginchard, but I mean, Oliver Stewart, with that penalty, that should move him. Well, he'll still take a top 10 start for the final when that penalty is applied. Connor Duncan, he'll drop from 12th, or actually he'll drop only down to 15th. Which, you know, could be a lot worse.
Yes, it could be a lot worse, couldn't it?
But, I mean, say Jessica Edgar, podium finisher at Shenington. She'll start the final all the way back in 30th position. Vinnie Phillips is in 31st. Now, we'll quickly talk about Vinnie Phillips. We're going to be running a feature during the lunch break about why drivers choose their certain number. Now, we asked Vinnie yesterday. We did film it. Unfortunately, there was an issue with the film, and his part of the film isn't going to be aired. But Vinnie Phillips, why does he race with number 87? Well, his dad played number 8 for the youth team at Arsenal, and his uncle was a coach at Arsenal, but he played number 7. So his uncle and his dad, they were number 8 and number 7, playing football for Arsenal and coaching Arsenal, and therefore Vinnie Phillips runs with number 87. That's the story. Unfortunately, it's not on film because we weren't allowed to show it, but you'll see the rest of the film during the lunch break. There we go.
You will indeed. But before the lunch break,
someone asking as well, why would we be dancing in the timing box?
Because Ian Rogers, during the untimed sessions where he doesn't need to worry about anything that's happening on track, he likes to play them dank tunes.
Yeah, them dank. Yo, my driller. Well, I've shared a car with Ian Rogers, and it's 80s gold all the way, sadly.
Indeed it is.
One pre-final to go, however.
Senior X30.
Oof. There's Milo Pilfield, there's Big Herb, and there's Mini Herb following the cart, trudging back to the pit entrance. Milo, sadly, will be starting the final in Senior X30 from the back. But here we go, there's a look at Sam Heading. He's one of the drivers we spoke to yesterday. You'll find out why Sam runs with the number 57 during the lunch break when we run that feature. That is the MDL team, that's the Mark and Dave Litchfield racing team, and Sam Heading starting third for this one. There is Thomas Turner on the outside of the front row, the Strawberry Racing team, looking resplendent in a spanking new clean Tony Kart race suit. Welcome back to the championship, last year's Senior Road Tax champion and 7th in the IAME X30 Senior X30 Championships. Morgan Porter for Argenti Motorsport. Morgan working for a team out in Europe, but able to come back. There's Lewis Mackey in kart number 23. He's starting on the 4th row of the grid. Nanny June will be cheering them on.
Indeed, indeed.
There is a good start for Caden McQueen qualified brilliantly yesterday. Did Caden McQueen. The Mad Croc kart, not quite as happy during the heat race as it was in qualifying setup, but he'll be coming back hopefully. There's Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland racing team. And just an idea, it is still absolutely baking hot, ladies and gentlemen. There's a couple of clouds in the sky. Not really. Here's the grid, however, and it's Clayton Ravenscroft. Kart number 75 for the KR Sport team, starting from pole position alongside Thomas Turner. Then it's Sam Heading, best grid position that Sam has had in the Vera Tools British Kart Championship, starting P3. Guy Cunnington, happy birthday to Guy's dad, Marcus. It's his birthday today. Harry Platten for the BMR team starts on the inside of row 3 alongside the returning Morgan Porter. Then it's Gus Lawrence and Lewis Mackey on row number 4. Thomas Fleming and Caden McQueen, row 5. Shennington winner Alessandro Serenetti on row 6, alongside very good performance from Marcus Littlewood. Theo McCorris, he'll be looking to recover well after an accident, paid to his chance at Shennington. Kasper Scusa, his beagle is here this weekend watching. Not a cat, a beagle. Caleb Marshall and the Filipino driver Daryl De Leon are on row number 8. Oscar Joyce and Jamie Rogers. Good performance from Jamie up into 18th of the grid for the Cato Motorsport team, ahead of Louis Johnson Cool and Joseph Taylor from Tainawea Lake. Then it is Brad Pennell and Rufus Hunt, Aaron Walker and Ben Watson on row 12. Alex Moody and Nat Thomas on row 13. Tyler Reed and Reggie Dewey. Reggie had a retirement from one of his heats yesterday, but he was still able to make it up into the main event. And here are your repechage qualifiers, including JP Sleater. So somebody in the repechage fell foul of Paul Klassen. We're off and racing, though, in the pre-final. Down towards Stowe Corner we go, and we all come out cleanly. Just about, yeah. The rest of the field at the back there. Tyler Reed, having a nightmare.
Just scrabbling for position. But at the front, Clayton Ravenscroft holding on to that lead as they stand. Thomas Turner as well.
Oh dear, there's karts flashing across our screens there, facing the wrong way, Anthony.
Yes, there was.
3 or 4 of them, and one of them has made it as far as the number 70 kart.
Nat Thomas.
Made it as far as the Marshall post.
The other one was Thomas Fleming as well. Dan Holland Racing, the number 8, also came a cropper. You can see him there at the back of the field now.
Oh, so Fleming, who almost won at Shennington, not going to have so much good fortune this time. End of lap 1, though, Clayton Ravenscroft. Now, Clayton Ravenscroft has been absolutely sublime this weekend. I watched his heat racing yesterday. He was able to pull a gap, and then there was an incident in one of the heat races. They had the Battenberg flags out, so they bunched the field back up again, and then Clayton Ravenscroft did the same again, just pulled away. He has been superb at the moment. He leads the championship by a point over Alessandro Serenetti by virtue of finishing second at Shennington. The Shennington podium was Serenetti, Ravenscroft and Lewis Mackey.
Yes.
But, you know, this is Danny Curl-esque style of domination in Senior X30 from Clayton Ravenscroft, it has to be said.
Yes, and we are enjoying that season that he's providing us this year. So across the line then, with 10.5 minutes to go then, Ravenscroft leading the way from Thomas Turner. Guy Cunnington still there in 3rd place, but Morgan Porter, the number 7 on your screen there, right on the tail of Cunnington as they go through now Derek's corner, and he's got company in the background as well because Sam Heading's there. The 16 has come in and is retiring. That is JP Sleater.
Oh, so he just squeezed. Well, he finished 7th in the repechage, got a got a last-minute ticket to the pre-final. Start last, and it's ended early. There goes Sam Heading making a move on Morgan Porter. So good performance there from the MDL Racing driver, passing Porter in the 7 car. Porter, though, comes straight back at him, however, and takes it. Harry Platten looking at, and Heading having a little nibble at the inside. Don't do that, Sam. Right, back in your box and chill for a minute, Sam.
Thomas Turner, fastest lap of the race, 42.050 in second place, is holding that gap in a very nice position. Pulling away, though, from the rest of this field. There seems to be a train forming behind Morgan Porter. Obviously, his first appearance back in this championship since last year. He missed the first round a couple of weeks ago, and it's good to see him back here. Not sporting, of course, the GP plate, of course, after winning the Kart Masters series at PFI. Sporting that GP plate, not having it on at this time, but having the number 7.
Yep, here we go into Stowe corner. And that is Harry Platten just about breaking himself ever so slightly and dislodging his nose cone there as he tried to attack Sam Heading, and Harry has lost a bit of ground and he's now got to close back in. There is Lewis Mackey in number 23 right behind him. Then it's Caden McQueen in the number 6 kart, followed by Gus Lawrence in kart 5. Then Marcus Littlewood is right there, and then it's Italy's own Alessandro Serenetti.
Yep, obviously Alessandro had a great running at Shennington last time out and is proving his worth here as well as they cross the line again. Great shots here at the exit of turn 1, or the entry of turn 1. You can just see there everyone's slotting into position, and the last second dives to the outside to try and get the optimal line through turn 1. Again, Thomas Turner, another fastest lap of the race.
And he's closing on Clayton Ravenscroft.
Very much so. And is he going to try and overtake earlier on and try and get him to push along, or is he just going to stick behind? Again, it's one of those questions. What do you do?
I mean, Turner would have watched how Clayton Ravenscroft had dominated in clean air. It's what we saw Macaulay Bishop try to do in Mini X30. He was right with Leo Robinson and then was trying to make a move and made a mistake. I think Turner knows the only chance that he's got is if you draw Ravenscroft into a scrap.
Yeah.
You know, if Ravenscroft has proved so far this weekend that if you give him the lead, he will drive away. He's got the potential to drive away. So, you know, Thomas Turner might think I can just follow him, but he might, you know, he's quicker than me at the end of the race.
Yeah.
So get him into a scrap, maybe draw drivers like Cunnington or Porter or Heading into the action. I mean, Ravenscroft would be thinking, come on now, Thomas, you're an experienced lad, we've known each other for some time, let's have a nice little tidy race until the last lap. But no, Thomas is doing what I thought he was going to do, having a lunge, but he runs wide and it's side by side. Oh, that's Tyler Reid out of the race.
Oh, it's been
wheel to wheel.
It's been strolled. There it has just been strolled there, but there you go, back here in the action, and you can just see there, Ravenscroft back in the lead.
Yep, Ravenscroft back in the lead, but look at Guy Cunnington. Guy Cunnington last time around was over a second behind them. I think he's closing in now. There goes Turner again. Oh, this is game on. So that's Thomas Turner signalling his intent very early. Ravenscroft will not have things all his own way in this one. And Guy Cunnington in the number 52 kart, the second Strawberry machine, already signalling to Morgan Porter. Come on, let's go. They're battling up at front. Here comes Ravenscroft back at Turner. Good, clean racing, Anthony. It's what we didn't quite see a lot of at Shennington. This is much better.
Oh yeah, this is very good from these drivers here. Now, of course, with that scrapping, of course, they're not losing much time, but they are still losing time. Guy Cunnington is closing that gap. It was well over a second a couple of laps ago, under 900ths of a second now. So the 52 of Guy Cunnington is slowly closing in that gap, and that's allowing as well Morgan Porter and the rest of that huge pack all the way down towards about 14th place.
Oh yes,
start to close in. There it is, that group there. You can just see there is a little bit of a gap actually forming there.
Multicoloured snake of cars. It's great. Porter, Heading, Platten, McQueen, Lawrence, Littlewood, Serenetti, Mackey, Mark Caleb Marshall, McCouris and Taylor, all in that group.
Yeah, lots of different classes. You've got Mark Litchfield Racing, you've got BMR Crop Promotion, PF International, Jade Racing, Strawberry Racing, Fusion Motorsport, Dan Holland Racing, MDL Racing. There's a whole...
Uncle Tom Cobley and all.
Exactly that, yeah, and they're all line astern. So many different classes, chassis, engine, everything like that. Well, they're all the same engines, but, you know, they're all scrapping away. It's absolutely fantastic to see. 5 minutes left to go, and you saw there the number 3 just down the inside. Yeah, Harry Platten on Sam Heading. So
Turner has had a couple of nibbles at Ravenscroft, and now he's fallen back in line. But I mean, Cunnington is 0.8 of a second behind the top 2. 5 minutes to go, plenty of time. Now, the last lap and a half, Turner hasn't been able to make a move. Ravenscroft still not defending. There's a move from number 5, Gus Lawrence, on number 6, Caden McQueen, for 7th position. Now, you're wondering why. Well, the reason why Clayton Ravenscroft hasn't got a seeded number is because he missed the first 2 rounds of last year's championship. He still managed to finish 11th and won 2 races. So he, you know, the rest of the top 10, apart from Danny Curl, sadly, the defending champion who's not racing this year, and most of them are all here. That's why you've got the single-digit numbers. Oh dear, poor number 61, Louis Johnson Cool, out of the race. I hope that that's not a terminal problem, that he'll still make it out for the final later on.
I'm sure we'll see him out there, but yeah, like you say, 4 minutes left on the timer. Again, running down in towards turn 1. Clayton Ravenscroft still leading the way from Thomas Turner. Here, though, the battle for 4th place. Morgan Porter and Harry Platten absolutely nose to tail in towards Derek Corner. We switch back here to the race leaders, and again, just Turner just waiting for that opportunity. He had the opportunity to get past. Clayton Ravenscroft responded instantly, got back in front, and it's not, again, he's not pulled away. They have opened up that gap again. It's back up to 1.1 seconds. So now again, it's just when is it going to happen again? I suspect 2 minutes, 1 minute to go. Yep.
So whilst there's a brief lull as we watch Morgan Porter trying to work his way around Harry Platten. Behind, we mentioned the top 14, Daryl De Leon is 15th, Cax Pascusa is 16th, and it's Thomas Fleming recovering well to 17th. Brad Pennell is 18th, Reggie Dewey is 19th, and Aaron Walker rounding out the top 20 ahead of Ben Watson, the Klassen Motorsport team, new to X30 this year. He's doing well. Ben Watson on the ARC chassis, 21st. Jamie Rogers is 22nd, and it's Oliver Greetham from the Repechage up to 23rd. Rufus Hunt is 24th. Piers Pryor, 25th. Daniel Butterworth, 26th. Archie Tillett, 27th. And it's Ben Higgins, Oscar Joyce, and Alex Moody is the last driver still running. Louis Johnson Cool, Tyler Reid, JP Sleater, and Nat Thomas out of the race. 2 3/4 minutes to go. And Ravenscroft and Turner extend their advantage over Cunnington by another couple of tenths of a second.
Yep, so great running from them at the moment. But here at the front, Ravenscroft and Turner, you can just see there scrapping away, but no lunges as of yet. Just waiting for that prime opportunity. Harry Platten there, fastest lap of the race as well, looking very strong. Again, you can't hand over the side there, adjusting something.
Well, you're moving over to let the air breathe the radiator, so you want to try as much as you can to sort of administer as much air when you want to, and then also restrict the air to the radiator to give the engine more power. But of course, if you do that more, the engine will eventually go pop. Yes. And that would be bad.
And I suspect in this heat, as you can see now, none of them are running the flaps. None of them are running any tape on the rad or anything like that. No. We need maximum air flow in these karts.
Yep. But then again, when we want that little bit of extra power, we'll just put our hand in front of the radiator.
Yes.
Just to give it a little bit of extra for a brief moment. Now, Sam Heading has got ahead of Morgan Porter. The 57 is ahead of the 7. Here's Ravenscroft into the final corner, Kimbolton corner, out onto the Hines straight now. Turner in his wheel tracks, and you can see that's why Thomas Turner went for so many moves earlier on, because now Ravenscroft has shown he's just eased away ever so slightly.
Yes.
Cunnington's got his hands full, however, because he's been caught by Platten, Heading, Porter, and Lawrence.
And that is the battle on your screen now, the battle for 3rd place. It is starting to form a slight train as they go through. You can just see they're clouting the curbs as they go through Derek's corner. Got good exit speed, though, as they go in towards down Weldon Corner. You can see the marbles there forming on the outside. You want to stay clear of that section there as they go down now in towards the final part of the track. Kimbolton corner up next, and with that timer slowly disappearing, 40 seconds to go. This battle here could get exciting very quickly.
Yep, Cunnington's on the defensive now. I was going to say, well, Harry Platten is sort of poking round Cunnington's rear end there coming into the final corner, but now Cunnington is having to defend. Heading in the 57 kart, right there, great performance so far from Heading, and there is Porter in the number 7, just passing number 5 kart of Gus Lawrence. Lawrence with the PF International Racing Team, that black and red livery chassis. And behind Gus Lawrence is Caden McQueen in the 6, holding off great drive from Marcus Littlewood. There's Lawrence at the inside of Porter. Oh, and just wipes his nose for him, quite literally, coming into Kestrel. And Cunnington looking all over his shoulder now. Platten has to defend. That's going to give Cunnington a chance to extend his advantage in third place. The clock has struck 0, Anthony. As Heading makes his move. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board.
They will indeed. Now, Ravenscroft still leading the way. He's going approximately just out the exit of Derek's corner. They will appear back in shot, hopefully, in just a moment. But here, eyes on the battle for 4th place. You can just see there, Heading just there in 4th place. Platten just behind as well, scrapping away. The 52, Cunnington, is kind of in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. No one close behind, no one far behind. He's got a little bit of clean air.
Thank God he's saying.
Yes,
Thank goodness.
Woo!
Last lap.
A bit. Here we go. Yes, here we go. Side by side then. It's all going to be down now to Ravenscroft and Turner. Turner knows he can get past. He's done it in this lap. He's done it in this race before. But Ravenscroft has always responded to it. Diving to the inside, holds that inside line, does Ravenscroft. Turner trying to get any momentum he can out of that, taking the optimal line. No move down to the inside here. Are we going to see him move into the final corner, though? It's where we've seen him do it before. Are we going to see it do it again?
Yep. Southampton's Clayton Ravenscroft takes on Thomas Turner. Ravenscroft covers the inside line. Turner's going to get a good run. Ravenscroft runs slightly wide, but he'll have the run to the line. Ravenscroft holds on by 700ths of a second, Anthony. Great drive, great race from those who experienced drivers. That is what we need in Senior X30. Some fantastic, good sport and clean dicing. Cunnington finishing 3rd, Heading finishing 4th, followed by Harry Platten, Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen, Morgan Porter, Marcus Littlewood, and Lewis Mackey rounding out the top 10. Ahead of Joseph Taylor, Theo McCouris, Alessandro Serenetti, Caleb Marshall and Darrell DeLay on your top 15. Then it is Casper Scusa, Brad Pennell, Thomas Fleming. You'll see the results on your screens. Whoa, wow. So on down to the last kart home, which was Daniel Butterworth in 30th position. I have to say, that is a great morning's racing, Anthony. The sun continues to shine. We've got a packed lunch break on the stream coming up. We've got your track walk with Piers Pryor, who has just come home in 25th position in that race. We've got the feature on drivers and why they choose certain numbers and what the numbers in karting mean. We've got the interview with Motorsport UK CEO Hugh Chambers.
Yep.
We've got some lovely commercial breaks from our sponsors at Wera Tools. And we've got a chance to go out and breathe some fresh air out of the commentary box, Mr. Jordan.
I know, yes. It gets a bit stuffy in here with all the hot air that comes out of both yourself and me.
Yeah, well, mainly me, I have to say. But yes, you are correct. So thank you very much for joining us here at Kimbolton so far this morning. We should be back. Do you have what time is the next race, Mr. Jordan? Enlighten me.
Enlighten you. Well, the next race will be race 24. It will be Mini X30, the first of the finals. They'll be taking to the track. Start time for them is 2:15, so 2:15.
We should be, well, we're going to be continuing to be on air all the way through. Enjoy the lunch break activities here on the live stream. Thank you very much for listening to myself and Anthony Jordan. Hello in the commentary box. And we'll be back very shortly. Enjoy all the features that we have lovingly provided for your attention. Ta-da! This is Kimbolton, one of Britain's most hallowed karting circuits. They've been racing around this part of central England since 1959. It's part of the old US 379th Airborne. The stories that this tarmac could tell if it could talk would be legendary. What is legendary is the track itself. It's short, just under 1,000 metres. It's fast, but it's also very technical. It's a far different challenge from Shennington 2 weeks ago. This is round 2 of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships for IAME, X30 and the TKM classes. Don't miss a thing.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Welcome to Kimbolton, an amazing circuit in the heart of the Cambridgeshire countryside, and at a track at just under 1 kilometre in length, it's going to be one to play a vital part in this year's championship. Now, with us, joining us on our track walk, we have got Mr. Piers Price, Senior X30 this year, and new to the championship this year, I believe, as well. Now, you've not raced here since 2011 in Minimax. Now you're racing here, 2021, in Senior X30. Quite a change.
Yeah, definitely. This used to be my home track. I'm from Claxton-on-Sea in Essex, and this is about the closest track. I used to race in Minimax a few years ago, loved it back then. Bit different in Senior X30 now, and also, as you said, new to the championship, so looking forward to the challenge, but it's a great track. I love it, always have done. I think it will be very popular in generally, but yeah, obviously some tricky corners, technical sections, and yeah, it'll be good to get round it and have a look at, see the points that are important to get right.
No, excellent stuff, and I think it's time that we do head down this very long straight in towards turn 1. How about that?
Let's do that.
Let's do that. So now, after the long walk down the start-finish straight, we head towards Stowe Corner, the first corner on the circuit, and probably one of the most sketchiest, I think, is a word that could possibly use for this one, because all these karts come barrelling into such a tight corner that's fast. It's definitely one that, if you're first in, you've definitely got to be first out.
Yeah, it's definitely an overtaking opportunity, probably the main one on the track. The easiest, obviously, a long straight, curving from you're out on the right-hand side, back to the left for the braking area. Braking hard, short apex, but the corner actually carries on for quite a long time, so the switchback is definitely on here as well. The starts is going to be tough here. You've got obviously a long straight run into the corner. I imagine people will stack up on the inside. There might be a bit of loading. It used to be awful back in the day before we had the drop-down bumpers, but hopefully it should be a bit cleaner nowadays. Yeah, it's a really important corner to get right. Obviously a lot of time on the brakes if you get that sorted. Big curbs here at Kimbolton, as you can see, that it's a big step. So the margin between getting the apex just right and it throwing the kart in front of the kart in the air and losing your momentum all the way down that straight is very fine. So yeah, a very important corner. I actually really like this corner. The way it feels when you load the kart up is really nice, and if you get a good exit, you can really feel it. And then the barriers are really close on the exit as well.
So you get that sort of daunting feeling, don't you, as you go around the speed, that it doesn't look like you're going fast, but when you're in the kart itself, with those barriers so close, as you say, feels like you're going 1,000,000 miles an hour.
A corner you definitely don't want brake failure at, that's for sure. There's not much runoff.
No, there doesn't seem to be much runoff. And if we saw that last couple of years as well, with incidents happening at this course. It is a very tricky corner, to say the least. Well, that is turn 1 done. I think we've got quite a bit of a trek on our hands. I think we best head up to next couple of corners.
Yeah, definitely.
So now we've left turn 1, we now head back to the major braking zone on the circuit, or one of the major braking zones on the circuit, Derrick's Corner. And the entry of Derrick's Corner, a very harsh curb. Now, Piers, speaking a little bit earlier on about this section, it's quite a crucial part because you're on the steering all the way through this section until the TKM straight.
Yeah, exactly. It's you've got a short break from the first sector section down the straight, which is actually not straight. As you can see, it kinks left through here, which actually opens up the inside for overtaking opportunities. And then getting over the curb, some classes it works well, some classes it doesn't. But also, you know, it's such a technical section because you've got a left and then a long right. And as you just mentioned, you don't stop turning from this point all the way until the back TKM straight. So especially when you're thinking about tyre saving and not working them too hard so that you're good at the end of the race or even through the weekend for the final. Getting the entry right here so that you can get a straight exit and not burning them up too much is very important. Also, it opens up overtaking opportunities both on the entry and the exit, because obviously the entry is open, but the exit, if you go too wide there, the grip just drops off, it's slightly off camber and there's bumps. So yeah, a lot to think about in this section. Getting this right will be very important, not only in qualifying for the fast lap, but also in the races so that you don't go backwards.
Yeah, I suspect so. With a busy Senior X30 grid, with lots to think about in this section, plus as well, all karts side by side, nudging and everything like that, it's a lot to think about, I can imagine.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot on our plate here.
I imagine so. Right, well, we're only halfway around the track. I think we better get our walking legs on. Now we're at the furthest part away from the paddock. It's nice and peaceful, it's nice and quiet here, and you can hear the birds chirping away. It's down Weldon Corner. Now, as we were saying, Piers, it's again a long section, this one, because like we say, we started at Derrick's Corner. We didn't stop turning. We don't stop turning until we get to the TKM straight, which we're on now. That's going to be the crucial part because it's a long run down all the way into the next corner. Yeah,
as you mentioned there, it never stopped turning from Derrick's, from the bus stop. You then right, left, hard left through there, and then this quite cool corner actually, a long right-hander that's slightly banked uphill on the exit, and then you've got flattens out right at the last moment, so a lot to think about. Some classes, I believe this is an overtaking opportunity. I don't think in seniors we can overtake here, or not unless it's forced. But no, it's a really good fun part of the track actually, and it's tricky to get right because it's such a long right-hand corner. Getting the timing of when you're coming off the power, how you come off the power, get back on the power, not running wide on the exit because it literally is just grass there. So if you get your tyres up, get your left-hand wheels out there, there's so much rubbish on them that by the time you get to the last corner you'll be a sitting duck. So yeah, again, a lot to think about. Another overtaking opportunity down here. As you said, it's a long straight, changing from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, so you can either get done into the left there or set up a pass for the last corner.
Yeah, and you were saying about running out wide. Definitely you don't want to be running out wide because it's quite a harsh curb, like you say, straight into the grass, and if you go a little bit too far, you're into a farmer's field, and I suspect he wouldn't be too happy unless it was the ploughing season, and I think he'll be a little happy that you did a little bit for him.
I think you know, my granddad would be proud, but I'm pretty sure they're cow beans over there, so you don't want to end up in the cow beans.
I don't even know what a cow bean is. That's a plant, doesn't look like a cow to me. But anyway, enough of vegetables. It's time now to get to the last corner on the circuit. Now we're back at the end of the lap and we're back onto the start-finish straight. We've done the last corner, we've done the previous corners as well. We've talked about quite a bit. And Piers, again, this whole lap, like we say, it's just under 1 kilometre long, but a fantastic circuit nonetheless for racing on.
Oh yeah, as I said at the start, I love this circuit. As you say, it's not the longest. The laps come thick and fast. You know, it would be a lot of laps in the finals for the longer races, which I think always makes for good racing. There's a lot of overtaking opportunities. As I mentioned on the lap, you know, there's scope for tyre saving. There's scope for, you know, different higher pressures, lower pressures. It's going to be hot this weekend, so tyres will definitely come into it in most classes. Yeah, really looking forward to the racing. As we are now standing on the start-finish line, you can see the tram lines. The starts are going to be really important down to turn 1. Getting the lap hooked up, and then obviously the last sector, which we haven't stopped at, but you know, there's overtaking opportunities there as well. The last corner always on the last lap throws in a few curveballs, so that could be very interesting, especially if it's a few kart train for the lead. Hopefully I'll be in that.
Well, let's hope so as well. So you'll be able to catch Piers racing in the Senior X30 races later on today as well for Red Waft, and of course make sure you don't miss out on the rest of the racing today. I'm sure we're in the lunch break right now, so after lunch we'll be back with you in just a moment.
So, what's in a number? Well, in karting, quite a lot. For starters, if you finished in the top 10 in last year's British Karting Championships, you get to keep that number, 1 through 10, if you stay in the same class for this year's British Championship. Unfortunately, if you've won the British title and then moved up a class, such as Macaulay Bishop, you don't get to take that number 1 plate with you. You've got to start all over again. There are other special plates in karting. For example, the O. That's reserved for the winner of the British Open Championship, a one-off event open to any karter in the country. If you win that, you get to use the O plate for the next 12 months in your class. The same is true for the GP plate, open to the winner of the British Kart Grand Prix, held at PF International the first week of August every year. The winner of that event gets to run the GP plate in that class for the next 12 months. But for lots of other drivers, there's a sentimental value to a race number. And I went around the British Kart Championship paddock to find out why drivers focus on certain race numbers. And don't forget, you've got to keep them clearly displayed on your NASA panel, your rear bumper, and both side pods, just to help out the timekeepers. So now we're here with some of our senior X30 drivers. Clayton Ravenscroft, number 75. Now, as a driver that's won championships up and down the country, you know, that 75, I've seen you race that for years and years. What's the story behind your number choice?
So my dad used to race in the super stocks and he used to run the 75. So when he brought me into racing, he just gave me that number and I've always stuck to it. Just been
so you didn't have a choice. It was what Steve said goes.
Yeah, pretty much. I had a few options, whereas 46 and stuff like that for Valentino Rossi, my granddad was a big fan of, but I did actually choose between the two of them. So.
Well, I've got to say, I think that you're probably most well known out of the family for running number 75. Thanks, Clayton. The other question is, if you get a seed this year, you know, be it number 1 through number 10, would you be using 75 or that number in 2022?
I'd probably be using the seeded number, just because it's just out of respect as well, and it's just a nice number to run as well, isn't it? So it's an attractive number to use a single digit sometimes. Okay,
thanks, Clayton. Now move over to Connor Clifford. Now, we've talked a lot about drivers with, you know, family interest in numbers and, you know, respect for your parents and family members in other sports. But, Connor, you've got your number 26. That's a tactical reason. This is smart.
Yeah, well, I chose it basically, it's below 50. The groups the category split into 2 groups for the practices, and we wanted to be in the first group. We just felt that'd be better for us. And then it's also an even number, but that's really for a previous reason in terms of sessions being split into even and odd numbers. So yeah, that's about where it came from. Yeah.
So every year you could find yourself coming up with a different number, but depending on what's available, there's no attraction or there's no sentimental value to the number 26, or in fact any other number.
Not really. I have a few numbers in mind. I didn't have the best season last year when I was racing the number 90 in Junior X30, so I've kind of eliminated that number. But other than that, yeah, I had, you know, in cadets, number 43, 45 and number 14, I've had success with them. So I still have a few numbers where I can use kind of, you know, for luck or whatever, you know, that sort of thing.
But so far, the number 26 being put in the even number session and in the first qualifying group, is that correct? That working for you?
Yeah, so far it's working for me, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So there you go. So we've got sentiment and a bit of smarts going on with number choice over here. So we've come over to the MDL racing tent, and here with senior X30 driver Sam Heading. Sam, 57, it's a unique number. What is behind your choice of race number?
Well, I used to be number 27 in Honda Cadet. We went to a PFI club meeting, and 27 was taken, so we thought the next number could be 57. And yeah, we just stuck with that. I had quite a good weekend as well. I think I got on the podium, one of my first podiums at PFI. And it's just quite a cool number, I think, because, you know, like Heinz baked beans and all that, so I thought it would be quite a cool number to have.
Yeah, a great deal of variety there, indeed. Boom, boom. What would make you change from number 57 now, though? Because you've raced all the way through your career from cadet to senior. What would make you change and move away from your favourite number?
Obviously, I got the 8 seed in Junior X30, and I think that the only way I'd change it is to get a seeded number or a like the GP plate, O plate. I think I'd definitely change it then.
Well, best of luck. Good luck. It's good to see the number 57, but obviously, I'd like to see you running a single digit as well.
That'd be better. Thank you.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, if a driver wins a British title or gets a seeded number in the British Championship in one class, but then moves up a division the following year, they can't take that number with you. Such is the case with Macaulay Bishop, last year's IAME Cadet champion. But Macaulay, you're back running your familiar number 68. What's behind that number choice?
I run 68 because my dad was born in 1968 and my brother races number 85 because my mum was born in 1985. And it's a good way to say thank you to them, and we race as a family.
So again, that's really nice. A lot of other drivers have said about parents who raced or things like that, but no, it's just a reminder, you spend a lot of time together as a family, so there's always, your mum and your dad's numbers on you and your brother's karts, yeah, to say thanks for all the work they do.
Yeah. It's a good way to remember and thank them for all the things that they do.
No, okay, but on saying that, what would make you swap your number 68 for a different number?
I'd like to get the number 1 this year again, because it's a bit of a shame that I couldn't race lots of races with the number 1.
Okay, well, good luck this year. Let's hope the number 68 means a lot of success, and next year you can swap it for a number 1 plate again.
Thank you.
Now, we've heard from a lot of drivers that they would swap their favourite cherished number for a seeded plate every year if they got it to seed. But our last driver, that's not quite the case. James Pashley in TKM Extreme. Last year's number 4 plate, but this year running with his familiar number 52. Now, James, we've heard a lot of tradition, a lot of superstition, and there's some even mechanical side of it about, getting into different qualifying groups. Your choice is more financial.
Yeah, this year especially. The 52, it was on the stick kit already, so I save a bit of money on stickers.
But when you first bought your kart, it came with a 2 and a 5, didn't it?
Yeah, when I first had my first kart, I was given 2 stickers, a 5 and a 2. So I've just always stuck with that from the start.
Now, during the course of your career, you have moved away from the number 52, but only for very special reasons. What were they?
When I've done well in previous years, I've switched over, but gone back to it this year as well because, 2019, the year I won it at the championship, I had the 52 on the kart, so it made sense.
So you won last time out at Shennington to start the season, did really well. What gives you a more proud feeling, winning with the number 1 plate or winning with the number 52?
I think to retain number 1 would be a great feeling, but won't be this year. So.
And a win's a win. Well, thanks very much, James. So there you have it. A quick look at why some drivers choose their selected race numbers. A lot of thought goes into it. Thanks very much for watching. Catch you again soon.
Your sadness in this bowl till you feel mine and changes in your body. And there's a cage that lies in your head.
It's very exciting to be here today for the second round of the 2021 British Kart Championship. It is wonderful to see so many people turning up, record numbers of entries for the championship, over 500, and this is the largest entry that we've had at any single round of the British Kart Championship since we took over at the beginning of 2019. So very, very exciting day for me personally. Shennington was my home track when I was racing as a junior, so it's wonderful to come back here on a lovely sunny day compared to last weekend with a torrential rain and wind at Clay Pigeon. I think there are a lot of signs that show that we are getting really, really strong, consistent support. The teams, the big teams, are behind us and at all the different rounds. We're seeing privateers coming out in great numbers and indeed having fantastic success. It's not just dominated by the teams. I think the all-time winning level is the second highest level of winners is actually privateers. Which is really, really good news. We're seeing fantastic support from commercial partners. Wera Tools has come on board as the title partner this year in 2021. And we're also seeing increased media coverage, not only live streaming on social media, but also now on Motorsport UK TV, which is really, I think, a great confirmation that there is a global audience for the British Kart Championship. And we like to think that it's the best in the world for finding talent moving up into elite sport. Well, listen, you know, COVID has changed everybody's lives in the last 18 months, but the resilience of the kart community to fight through all the difficulties and to bounce back, as we have done this year, and indeed complete the championship last year, although it was curtailed in terms of the number of months. We had a full championship, which was amazing, and this year we're starting a little bit later than maybe perhaps we'd originally anticipated, but we're looking like we're going to get a full, exciting championship season, and that's all down to not just the drivers and the teams and the families that are supporting them, but also very much about the officials, the volunteers, the marshals that make all of this happen. Well, motorsport is very different from most other sports that particularly kids would take part in at the weekend, because it needs to be very, very carefully regulated, monitored and managed to make sure that it's safe and it's fair. And when you're dealing with high-performance machinery, we need to have safety at the forefront. And our community of volunteers, officials, scrutineers, all of the marshals are the army of people that come out tirelessly weekend after weekend to make that happen. So the enjoyment of these kids, most of the paddock here is full of young kids which are enjoying the thrills of karting. None of that could happen without all of the hard work and the dedication that we get from the volunteers. So I'd like to say an enormous thank you on behalf of Motorsport UK to everybody that volunteers their time to make sure that motorsport not only takes place but is safe, fair and fun. Thank you very much, and good luck to everybody for the whole championship in all the different classes. And you can see in front of us here a wonderful array of trophies. I know that young drivers are going to be eyeing these, looking through the doors here, picking out which one they think they're going to win this weekend. Very exciting times, very exciting championship. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Kimbolton. We hope you enjoyed the features that we had for you during the lunch break. This is the Wera Tools British Kart Championships from Kimbolton for the TKM X30 and IAME classes. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me as always this afternoon, he's the apple to my strudel, the beef to my stroganoff, it's Anthony Jordan.
I've never been called a beef stroganoff before, I have to say, but there you go. That's a new one for me. Yes, Henry, yes. It's almost, well, the finals are upon us. I mean, it's been a very short day. It's gone very quickly, I have to say. It's whizzed past. The racing's been absolutely fantastic, and the finals are primed and ready to make their way to the circuit. And talking of the circuit, This is the circuit. If you haven't been watching and you've only just joined us for the finals, we are at Kimbolton in Bedfordshire, in the UK. 989.5 metres in length, 9 corners and 19 feet. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, seeing as this circuit seems very flat. It doesn't look like 19 feet of elevation change, does it?
No, I mean, maybe that's just the curbs. So we've got 6 races to go, the 6 longest races of the day, the 6 finals, 1 race for each class. Let's have a look to see what and when they are. So, starting first race up. The next race you'll see on track will be the final for Mini X30, 22 drivers in total. Then we move on to Junior TKM, 16 drivers. TKM Extreme, 27 drivers. And then IAME Cadet, 34 drivers. Is the 4th final. And the last 2 finals of this blisteringly hot afternoon. Capacity grids once again for Junior X30 and Senior X30, taking you all the way up to approximately 5:15 this afternoon. Now, I am ensconced in the commentary box along with Anthony Jordan. Anthony will be springing his way down to the exit of the pits at the end of each final to do the post-race interviews. And we're going to be starting the finals very shortly. There's a first look at Cameron Pratt-Thompson, driver number 33 in Mini X30 for the Pullman Racing Programme. Cameron starting 6th on the grid for this one. Now, a couple of, I know the feature during the lunch break there is Team Luna, the racing cat, Macaulay Bishop. I'm hoping that Luna the cat has found a nice cool part of the Bishop's motorhome to chill out in.
The fridge, maybe.
The fridge, maybe, yes. And there's Macaulay's dad, Ian. Again, great to hear why Macaulay chooses the number 68, because that's the year that his dad was born. Please explain the seeded numbers. Well, we've just done that, Jan Echterman, but the key is if you, like Rylan Ashberg, running with number 7, he finished 7th in last year's Mini X30 Championship. You're not allowed to take your seeded number to a different class with you, so like Macaulay Bishop, who was last year's IAME Cadet champion, he cannot take that number 1 plate with him into Mini X30. He's got to revert back to his usual number 68. And it's interesting, he said there that his brother, Mason, he runs number 85, because that's the year his mum was born.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Rylan runs number 7, because that's where he finished in last year's British Championship. There is your second row starter, Henry Jocelyn, kart number 26, and there, number 2, Fusion Motorsports, Leo Robinson. Leo, a perfect score in the championship so far. He was perfect score at Shenington. So far, it's a perfect score here. Now, this, they've got 8 rounds in X30. So this will be round 2 out of 8. At the moment, Robinson is undefeated. Big hello to Massi Bougache, my Algerian friend here, watching the. Hopefully, we'll be seeing some Algerian drivers at the Rotax International Trophy and also the Rotax Grand Finals at the end of the year in Bahrain. So good to see that the Algerian Motorsport Federation. I got to say, the head of the Algerian Karting Federation, Amin Laibi, an ex-karter, absolute lunatic, great guy. Did some hill climbing in a kart.
Right.
Yes. Fell off the hill. In a kart.
Right.
His leg. In several different directions. Managed to fix his leg. Got back in a kart. Drove again.
Excellent.
Madman.
I know.
Now head of the Algerian Karting Federation.
There we go.
Genius.
What a legend.
Excellent. There's Leo. No, that's not Leo. That's Wesley Swain. Number 8. His teammate for the Fusion Motorsport team. Now we wait. So. Corley Bishop getting some love there from, Hoop, saying good morning, Bishop. Young basketball star there, wishing Macaulay well. There is the ID. Now look at the Unipro on the steering wheel. So new people that are new to karting, you know, the drivers aren't just driving round. They're looking at the revs, they're looking at their engine temperature, they're looking at their split times on that screen during the race, and, you know, making adjustments accordingly. Cool, there's the number 12 kart. Looking at there, that's Charlie Morrison-Jones for the Jade Federation. There's Brandon Truman, number 55 for the MLC Motorsport team. Now, you can see, I mean, it said on the temperature graphic 25 degrees. So that's 25 degree ambient temperature. The tarmac and the racing surface is obviously much hotter. These drivers are like literally, you know, 6 inches off the ground. Now, these crash helmets, they're very expensive, and quite rightly so. But they're not air-cooled. They're not sort of, you know, they haven't got like refrigerators in them. Now, there's you know, a temperature gauge. There's you know, the lap time, the delta time on that screen that the drivers are looking at. They're fascinating to use it. But let's have a full look, Anthony, at the starting lineup.
Indeed, there it is on your screen. Mini X30 Race 24 final, and this is how it will go. Leo Robbins starting on that front row alongside with Wesley Swain, Henry Jocelyn and Taylor Aldridge. Orridge, sorry. There we go. Getting the names. Crop promotion, Taylor Orridge there on the second row as well. Macaulay Bishop and Cameron Pratt-Thompson as well alongside on row 3. Rylan Eschberg and Charlie Morris-Jones on the fourth row. Jack Hobson, Isaac Phelps, Tommy Harfield and Brandon Truman on row number 6. The rest of the field, Jack Cunningham and Aidan Hassan on row number 7. Eden Spanswick and Lewis Bird on row number 8. Row number 9, Ashton Wiggins and Thomas Cucurullo on row number 9. Miles Turnbull and Freddie Lloyd on row number 10. Thomas Behrman and Joey Brown rounding out the grid of 22 karts on row number 11.
Well, you've got drivers, people watching from all over the world, including our good friend Alejandro Oliveira from Brazil. But the best of British are not starting just yet. We've got a false start. Another false start.
There we go. Eager to get going, aren't they?
Eager beavers. And through the Stowe corner. So turn 1 here at Kimbolton. That's Stowe corner. You know, now we're coming out of the Willows. You're looking at the Yamitsu Straight. And now into Derek's corner. There's Derek's corner. God bless Derek. Good lad he was. Now Dan Weldon corner. So Dan Weldon, of course, the late Dan Weldon, nearly 10 years. Hard to believe that he has been gone now. But it wasn't just Dan Weldon that made his name here at Kimbolton. His mum Sue, his late mum Sue, was the lap scorer here at the Hunts Kart Club at Kimbolton for many, many years. And the Weldon family, they're tied here at Kimbolton, and a corner named after them. This is Kimbolton corner. No, you don't want to dive up the inside. The circuit falls away. Now out onto the Hines Straight. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing this time in Mini X30. Leo Robinson and Wesley Swain lead the field into turn number 1. Swain runs a little bit wide, and I think he's been forced to squeeze wide, and Henry Jocelyn comes through. And for the first time virtually all weekend, we've got a driver. Oh, there's Charlie Morrison-Jones and 3 or 4 karts going for a spin there. One driver reversing. That's the number 35 kart of Isaac Phelps. So both members of the Jade Racing stable there coming a cropper on the opening lap. But Henry Jocelyn leads for the first time.
Indeed, they do, yeah. Dramatic start then at the start of this Mini X30 final with several karts going askew, as you say, and the rest of the field will finish this first lap. They'll cross the line. Leo Robinson leading the way from, who is it? Macaulay Bishop up 3 positions. Great start for him. Henry Jocelyn as well, holding on to that third place start as well for Coles Racing. And they cross the line as well, and the rest of the field slot through. But who did we lose from that one? It looks like we lost Thomas Cucurullo, Lewis Bird, Isaac Phelps and Charles Morris-Jones. Is who we lost.
I mean, there are several drivers caught up in that. Cucurullo, Yeomans and Lewis Bird have both sort of returned to the race. But, there's Charlie Morrison-Jones. Number 12 Jade Racing team entry has come into the pit, sadly to retire. Isaac Phelps, his teammate, we saw him going backwards for quite a distance. He has there, and there's a problem. Why has the number 26 kart of Henry Jocelyn slowed down? And the answer is, has he got a problem? But Macaulay Bishop now leads the race.
Yep, that was what I was pointing at. Yeah, Macaulay Bishop got the lead, but now Leo Robinson back down the inside, and there's a third one for company. Wesley Swain has come out of nowhere and has now taken second place away from Macaulay Bishop. So massive changes at the front of this grid, and as well, you've got the 26 behind of Harry Jocelyn for Coles Racing again, still right there, right on the tail of Macaulay Bishop. A warning flag out to Orridge there as well, but eyes on this front pack at the moment because Eschberg is all over the back of Jack Hobson as well.
And yeah, so Bishop back to third. Robinson leads. Swain second. Bishop, then Jocelyn, Hobson, Eschberg. So the top four, four of the last year's top 8 in this championship running in the top 6 at the minute. There's the number 10 seed of Lewis Bird going through, trying to catch up in 20th position. Leo Robinson, 44.19 seconds. New fastest lap. The number 17 kart there, Freddie Lloyd, the Dan Holland Racing entry. Said earlier that his older brother Alex, during his karting career, was a former European champion. I think his mum says he's vice champion of Europe, but he was a World X30 Series champion. Still, very good racing pedigree indeed.
Much better than my racing pedigree. I don't have any.
Yes, well, there we are. And mine, well, mine was...
We don't need to talk about that.
No.
There we go. At the front, though.
The only pedigree I got is pedigree chum. Here we go. Robinson and Swain now trying to pull away from Bishop. The two Fusion drivers are going to work together as much as they can. And out of Weldon corner, Bishop, plain white crash helmet, just checking over his shoulder is third. Jocelyn is fourth. They're pulling away from Hobson and Eschberg, 5th and 6th. Orridge is 7th. Harfield is 8th. Jack Cunningham is 9th. Brandon Truman is 10th. And it's Pratt Thompson, Hassan, Spanswick, Wiggins, Joey Brown, Behrman, Turnbull, Cucurullo Yeomans, Bird, Phelps and Freddie Lloyd. So, mentioned Thomas Behrman, his older brother Oliver, racing out in Hockenheim this weekend in the Formula 4 Championship out there and winning his first race yesterday. Grandad Bill is here overseeing the karting part of the Behrman family dynasty this weekend, and the watchful eye of Grandad Bill.
Well, you're seeing there the number 8 now in the lead. Wesley Swain has managed to get past Leo Robinson at one point of the circuit. So new race leader at the moment. But we'll have to see whether or not that stays the same throughout the session, of course, because the two teammates probably working together, just trying to pull away as much as possible.
Here we go, but Bishop isn't letting it. Bishop isn't letting it. There's Eschberg making a move on Hobson into turn 1 for 5th position. So Ryan and Eschberg, constantly the top privateer, pretty much over the last season or so in this class. And there's your two leaders with Wesley Swain.
Now, Wesley Swain, he's showing good pace, is Wesley Swain. Where did he come at Shennington again?
Second.
Second. So,
second at Shennington.
So second at Shennington.
Jack Hobson completes the podium at Shennington.
Yes.
Now, of course, we do have virtual championship standings which we can call upon. So we call upon them, Anthony?
We can indeed.
Should we call upon them? As Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans gets a warning flag, let's see if we can call upon them onto your screens now. Oh, and you can see that Robinson has got a comfortable lead, 22 points at the moment over Swain. Bishop, 3rd at the minute. Now, of course, Macaulay Bishop, he's dropped a position in the championship because he, because he did that poor result in the pre-final. But, so Robinson, again, he doesn't want to lose too much ground, but again, in terms of the championship, at the moment, even running in 2nd place, he leads Wesley Swain by over 20 points. Early stages, I know, but points make prizes. And, so Robinson is very mindful of that. He was sadly on the receiving end of a championship whooping last year by Vinnie Phillips, and he wants to lay the smackdown on the rest of the Mini X30 field this year. But Swain not letting him have it all his own way, 43.73 seconds.
Yep, great running. Yeah, great running from Wesley Swain at the moment. So, pulling along the two Fusion drivers, though. Macaulay Bishop there just behind Pullman Racing driver working well, up 2 positions from his original starting spot in 5th place, holding on to that one at the moment and not letting them break away, keeping them sweet all the way throughout.
Yep.
And that's what we like to see. So
yeah, further back in the pack, we've got, you know, a couple of gaps there. There's Thomas Behrman, yeah, Ollie Behrman's younger brother. He is up into 14th position now. Good scrap here between early race leader Henry Jocelyn and Rylan Eschberg. Eschberg in that number 7 car. It's a Mad Croc chassis, but it's a privateer. There's Cameron Pratt-Thompson making a move at the inside of the number 19 car of Jack Cunningham. And there is Eschberg, who is now ahead of he's ahead of the drive we just passed.
Well, there you go.
There we are. There we are.
There you go.
I lost mid-train of thought then. My one brain cell hit the other brain cell and caused a bit of a shortage.
Yes. Well, 7.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. You are watching on your screens the 66 of Taylor Orridge and Jack Hobson, the number 6, just behind him. Very close battle for 7th place. What have you spotted there? Yeah, had a hand gesture.
I'm saying the reason I was sort of, I mean, Leo Robinson is a man of many talents.
Yeah.
Not only can he race and can he run second on the track at the moment, but he can also type as he's racing.
Well, yeah.
Because he's in our live chat at the moment saying, thank you, happy to be here with the fabulous support of my mechanics and etc. etc. Methinks he's getting a little bit of help on the old computer.
Yes.
But there we go. That's one way to engage with your fans.
Yeah.
By posting in a live chat while you're racing.
Yeah, exactly. Good teamwork, that is. Eyes on, though, as the number 7 of Rylan Eschberg holds on to 4th place. Just behind him is Henry Jocelyn in the number 26 Coles Racing kart. And you can just see there the long train starting to form. The 66 there, Taylor Orridge, Jack Hobson and Tommy Harfield there, a trio working together. And I would say that they're in a prime position right now because they've got a bit of clear air behind them. They've got a bit of clear air in front of them. They're just working together. They don't necessarily need to catch those 2 up in front because, well, I say that as soon as I said you were working together.
Tommy
Drivers,
Harfield,
I said you were working together. You've gone against my word and you've overtaken.
You're not listening.
They're not listening.
They're not listening.
How dare they?
Back at the front. Here we go, back to the front. Now, Macaulay Bishop. The pressure is on Macaulay here in car number 68. Still, Swain leads. Robinson still sat on his rear bumper in 2nd position. Bishop has got to try and just stay in touch. Now, he's about 10 kart lengths behind the top 2. Onto this straight, he's not quite in the slipstream, although by the end of the straight and by the end of the start-finish straight, he is picking up a little bit of slipstream, which is what he needs. You know, at some point, Robinson is going to try and make a move on his teammates, as sure as eggs are eggs. As Robinson has now made a move, so Robinson back into top spot. Passing Swain. And still, Bishop through the willows. Goes right, then left, then right, and then left again out onto the Amitsu straight. There's the Amitsu straight. They're well clear of Eschberg and Jocelyn, 4th and 5th. Then another gap back to the 6th, 7th and 8th place battle. Orridge, Harfield and Hobson. Then another gap back to Aiden in 9th. He's got Pratt Thompson in 10th, Wiggins in 11th, Truman 12th, Behrman 13th, then Joey Brown, Jack Cunningham, Cucurullo Yeomans, Bird, Spanswick, Phelps, Turnbull and Lloyd. 21 of the 22 starters still running. Sadly, the only retiree is Charlie Morrison's Jones. Now they're trying to... Now that the viewers are getting it, working like a Tour de France peloton.
Yeah,
you listen to Henry, sometimes Henry makes sense.
Only sometimes.
Occasionally.
Be careful now.
Once in a while.
Exactly.
Robinson, 43.71. New fastest lap.
And back in the lead, of course. Yes, he's managed to get past Wesley Swain. So they've the 2 Fusion drivers have swapped positions. Is that a loose exhaust I'm just hearing?
I thought I heard the ping of a loose exhaust going past. We'll try again. I think it may have been the number 66 of Taylor Orridge. And if that's the case, that's the driver that's in 6th position. So here are the 2 leaders. They're now pulling away from Macaulay Bishop. So Robinson leading is a quicker than Swain leading. Oh, there goes. Oh, and it's yes.
Yeah, that's very much.
The exhaust is hanging off, and Orridge is into the pits. Sadly, Taylor Orridge for the Magcroc team out of the race.
Disaster then for Taylor. Huge shame, especially in the finals. It's not what you want to see. But 3.5 minutes to go, and there is that's very much.
Now he wants to be, doesn't want to sit back in his seat because that exhaust is red hot. You can see his mechanic sort of kneeling down, and that's not going to work. But of course, yeah, those exhausts are absolutely red hot. Now there's the number 64 car. That's Aidan Hassan. He is now the leading Croc Promotions driver in 7th position. He's holding off Cameron Pratt-Thompson in the number 33 and Ashton Wiggins in the Red Waft Racing number 57. Out of Stowe Corner into the Willows. It was strange. So Robinson was happy to sit behind Swain, but while Swain was leading, Macaulay Bishop was able to stay within about a second of them. As soon as Robinson took the lead, the pace upped. Robinson was able to put a fastest lap in the race. Swain was able to stay in his slipstream and go with him, but Macaulay Bishop got absolutely dropped.
And signals there from the 57 of Ashton Wiggins, just saying, come on, just keep going. I'm not going to overtake you. We just want to catch up. We just want to close these gaps up as best as possible because we're nearing the end of this race with only 2 minutes 20 seconds to go, plus that one additional lap. There are battles all the way through, but
Wiggins
went for the move anyway. So now he's saying, look, okay, you weren't doing what I told you when I was behind you. Now do what you told when I'm in front of you.
Follow me.
Follow me.
Yep,
Let's
and
go.
he's
There we go.
still signalling. Go on, Ashton. You know, make your point.
Yes.
Cameron Pratt-Thompson, well, we'll see what Cameron's reaction is going to be. I mean, maybe 2 minutes to go. Well, it all depends. If Wiggins, in the number 57 kart, starts closing in on that number 64 kart of Aidan Hassan in front of him, then Cameron Pratt-Thompson will go with him. If after a lap or so, Wiggins is making no impression on Aidan Hassan in the number 64, then Pratt-Thompson will be coming straight back at him and, you know, battling away.
Yes, that's very well put.
Oh, there we are. Well, let's have a look. Obviously, Pratt-Thompson not impressed by Wiggins' pace in front of him, so he's thinking, oh, I'm gonna have that back.
And all the meanwhile, they will slow all the way down. They'll lose time, and they'll keep falling back with that squabbling.
So that driver on your screen there will be taking full advantage of it because Aidan Hassan is now breaking away. And Wiggins and Pratt-Thompson, they've got to be careful because Brandon Truman in 10th, Thomas Behrman in 11th, and Tommy Harfield in 12th aren't far behind them either. But here is the lead battle once again. And with a minute to go, Wesley Swain is now back in the lead. So Swain leads in the number 8 kart, Robinson back to second. They've dropped, that mid-race burst of speed has dropped Macaulay Bishop. You see Bishop all on his own in 3rd place in kart number 68. And Bishop, he just cannot, he's lapping, his best lap is within 1/10 of a second of the 2 Fusion karts that lead this race, but it's just not quick enough. Now Fusion, they have won 14 finals in this class in the last 2 years. Robinson is the only driver in this race who's won a Mini X30 final. He could be moving alongside Theo McCurris and Jessica Edgar with his second Mini X30 win in just a few short moments. But where's Swain? It's not done yet. So Robinson back in the lead, Swain down to second. Now, out of Derricks, into Dan Weldon corner. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Anthony Jordan, final thoughts before you dash off to interview the eventual winner. We don't know who it's going to be, though.
We don't know who it's going to be, exactly that, because these two are absolutely nose to tail as they exit out of the final corner. They'll cross the start-finish line. Last lap board out this time, and again, big looks over the shoulder for Leo Robinson as he's under immense pressure now from Wesley Swain.
Out of Stowe corner, into the Willows for the final time. Swain on Robinson's rear bumper. They come up the Imitsu straight. Now under braking for Derrick's corner. Robinson defends. Swain's going to get a good run through this next complex, but there's nowhere to overtake yet. His next opportunity will come at the end of the TKM straight. They're on the TKM straight now. Robinson checks over his shoulder, defends the inside line, then swings out wide to take the optimum racing line into the penultimate corner. Here comes Swain, looks to the inside, but he can't do it. And Leo Robinson makes it 2 out of 2 in 2021. He wins the Mini X30 final here at Kimbolton. Wesley Swain takes second, and Macaulay Bishop takes home third position, his first Mini X30 podium. It's a repeat of the 1-2 that we saw at Shannington last time out, with Bishop climbing onto the podium in third place. Henry Jocelyn finishes in fourth. Rylan Eschberg comes home in fifth. Aidan Hassan finishes in sixth position, just ahead of Jack Hobson in seventh. Ashton Wiggins in eighth. Thomas Behrman in ninth. And Cameron Pratt-Thompson fades to 10th there at the end, ahead of Harfield, Truman, Kookaburra Yeomans, Bird, Cunningham, Spanswick, Phelps, Turnbull, Brown, Lloyd, and sadly we lost Orridge and Morrison Jones. There is a look into the scrutineering area, so that the carts go over the weighbridge, so the driver and the cart will be weighed to make sure that they have met the minimum class weight. You can see scrutineers side there, Ben Moore in the white shirt, Motorsport UK scrutineer. Out into the sunshine, you've got Paul Klassen there, walking off to the left of the camera. There's our media team member Matt Cotton, just to the left, and in front of the 1, 2, 3, Leo Robinson, Wesley Swain, and coming into the screen, well, I wonder what Luna the Cat thought of Macaulay Bishop's first podium in Mini X30. Anthony Jordan will be joining the top three in a short while. But there is a look at the heat haze on the start-finish line here at Kimbolton. Our first final of the day is in the books. A 15th win in Mini X30 for the Fusion Motorsport team. The first podium in Mini X30 for the Paul Munn Racing team. Leo Robinson now moves to joint third in the Mini X30 list of winners, alongside Theo Macuris and Jessica Edgar, but he is now joined down on the grid by Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the winner's paddock, and Leo Robinson, we meet again. Shannington was a race win. Kimbolton, another race win. It must be a great feeling. 2021 is looking very good so far.
Yeah, it's nice to win both of the rounds. Hopefully we can keep this going for the rest of the championship and win the championship.
Now, you had a tough battle all the way through with Wesley. It was keeping you honest. You had overtakes all the way throughout there, and was it a bit of teamwork together to try and pull away from the main pack, or was it all a scrap all the way throughout?
Yeah, we tried to pull away in the middle bit, and we managed to do that successfully. Then towards the end, we started to fight a bit.
Brilliant, and of course you had lots of support on the stream as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Yes, thank you all of the Algerians for watching, giving me support, and I'd like to thank my mum for taking me here, and my mechanic Sam for mechanicking for me, and everybody at Fusion for the hard work they've done.
Brilliant, and a lot of work hard has been as well. Hard work has been. Very well done, Leo Robinson.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, great chat to Leo Robinson, our race winner. Let's talk to our second place man, Wesley Swain. Wesley, it was a second at Shannington, a second here at Kimbolton. A good start to the season, very consistent, which is what we like to see. But it's going to be a tough one again, working very hard with Leo there all the way through that race, weren't we?
Yeah, I think when we just got away, like, towards the end, we just started to, like, scrap a little bit, and, yeah, I'm happy with second, gets good points.
Yeah, very good points as well. Now, it's very hot today. Can't imagine what it's like sitting in that cart with the engine right next to you when you're waiting on the dummy grid. I suspect it gets quite warm, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like, as soon as you get your suit on, it's just, like, boiling hot, and, yeah.
Lots of water, I think. Lots of hydration is what you need. But, again, lots of support at home. Anything you'd like to say to the fans?
I'd just like to say thank you to my team and my parents for just, like, supporting me and, like, just giving me the equipment to do good.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Another second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Spot on. I think we've got a brief bit of time before the next session goes out. Macaulay, tough race on that one. I'll try not to touch anything that's metal because my legs are out and I don't want to get burnt. But, yeah, what a race that was. Hard work all the way throughout, it looked.
Yeah, I just tried my hardest. I made a little mistake in the chicane, which made me drop off. It just went off a lot at the end, but I just couldn't really do anything. I had to hang in there.
I mean, great result for that one. The kart looking amazing and quick as anything out there. And, yeah, it's a great start to the season, and we do hope you all the best.
Yeah, it's been a challenging start to the season. We've obviously we've got better power now, so it's moving us more up to the front.
Excellent. Anything you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum and dad, Grace, Gossie and Paul Munn.
Excellent. Very well done. Macaulay Bishop, third place then in the Mini X30 final. Next up, though, it's time for Junior TKM.
Well, Anthony Jordan, great job down there interviewing the top three. Missed a chance to ask what Macaulay Bishop's cat thought about the race. But there we go. Oh, I'll teach him. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Junior TKM up next. Now, a quick flashback to 2019, and it was Oliver Richardson and Zach Oates sharing the wins on that day. Oates went on to win the title. Last year, it was Louis Harvey in the Klassen Motorsport team who took the win here at Kimbolton. Harvey went on to win the title. Last time out at Shennington, however, round one, it was Alistair Cresswell, Alfie Garford and James Morley, the top three in the final. And there is the 2 plate of Alistair Cresswell sitting sweltering in the heat, just thinking about what he's going to do next one. So Alice has taken 2 wins in this class in the British Championship since the start of 2019. That puts him joint third with Harry Yardley Rose on the all-time Junior TKM Motorsport UK Roll of Honour. Rhys Lomax is the only other driver in this race who has won a race in the Junior TKM category. He won last year. I shall tell you where Rhys Lomax won last year. He won the final round at PF International. There is a look at Alfie Garford and his mechanic there, just chilling. And there is a look on the second row of the grid of Freddie Hull, Fast Freddie, with his Precision Racing umbrella. There's the number 59, so that's Leon Frost, 5th on the grid. Tim Wilson Motorsport team. And again, Leon just sort of, again, waiting to the last minute to put his gloves on. Obviously, he's going to put his race gloves on, but he's waiting for a minute just because, again, he wants as little time as possible in all your safety equipment because it is very, very, very hot indeed. There was Tyler Harris. Hasn't Tyler done well to move up the order? Now, James Morley, who came into this weekend tied on points with Alistair Cresswell. Now, obviously, drivers score points in the heats and the pre-finals towards the championship. So I'd imagine that Cresswell has probably passed Morley in the championship standings at the moment. We'll have a little look at them a little bit later on. But James Morley, who did so well at Shennington, the top 3, if you recall, at Shennington, Cresswell, Garford and Morley racing nose to tail, working perfectly together, and managed to come away with the top 3 at the end. There's number 48, Olivia Jakins, privateer driver Olivia, and nice Panama hat by Mr. Jakins as well, keeping that head nice and cool. Anthony Jordan, you are flicking a piece of paper in front of me.
I am, yes.
Okay, carry on.
Now, Alfie Garford's dad, I believe it is. Sam is his name?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Well, I just call him Mr. Garford.
Mr. Garford.
I defer to in respect.
Yeah, Mr. Garford.
Mr. Garford, yes, Mr. Garford.
Presented me with a piece of paper. A couple of little fun facts about
Really?
what happened at last week. Now, the main one, Kelly Garford commented last week,
yes,
or the last time out
well.
at Shannington. Go Alfie, drive the...
Off it.
Off it, yes, indeed. That's his mother.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Mum.
And when we read that comment out, and I'm sure now we're reading this out, she was incredibly embarrassed at home.
Really? Was it?
Yes.
Well, because I thought she was a sister. Well, I mean, she should be, you know, I thought she looks young enough to be a sister.
Well,
yeah. She'd be
mother, but she was very embarrassed that we read it out because she didn't know that we could actually see the comments section.
Oh dear.
No.
So not only did she make a comment, but she also made the
yes.
I didn't know mothers knew such words.
I know.
Tut.
But yes, of course it is. Alfie Garford's its first year in TKM last year.
Yes.
It was only his first year, and of course his second year in it now, and at the sharp end of the spectrum.
Indeed.
It's great to see, isn't it, for Alfie Garford?
He is, having scored a podium at Shennington, and having scored another podium last year at Fulbeck. Can you see now one other? So can he? Yes, his dad. Oh, Mr. Garford. Raced in the 90s and noughties in TKM.
Yes.
And he said he did quite well. Now,
I think it's because he won.
I think he wrote that.
Yeah.
But he's not, well, he's not doing as well at the moment as young Master Garford.
Master Garford, yes.
Right, well, there we go. Thank you very much for a few of those fun facts. There is now here's a driver that's not having so much fun today. That's number 7, Rhys Lomax. First of all, he's doing 2 classes, but he is luckily okay after that incident that we saw in the pre-final. Now let's have a little look, shall we, at the full starting lineup. Pole position, Alistair Cresswell, kart number 2, alongside fellow privateer, Talco supported driver Alfie Garford in kart number 9. On row number 2, James Morley for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team and Precision Racing's Freddie Hull. Then it is Leon Frosty Frost on the inside of row 3 alongside Tyler Harris, recovering well after missing qualifying. He starts 6th. 7th is Olivia Jakins and 8th is Dara McInerney. 9th is Aidan Mitchell. Good privateer effort this weekend from Aidan, and Jake Almasawi starts on the outside of row number 5. Carl Casibanti, the Anglo-Jamaican driver, and Joseph Booth. Watch for Joseph to be coming through. He got caught up in an earlier incident. He starts on the outside of row 6. Then it's Harvey Jones and Rhys Lomax, Charlie King and Aditya Kulkarni, who has obviously been excluded from the pre-final. So we've got lots of fast drivers starting at the back. Watch for number 45. Joseph Booth starting 12th, number 7 Rhys Lomax starting 14th, and number 16 Charlie King starting 15th. Let's see, but of course that means that Garford and Cresswell and Morley last round's top 3 potentially has got a chance to pull away at the start, but not everybody made it round the first corner cleanly in the pre-final. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Indeed. Looks like a nice controlled start then from the junior TKMs. And the rest of the paddock how it's done, because we've had a lot of false starts today.
Well, yeah, and of course, because you've got that you've got Kimbolton corner here, and then you've got that kink just before you get into the grid line, so it's not much of an opportunity for the drivers to get caught up properly. Lights are out, we're off and racing. First time round this occasion. Junior TKM final, Alistair Cresswell leads the field into turn number 1, and unlike the pre-final, we all get round Stowe Corner cleanly.
They do indeed, yeah, good start. Everyone avoiding those curbs on the inside and outside. We head down then the infield straight in towards Derrick Corner. Rhys Lomax then good running round the outside there, gaining a couple of positions and moving up, of course. He started at the back of this field after crashing out, after colliding with another kart in the pre-final. Back here now in the final and running well. Of course, these 15 minutes plus that one additional lap. We are nearing the last section and a clear breakaway at the moment. Was that the 24?
That was Freddie Hill making a good move there, a committed move into Kimbolton Corner.
Yep.
But it's like we were at Shennington. Here are the top 3, Cresswell, Garford and Morley, trying to pull away from the chasing pack. Now let's have a little look to see where, well, Rhys Lomax already up to 8th, Joseph Booth already up to 9th, and Charlie King up to 13th. So those 3 drivers that we said to watch are already making little bits of progress. There's the 45 of Booth, there's the 7 of Lomax, ahead of Carl Casibanti, his Klassen Motorsport teammate. Those 2 very distinctive ARC karts with the blue, black and white liveried. But all 16 drivers in a line, coming up TKM straight and into the final corner. And there's a move, Morley passing Cresswell for 2nd, so Cresswell moves from 1st to 3rd. Garford takes over the lead, and James Morley up into P2.
Yeah, good running from that one. Morley working hard. Of course, he finished 3rd last time out at Shennington, and he's wanting to change that up because, of course, he is leading the championship. Well, he was leading the championship before the points I don't think have been added. I've not checked them, but I'm sure that we can be checking them a little bit later on in the race. Of course, it's not right now.
A little bit later
on, but yes. But yeah, a great running from that. Rhys Lomax as well, number 7, moving up more positions, now up into P7, running very well there, redeeming himself from previous sessions.
There we go, we're going to move there just in front of this group that you're seeing on screen, and there's Rhys Lomax. So I would imagine that Rhys was quite upset about being taken out in an incident that had nothing to do with him in the pre-final, so he has got his dander is up, as they would say.
Yes.
And he's trying to get to the front as quickly as he possibly can, because we've got 12.5 minutes to go, but the more that these three work together, the further away they will get, although Freddie Hull in 4th place is hanging tough at the minute in that precision racing kart. Behind him is Leon Frost in 5th, and then it's Lomax in 6th on an absolute tear.
Oh yes, indeed. He's really piling through that field as it stands. The 24, though, of Fast Freddie Hull is moving up as well. Number 4, oh, the 88 getting nerfed out wide there. Who's that? That's Tyler Harris, yeah.
Yeah, goodbye, Tyler. That was Joseph Booth, again, another driver who didn't have a chance. He got caught up in that first lap incident at the pre-final, didn't have a chance to show what he could do, and yeah, elbowing his way through there. Tyler Harris sort of like scurrying back onto track into 8th position just behind him. Adita Kulkarni into 9th as well. So a lot of drivers making good progress from the back of the field.
Indeed, indeed. So, as you see here, Garford leading the way from Cresswell, from Morley. And that 24 of Freddie Hull didn't finish last time out at Shennington in the final.
No.
And, you know, here in 4th place, looking very strong, closing in on that top group. He's in a nice, clean area here, and he's just trying to latch on to the back of that front 3.
Yep, so onto lap number 5. Completing lap number 5, onto lap number 6. Garford, Cresswell, Morley, then a gap of 0.6 of a second back to Hull. Leon Frost is 1.5 seconds back. Now in the pre-final, Leon Frost was very quick at the start of the race, but then faded towards the end. Now he has got Rhys Lomax and Joseph Booth behind him. There's the 7 and the 45 on your screens now, coming into Dan Weldon Corner. The thing that they've got to worry about is the fact that they have used a lot of their tyres and have been very aggressive in the early going. Have they overcooked their tyres? Well, Lomax losing a place now. Maybe Lomax, who blitzed his way into the top 6 in the first 4 laps of the race from the back of the grid, has he overheated his tyres? We'll see, because Joseph Booth is looking the stronger. There's a back end sticking out of the Charlie King's kart. He is also making his way up to the field, but now Garford and Cresswell trying to pull away from Morley, but Freddie Hull, that gap was 0.6 of a second. It's now down to less than half a second between the top 3 and Hull in 4th.
Yeah, he's working very hard to close that gap. Still 10 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap, though. There it is on your screens. That doesn't look like a group of 3 and one person on their own. That just looks like one group of 4 now, doesn't it, with how close they are.
Good stuff.
So excellent stuff from this top 4, but again, not swapping positions, all staying line astern, working together to try and just break away from the main pack, to which they have done. So we're looking at a 4-way battle as it stands when we enter those last few remaining moments of this race. Whoa, what a shot there of King, going absolutely sideways under braking through turn 1. But Cresswell, once more, fastest lap of the race from 2nd place, 43.890.
Yep, Morley just watching and holding, keeping a watching brief over these 2 in front of him. Now, we'll start, at the moment we can't see James Morley looking over his shoulder. There he goes. He now sees that Freddie Hull is closing in. That will change Morley's mindset, because at the moment all he can do is attack, because even if he goes offline to try and make a move, he knows that nobody's behind him to pass him. As Hull gets closer, he's got to sort of half think about attack, but half think about defending.
Yeah.
That might see, so if Hull gets closer and closer and closer, I think when Freddie Hull gets to about 3 or 4 kart lengths behind the number 77 of James Morley, that's when we could see James Morley make a move on Cresswell in front of him. Garford continues to lead. In fact, he's just passed Cresswell for the lead. That's not going to help Morley, because that's going to bring Hull closer still, although in this lap Hull has faded a little bit, and a few wisps of cloud. I mean, not that it makes much difference, it's still absolutely boiling hot.
Oh, yes.
Baking sunshine. There's the rest of the field coming down TKM straight. All 16 starters still running. Carl Casabanti slipped back to 15th position. But at the end of lap number 9, the entire field is still within 11 seconds of the race leader.
Yeah, definitely so. And looking like a great running so far throughout the entirety of this field. We've got many gaps kind of breaking out. You obviously got your top 4 that have broken away, and then it's 5th all the way down to 11th. Yeah, there's one gap as well, and then 12th all the way down to 16th. So it's 3 separate groups of karts at the moment. But that gap between Freddie Hull and the front 3 is starting to creep open.
Yeah, it is. And you just saw Morley check over his shoulder again coming onto the TKM straight there, just to double check to see where Hull was, and that's going to give Morley a bit more confidence, so he's going to be more inclined to sit and push these two rather than try to get past, because the danger from the rear is ebbing away slightly. Now, behind Freddie Hull, Joseph Booth has just got past Leon Frost into 5th position. Reece Lomax has slipped back to 8th place behind Aditya Kulkarni, and Charlie King, I've noticed, has just got past Reece Lomax as well. So Lomax may be using his tyres too much, and we've got a kart coming off at Derek's corner there. That's a mechanical issue for somebody. I think that may, well, we're going to double check now. Oh, that could have been Tyler Harris. It was Tyler Harris out of the race. Mechanical issues for the number 88 kart. There he is, looking back at the track there. He pulls his kart off to one side, out of the way. Now, what can Freddie Hull do? He's kind of got to reload the weaponry, if you know what I mean, and go again.
Well, you have to remember as well that these three drivers here at the top, this is exactly what we saw at Shennington. It was a controlled race, it was tactical, and they were just waiting for that prime opportunity to get the job done. And of course, just working together, not doing anything to, you know, just hamper any time. So it's exactly what we saw at Shennington again. And something tells me that we could potentially see this throughout the season. Yeah,
these three, you know, again, working very, very well together. And I mean, there's Booth in the 45. Booth is now 5th. He's got two of his Tim Wilson Motorsport teammates behind him. Kulkarni in the 23 and Frost in the 59. Now they're going to act as rear gunners. They're going to try and push him up to head to Hull, but you know, the gaps are beginning to grow. We're on lap number 13 now. I mean, the top three have got a 2-second advantage over Hull. Hull has got a 4-second advantage over this group on screen, led by the number 45 Booth, and who's now got the 59 of Frost right behind him. And coming into the picture is the black and green number 16 Classen Motorsport kart of Charlie King.
Indeed, yeah. Reece Lomax as well, just behind with Jake Almasawi as well. So I got it right that time.
I was going to say,
I said it, and then you reprimanded me, and then I got it right that time. Yes. So yeah, there we go. I'm learning. There we go. Scrapping though here for position is there. Charlie King as well capitalises on that and moves up in front of the Leon 59 Frost, of Leon Frost.
So Frost loses 2 places there. So Aditya Kulkarni is now into P6, King up to P7, and Frost down to P8. Almasawi is 9th, and Reece Lomax down to 10th. Then it's McInerney 11th, Mitchell 12th, Jenkins 13th, Jones 14th, and Casabanti, the last kart, running in 15th position. So what can King do now? There's a move. It seems as though the drivers that start at the back and came up to the field quickly, such as Reece Lomax, they're now fading as the tyres give up. And like Charlie King, who started at the back and didn't make too much progress in the early stages, now he is making moves towards the front, but the gaps between each position are much greater, because King in 6th position has got 1.3 seconds to make up to 5th, and the top 4 are well clear. There's the top 3, still Garford leading Cresswell and Morley.
Yeah, and just thinking about this now, Freddie Hull is in a very big no man's land. He's 2 seconds adrift from the people in front. He's 3 seconds ahead of the people behind. So in a completely own sort of situation. But it's a good situation, because of course as soon as these three start scrapping away, which they will inevitably do within the last 2 minutes or so of this race, that's when Freddie Hull will start to capitalise on that one and push back up.
No, it's a good position in a way. As a driver, though, this is where drivers' mental attitude comes into it. So Freddie Hull, he's worked hard. At one point, he nearly caught the top 3.
Yeah.
Now they pulled away. As a driver, that's disheartening.
Yes, it is.
That's really disheartening. And when you get disheartened as a driver, you can potentially lose a fraction of concentration. You could miss an apex here. You could miss an apex there. Your pace slows off even more. You can't do that, however, because Freddie Hull, even though the leaders are pulling away, he needs to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, because the leaders will come back to him eventually. We don't know how much more they'll come back to him. I mean, he's 2.8 seconds down. It's going to take a couple of laps of battling to bring Hull back into play. But of course, if he loses a bit of concentration, if he gets too downhearted, that 2.8 second gap will become a 4.8 second gap, and then he really doesn't have a chance.
No, exactly that. And
so he's got to keep pushing on. He's got to keep his head down.
Yeah, you have to. And you have to remember as well that these three are working together. They're using the slipstream, they're pushing each other, which is another reason why maybe he's falling back. It's not because he's making mistakes, it's because he's on his own. He hasn't got the slipstream, he hasn't got the pump draft, he's
on his Jack Jones.
Yeah, exactly that. It's four wheels working against 12.
Exactly. I helped you with your maths.
Yeah, you did there. It's very hot in here, so I didn't want to have to worry about maths.
Battle for the lead going into Derek's corner. You're looking at the exit of Stowe. There goes Lomax. But up at the front, there it is. Cresswell has passed Garford for P1. Now, the gap, 2.95 seconds between the top three and the number 24 Precision Kart of Freddie Hull in fourth place. Watch that gap as the leaders battle. It's now Cresswell in the number 2 kart in front, and he defends. 2 minutes to go. Anthony, your timekeeping this weekend has been absolutely on point, sir.
Well, I was surprised that they did go at 2 minutes because a lot of people have been waiting a little bit later. But yeah, 2 minutes for the TKM or Junior TKM. And there it is, the move. That is Morley up into second place, gets that job done, moves in behind Cresswell now. So a new 1-2 at the time being, 1 minute 30 seconds plus that 1 lap to go.
And the gap is 1.7 seconds back to fourth position. So in the space of a lap, Freddie Hull has gained a second on these two. Now they went earlier because there's 3 of them. You know, Morley had to force the issue a little bit because it takes a lot longer to try and work your way past 2 karts. Cresswell defends down the TKM straight a little bit. Morley, will he look up the inside into Kimbolton corner? The answer is no. Oh, Garford trying to go round the outside of James Morley. He's going to get squeezed by the race leader. Here comes Morley at the inside onto the start-finish straight. Cresswell still has it. 1.3 seconds back to Freddie Hull. It's going to be a 4-kart battle for the lead before long as Cresswell squeezing him like a pimple coming out of Stoke corner there. Garford just about holds on to third place.
Great close racing from these 3 at the front, but then look at that gap now. It's only 7/10 of a second. Fast Freddie Hull is slowly closing in, and now, like you said, it's going to become a 4-way battle in no time at all. There he is on your screen. The 24 is slowly closing in. 30 seconds left. Big look over the shoulder from Cresswell. Morley is still there. Morley hugging that inside line as well. Garford sweeps to the outside, tries to get the switchback move out of the final corner. Can't quite do it. What's the gap when they next cross the line? It was 7/10. It's now only 4/10. This battle is getting very intense now. Last lap board out this time.
Next time around it'll be the last lap board. It's Cresswell side by side for second, Garford and Morley, and Hull has caught them. Now Hull's got the momentum, but now he's got a wall of karts in front of him. What can they do going into Derek's corner? This could be an opportunity for Cresswell to pull away. So Morley can't attack Garford now. If Morley attacks Garford now, Cresswell will go off and win this race. So Morley has got to go back to pushing. Freddie Hull has got to push. There's Morley checking over his shoulder. Cresswell doesn't need to defend coming into that corner, so Garford closes back in. Now Cresswell defends. Garford's going to get a good run. Maybe Morley's not close enough to push him down the main straight. They get the last lap board. Cresswell on the inside. Garford trying to go around the outside. This is where Cresswell squeezed Garford last time. This time Garford cuts back inside into the willows. Now it's going to be single file for the run, maybe down the Imitsu straight. Cresswell defends. Morley having a little nibble at the inside of Garford. Falls back into line. Oh, it's going to be close, Anthony Jordan. One of these drivers is going to miss out on the podium. It's going to be a shame to see which one's going to be. But Cresswell leads with half a lap to go.
Yep, great running then from the drivers. Only a couple more corners to go. Looking over the shoulder, hugging that inside line goes Cresswell. Garford cuts across the nose of Morley. They all still stay on the track. Again, furiously looking over the shoulder, but it could be a carbon copy of what it was at Shennington. It's going to be the same here at Kimbolton. Cresswell from Garford and Morley, and Freddie Hull crossing the line in fourth. Great finish.
Yep, and the top 4 separated by 0.2 of a second. Wow. Alistair Cresswell's winning margin, 0.05 of a second. Good. Again, I said at the start of the day, Kimbolton, the spiritual home of TKM racing, and it doesn't disappoint as always. There is something about this track and that TKM engine that just lends itself to fantastic racing, as we just saw. Behind the top 4, 5th position, Joseph Booth from 12th on the grid. Then Charlie King coming home in 6th position. Aditya Kulkarni in 7th. Leon Frost finishing in 8th. Jake Almasawi in 9th. Reese Lomax rounds out the top 10. Then Dara McInerney in 11th, Olivia Jenkins in 12th, Aidan Mitchell 13th, Carl Casabanti 14th, and Harvey Jones rounds out the top 15. Tyler Harris sadly failed to finish. There is last year's vice champion in the number 2 kart. Looking, can he maybe potentially swap that 2 for a 1 this year? He comes into Park Ferney and behind the number 1 barrier. Alfie Garford will be there in P2, and James Morley for Tim Wilson Motorsport comes through in P3. As Tyler Harris's mechanic trudges across the circuit there to collect Tyler's stricken wagon. And very shortly Anthony Jordan will be down there in the pit lane. I'm glad that Anthony gets to do the running as always on this stifling hot day, but then again his legs are slightly younger and fitter than mine. But that's 2 wins out of 2 finals for Alistair Cresswell. In total, that's Alistair's 3rd Junior TKM win, moving him to 2nd on the all-time winners list alongside Oliver Richardson. But Anthony Jordan is down with Alistair, Alfie and James in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, an exciting end to the Junior TKM final. It was so exciting that I'm out of breath, and I swear it has nothing to do with the fact that I just ran from the commentary box all the way down here. But, Mr. Cresswell, 2 for 2 so far in the Junior TKM finals. Well done.
Yeah, it's definitely, this year's definitely gone better than last year.
Pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw at Shennington. Same sort of tactics and all the way through. It must have been hard to think about. And, of course, with the heat this time around, a lot more challenging.
Yeah, definitely sweating a bit, and same 3 at the front pushing away, and did exactly the same, sat behind Alfie and just went for the move and defended from there.
I mean, you know, you were swapping positions all the way through that race, but again, the final pivotal moment, constantly looking over your shoulder, again, positioning that kart beautifully to just hold that defensive line all the way around. A great result.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Great chat there with our race winner, Mr. Cresswell. We'll head to Alfie Garford. Alfie, now, exciting race. We had some notes brought up from your dad, I believe it was. The most one was the comments that your mother made on the stream, and she didn't know that we were going to read them out, but we did. Yeah, a great result, and you must be very pleased with that one. Again, another 2nd place, a good start to the season.
Good points all day, really, but obviously could have been a bit better. But there's not really much to say. It was just a good race.
It was a good race. Of course, it's very hot, so I can imagine, yeah, it's quite hard to think of some words to say. But, no, a great result, a good start to the season. And, of course, P2s is better than not finishes at all. So, it's you know, you can be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent stuff. Very well done. Alfie Garford there. And we'll chat to our 3rd place man, James Morley. Again, another 3rd place. It's looking very familiar this season. Everyone's sticking to the same spots. Do we plan on changing it around anytime soon?
Yeah, hope so. Yeah. Just difficult in the weather. Don't know.
Hard to really think about, isn't it? But the kart, again, looking amazing and performing super well out there. Now, talk us through, obviously, at the end of that race, or nearing the end of it, we had a 4th man join the session. The number 24 of Freddie Hull joined the battle nearing the end. That must have been a lot to think about as well.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult, especially because, you know, Alistair was defending very well. You just can't get past, so you have to watch out for the people behind. Yeah, it's quite hard to overtake.
A hard one, but again, a great result, 3rd place, and a great start to the season.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Excellent stuff. Well, very well done then to our top 3, and of course, that was the Junior TKMs. Next up, of course, is the adults. It's time now for TKM Extreme.
Yep, TKM Extreme, so the same TKM engine, slightly smaller restrictor to give the engine a bit more power. Drivers age 16 and over. 27 drivers entered this race. Now, hopefully, you've got 27 drivers still out there. Michael Cornell, who had that incident at Shennington where he rolled out of his kart, he damaged his shoulder ligaments in that incident. He was back and racing this weekend. He raced yesterday. This morning, he had an incident on the last lap of his final heat race. Didn't see him out in the number 85 kart for the pre-final. I'm just wondering, was that him saving himself for the final, or was the kart too damaged to repair in time? We'll see shortly whether He will be out there. We've got 27 drivers there. Very smartly taking as much shade as possible. To the last possible moment is James Pashley. Pashley starting second, the 2019 TKM Extreme Wera Tours British Kart Championship champion. Sitting in the shade, there is starting behind him, Joseph Reeves-Smith in kart. No, that's not Joseph there moving his legs. That's one of the other drivers just chatting away. That Lewis Wadley there chatting. And again, this is what is great about, you know, these are fierce competitors. That's Jack Saunders in the middle there chatting to the other drivers. You know, a lot of drivers, they're friends, you know, off track, you know, but they're fierce competitors on track. Kart still being put down on the track. There's Lewis Wadley's kart you're just looking at there. There's a gap where Jack Saunders' kart is. Now that looks like Adam Sparrow, last year's champion. What is he thinking? He's starting 10th on the grid. It has not been a particularly successful weekend for Adam so far. Now Adam at the moment has got, well, 4 wins. So Sparrow 4 wins, Chris Whitton 4 wins, James Pashley 3 wins, including last time out at Shellington. Lewis Wadley 2 wins. Leo Hesketh has got a win, so has Matthew Allnut. Max Goldsmith, who's not racing in this class anymore, he's also got a win in this class, in this championship. And there's Matthew Allnut in kart number 14. So again, a win for James Pashley would move him into a 3-way tie with Chris Whitton and Adam Sparrow on the all-time TKM Extremes win list. Chris Whitton is going to be starting this race in the number 33 kart, but down in 18th position. There is Ben Cox in kart number 82 for Klassen Motorsport on a Gillard chassis. So there is an excellent see that the Gillard's name is still out there racing. Of course, Tim Gillard has sold and ceased production himself, but there are rumours in the paddock that the Gillard chassis name will be returning at some point, but not necessarily made by Tim Gillard, but as part of another karting brand. We shall have to wait and see. They're down at the back of the field. That's Nathan Wells. Nathan retired from his pre-final, and Aaron Lask in the number 93. There's the 36 of Megan Lawson, the 26 of Charlie Flynn. There's the 33, there's Chris Whitton. Now, he's going to have to do very well from 18th on the grid to get a 5th win in this class, this championship. Yeah, there's some of the Tim Wilson karts, the 99 of Alex Reddy, the 38 of Andrew Lawrence, and there is Matthew Taylor, familiar crash helmet Matt Taylor, 5th in last year's championship. The year before, he was also 5th the year before, so he was 5th in 2019, 5th in 2020. Just looking at the historic results, Matt Taylor, well, he's had 2 second places and a 3rd in the last 2 seasons here. And now there's Joe Reeves-Smith, the number 3, just getting his rib protector on. There's Pashley, his dad Lee. Again, privateer effort, family-run team. Comments that have come in said, oh, you know, I wish I had rich parents. Well, you don't need rich parents to race in TKM karting. You know, lots of families do this, you know, on a budget, a small budget, on a shoestring. You can be very, very competitive. There's Theo Hesketh, blue race suit there, just zipping it up, ready to go to battle. Theo starting the number 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart from the inside of row 3. There's Kai Springfield, privateer driver number 7 on the Jade kart. And there is Joe Fowler, 2018 British TKM Extreme champion, pole position holder on the ARC chassis for Klassen Motorsport. You know, he is getting himself geared up and ready to go for battle. Now again, you don't see, this is not a slight on the professionalism of the teams, of course, and the people in this championship, but of course you're not seeing lots of expensive team race suits. Of course, they cost a bit of money, and if you haven't got a lot of money, then you save it. You know, it doesn't make your go-kart go any quicker. So a lot of these drivers just running plain race suits because they, you know, save a couple of quid, make your kart go faster. Very wise choice. Anthony Jordan How was the run back up to the commentary box in the 30-degree heat?
I definitely walked on the way back up.
Oh,
I took my time. It's quite hot, but I don't want to stay out in the sun too long because, of course,
yes, you go from naught to lobster in 30 seconds.
I do indeed go from naught to lobster in 30 seconds, yeah. So
yes.
I have to try and avoid the sunshine as much as possible. But these drivers here, wrapped up in their race suits and helmets on and gloves on and everything like that, must be absolutely roasting.
Oh, yes, not present. There's the number 54 Litchfield Motorsport kart of Joe Stockford. He's actually running with Precision Racing, according to there, but he's still got the Litchfield graphics, Precision Racing race suit, Litchfield graphics on the kart. Starting this one from the inside of row number 7. Privateer drivers have won 11 races in this class since the start of 2019. Tim Wilson Motorsports won 2, Precision Racing's won 2, the Jade Racing team have won 1, and nobody else has yet opened their account. So if Joe Fowler were to win this race, that would be Klassen Motorsports' first TKM Extreme win. Here is the starting lineup in the Motorsport UK British Championship since the start of 2019. It's Fowler and Pashley on row 1, Springfield and Joe Reeve-Smith on row 2. Row 3, Theo Hesketh and Lewis Wadley. Row 4, Harvey Roth and Jack Saunders, 2 drivers coming out of junior last year. Then it's Spencer Lane and defending champion Adam Sparrow. Zach Bowen and Matthew Taylor go from row 6. Joe Stockford and Andrew Lawrence are on row 7. Isaac Marsh and Alex Reddy on row 8. Row 9 is Matt Allner and Chris Whitton. Row 10, Josh Raystrick and Charlie Flynn. Row 11, Tom Johnson and Megan Lawson. Row 12, Ben Cox and Aaron Lask. Row 13, Theo Tibbetts and Nathan Wells. Row 14, if he is there, is number 85, Michael Cornell. And I'm just looking at the karts leaving the grid, and I don't think that Michael Cornell is there, sadly. So we are down to just 26. Now, late off the line was the number 82 of Ben Cox. So Cox has taken a while to get going the last couple of times, but he's now on the track. And we'll try and catch the field up. Fowler in the 31. Then Pashley in the 52. Springfield in the 7. Reeve-Smith in the 3. Karts coming into the tram lines now. Lights are out. We're off and racing in TKM Extreme. Fowler leads the field down to Stowe Corner. Are they all going to get through cleanly? The front runners do. It's a bit bunched in the middle, almost 4 wide. But yes, everyone through cleanly. Ben Cox still at the back of the pack, trying to catch up as they head down towards Derrick's for the first time. 26 karts in total, and 2 at the back go spearing off onto the grass in the entrance to Derrick's. Karts, drivers up and out of their karts. One driver,
the 30,
is going to try and go around again. And
Nathan Wells.
Oh, I think he may have taken a bit of motorsport timings technology with him. Oh dear. He's coming across the line. Is Nathan Wells. Oh no, it's just clearing a lot of the grass out, and he's going to rejoin directly in front of the leaders. Now that's not ideal, Nathan, I've got to say. He's already a lap down. He needs to get out of the way and let the field go through. The other driver, Aaron Lask, out of the race that was involved in that. But on your screens, number 31, Joe Fowler is leading, but the kart in front of him, Nathan Wells, is a lap down. And Nathan, you need to get out of the way. I mean, there's no blue flags yet. It's just me saying it. He's not disobeying any rules and regulations. They see the marshal post there.
He's letting them pass. He's letting them pass.
Good lad, Nathan. Good lad, Nathan. I mean, it must be so frustrating. Now, you just tuck in behind the field and try and pick up as many places as possible.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. Albeit it'll be a lap down, but yes, it'll be still a fun race. So 13.5 minutes to go. Excitement then at the start of this TKM Extreme final. It's race 26 of the weekend, and jostling positions. There's Adam Sparrow making up a few places there, moving up from 8th place into 7th. And again, a great start for the entirety of this field. You can see there, Fowler leading from Pashley, and Springfield there still holding in 3rd place. Great results from them. So for the people at home, remind us, what were the finishing orders from last year? From last round.
I'll remind you, the finishing orders for Shellington was James Pashley taking the win, from Lewis Wadley in 2nd, and Joe Reeve-Smith in 3rd.
There we go.
In the top 3, there's a move. That is number 63, Kart, just squeezing his way inside. That is Harvey Roth gaining a place. Fowler continues to lead, however, and Fowler came in today 7th in the championship, but if we have a little look at the championship standings on our screens now, we'll see that Fowler is already up into the top 4, and Pashley leads the championship by 22 points over Joe Reeve-Smith. Very early stages yet, but behind them, look at all the drivers. Hesketh, Fowler, Wadley, even Sparrow and Springfield all within contention. And so every position that James Pashley loses, Joe Reeve-Smith, Theo Hesketh and Joe Fowler all gain ground on him.
They do indeed, yes. So not a major breakaway that we're seeing at the moment. The rest of the field all still in one big long train. The timing system says that the from 1st to 19th is all enough to be close enough for one big group. And looking out the window here, I'd say that was correct.
Yep, and that's less than 5 seconds separating the first 19 at the moment. We're on lap number 5. Nobody getting away at the start. At the front though, Fowler being kept in check by James Pashley. Springfield in 3rd. In the number 7 cart, then it's the number 2 of Hesketh, the 98 of Wadley, the 3 of Reeve-Smith, then the number 1 plate cart, Adam Sparrow, Spadders to his online gaming friends who are watching and cheering him on and saying that they will make him a cake if he wins.
I would also like a cake.
I would like a cake as well. Yes. But I was about to say, if you make Adam Sparrow a cake, that means he puts on weight, that means he goes slower in his go-kart. What you need to do is make him a cake, get him to bring it to the next round and give it to us.
Perfect.
There we go.
Perfect.
That's the thing.
Excellent.
Fowler, under pressure from Pashley, through Dan Weldon corner. Springfield in 3rd, about 3 kart lengths back. Not in a position to push Pashley on, but Pashley doesn't need that help at the moment. He can attack Fowler without any help from behind.
Indeed, indeed. So they exit out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight again. Just checking that those levels, changing the kind of fuel pressure, or however it is that they're doing with that engine on the right-hand side. But out of the chicane onto the infield straight, closest Pashley I think has actually been. So he's right on that rear bumper now, really piling on the pressure. Falls a little bit back there. Springfield now closing in as well, but the top 4 definitely looking to break away. But the 98 of Lewis Wadley's not allowing that to happen, so he's still very close behind. And then again, the rest of the field, it is all down to, if any of these drivers now start to overtake within this time now, it's going to be carnage.
Yep, and you can see Fowler with his head down. Springfield on this lap looks to have the advantage of a Pashley, but now, so Springfield gets to Pashley's rear bumper, 2nd and 3rd place. Will we see Springfield sort of push Pashley along a little bit up the Yamitsu straight? He's not close enough yet. In fact, Pashley's got a good run on the race leader. They cross the line. There is less than a second separating the top 4. Less than 2 seconds separates the top 6. Reeve-Smith was in 6th position. I'm having a look there. He's in the green and orange cart. He's fallen back a little bit, has Joseph Reeve-Smith. Oh, Pashley getting it all wrong, coming through Castrol Corner there. The cart over the curbs, it almost jackknives across the circuit. He did well to hang on to that, and I tell you what, Kai Springfield did well not to take him out. Speaking of out...
Slippery surface flag is out.
Yes, that is, in the tyres, the number... I didn't quite catch that, but whatever it is, that is a slippery surface flag, so somebody may have lost the water, or somebody, no, not the water, but...
I'd say these are air-cooled engines, aren't they? But something's gone awry.
Yeah, let's have a little look to see where that yellow flag was. I'm trying to see...
It was coming into the corner that we're coming into now.
Yeah, and maybe that was because Pashley almost lost it. Nobody is retired. We've still got 25 karts still running. Still the top 5 nose to tail, and now Pashley looking quite aggressive, doesn't go for the move yet. He's waiting.
Oh yes, still plenty of time left of this race, 8 minutes to go. I wouldn't expect to see any major overtakes as of yet. If we would see anything, I suspect maybe with the 5 minutes to go we'll see a little bit of scrapping to get into those original or next positions, and then with about 2 minutes to go again we'll see the main sort of overtakes happening.
Yep.
I've made my predictions.
There we go. And to be fair, your predictions have been pretty much spot on. So, Reeve-Smith, the number 3 kart, that green-orange kart, there he is in 6th position. Now, there is Zach Bowen. Number 18, and quite correctly, I did say that there was water on the track. Of course, these karts don't have water. I did correct myself. It must have been oil, but maybe nothing else. So, sorry, Mr. Herbert, I stand corrected. But Zach Bowen up into 7th place, Harvey Roth 8th, Sparrow 9th, Matt Allnut 10th. And it's Jack Saunders 11th, Joe Stockford 12th, Spencer Lane 13th, followed by Isaac Marsh, Andrew Lawrence, Josh Raystrick, Theo Tibbetts, Matthew Taylor, Megan Lawson and Alex Reddy. Still, there's a battle. There's Bowen in the number 18 kart, holding off Harvey Roth in the 63 and the one of Adam Sparrow. So, Sparrow, he was very, very impressive last year, won the title. It came right down to the wire at PFI. This year, he's got his work cut out for him. There's an extra round, there's 4 rounds, but he's got a lot more stronger competition. Sparrow struggling, but he's still got time to maybe make a few moves. But the top 6 have pulled clear. This is the 7th place battle you're looking at on screen. 2, 4, 6, 8 karts, Anthony? 8, 9 karts in this group?
Oh, I would say even more than that. I'll count them on my screen here.
I tell you what, but I tell you one kart that's not in that battle. That's number 5, Matthew Taylor. And Taylor has sadly retired his machine into the pits, down to 24 karts.
You'll need all your fingers and a toe because it's 11 karts.
Oh gosh. Oh, all my fingers and a toe.
All your fingers and a toe, yeah.
All right, I'll take my socks off now.
Please don't.
Move. There's a move. Jack Saunders picking up a place. There's a smart-looking kart. That's number 46 kart of Theo Tibbetts.
Yes. Good little overtake there with the time remaining. 6 minutes to go then as we watch this sort of mid-pack battle from 7th onwards, or 7th down to 17th, so it was 11, it's now 10. Lewis Wadley, though, the 98, fastest lap of the race in 4th place. He's in that front pack, which I'm expecting in the next 40-odd seconds to a minute or so to start scrapping a little bit on the main scrap.
And also, we saw Ben Cox slow off the line. He didn't catch the pack before they got the start. He has just caught the tail enders in 24th place. There goes Saunders again, passing Sparrow. So, Jack Saunders up into 9th place, Sparrow down to 10th.
Indeed. Keeping a close eye on that one. The number 14 moving up a position as well. Matt Allnut there, moving from 11th to 10th place, getting past Mr. Sparrow. So Sparrow going down positions here, which is not ideal, not what he's looking for.
No, to me, there's something fundamentally wrong there with the chassis or the engine, because Adam does start okay, but then fades as each race goes on. So he gains ground in the first third of the race and then spends the rest of the race defending and falling back. So obviously a fundamental issue there that Sparrow just can't overcome. Up at the front, though, which one of these 5 drivers, because it is now a group of 5, Joe Reeves-Smith in 6th position has fallen to over a second behind them. Springfield didn't have the fastest lap of the race. Wadley now with the new fastest lap in number 98, 43.34 seconds for the Precision Racing team. Wadley up into 3rd, so Pashley has slipped back to 4th. Still Theo Hesketh keeping a watching brief, acting as the rear gunner of this quintet of karts. At the front of the field, lap 15, still 4 minutes to go. And still Joe Fowler doing a great job of hanging on to the race lead without being defensive, trusting his rival. Springfield's pushing on, however.
Yeah, he is pushing on, but he has still got a clear gap. There's more of a gap in front of Springfield than Springfield's got behind him to Wadley. Wadley is closing that one. So at the moment, Fowler has got some seriously good pace out there. Pashley with the new fastest lap of the race, currently in 4th place, was 2nd earlier on today. And obviously he won last time out as well at Shennington and is going to want to repeat that. So with 3.5 minutes to go, expect the pin to be pulled fairly soon, I imagine. Because when it goes in TKM, it goes.
Yeah, and so you're thinking that all 5 of these drivers have got plans to win this race. However, Pashley cannot wait until the last lap to make his move because he's 4th and he's got to pass 3 karts. So he has to try and move earlier on Wadley. Wadley likewise knows that he has to make his move early, a couple of laps before the end on Springfield if he can.
No, exactly that. And, thinking about it, I would hate to be right now in Joe Fowler's position, but personally, in my opinion, because I'd be petrified. But Joe is putting in a great performance out there at the moment, really showing his talent at the front of this TKM Extreme field.
And you can see checking over his shoulder every single lap, you know, just, you know, gauging, and he's not just looking behind him, he looks over his shoulder for a fraction of a second, but, you know, he's counted how many karts are behind him, so he knows there's a group of 5. He knows it's not just a head-to-head fight between him and Kai.
Yeah.
It's a group of 5. Through the willows we go. Again, a check onto the Yamitsu straight, just a glance.
Yep. But again, that's that psychological thing, isn't it? Because now Kai Springfield knows that he's looking over his shoulder now. He's getting
Springfield
nervous.
can try and force him into a mistake. He'll try and pressure him.
Exactly.
Because Springfield knows that Fowler is thinking about what's behind him, Springfield will try and just force and pressurise Fowler into a slight misjudgment.
Yeah, exactly that. And that is going to be... It is a tough one to do. I mean, just thinking about it, like less than 2 minutes to go plus that one additional lap. Now is where we're going to start to see the overtakes. They've got a nice clear gap, 3 seconds to the next group. That is in 6th place of Joseph Rees-Smith. And then, of course, Zach Bowen and the rest of the field as well. So these 5 very clear at the front. When is that going to start happening?
Springfield's looking good now. Springfield checks over his shoulder. He's going to check to see, well, I've got about a 2 kart lengths in hand over Wadley, so if he makes a move now, then Wadley's not in a position to sort of, you know, stick his nose in and cost Kai Springfield a spot.
Yeah.
But, again, onto the straight. Fowler not defending, so Joe Fowler, he's just not defending yet. He's going to try and go as long as he can before he starts to defend. The onus at the moment is on Springfield to make something happen.
Yeah, exactly that. So who's going to pounce first? That's the question.
I mean, Fowler has not had a win in the British Championship since he won the 2018 title. He's class and motorsport. Haven't had a win in the TKM Extreme class since Motorsport UK took over this championship in 2019. Is that wait about to end? 30 seconds to go. They're not going to get the last lap board this time by. Now there is 2 laps to go, and now we see for the first time Joe Fowler defends.
Yep, defensive manoeuvres coming in thick and fast now. So now game is on. Fowler leading the way from Springfield, Wadley and Pashley. Hesketh as well in this pack as well. The top 5 absolutely nose to tail as they go through Derek's corner. Here we go then, exit out again. No real overtaking opportunities through here because you're constantly manoeuvring the kart.
Left to right.
There's no room for any manoeuvres. Now, here we go, down in towards the penultimate corner.
Oh, Springfield's so close.
He is so close, but again, didn't go defensive though, did Fowler this time. He was defensive into turn 1, but he's now stayed on the normal racing line. Last lap board out this time. Expect the defensive manoeuvres now.
Yep, I say Fowler defends the inside. Now Springfield's gone in deep as well. Round the outside in third. Wadley's under pressure, and that's partially up over the back bumper of Lewis Wadley. Wadley was on the inside line because Theo Hesketh was going around the outside. Hesketh goes from 5th to 3rd, and it's still Fowler leading, Wadley in 4th, Springfield 2nd. Springfield, great news for Kai Springfield. He's got Joe Fowler all to himself. There's a gap back to Hesketh in 3rd. Hesketh's got to try and keep Wadley behind him. Here comes Springfield. Did he dart to the inside of this corner? No. Only 1 corner to go. Can Joe Fowler hold on? I think he will. Kai Springfield can't catch him. And there's Pashley and Wadley again taking chunks out of each other. And Joe Fowler does take the win over Kai Springfield. Theo Hesketh in 3rd, Wadley 4th, James Pashley in 5th. Well, Joe Fowler, he'd had 3 third-place finishes in the last 2 years. He's back on top. The 2018 champion takes his first win of 2021 for Class A Motorsport. Kai Springfield, best privateer driver home. Springfield, that is his 2nd podium in the last 3 years. Theo Hesketh, he finishes 3rd. Lewis Wadley 4th and James Pashley 5th. 0.2 of a second separate the top 2. Zach Bowen, a great drive to come home in 6th position with Reeves Smith 7th, Saunders in 8th, Allnut is 9th. with Spencer Lane, Josh Raystrick and Adam Sparrow, your top 12. There's a brief look at the rest of the finishing order. We lost Joe Stockford towards the end there as well, as Matthew Taylor, Aaron Ask and Michael Cornell didn't start, but the driver with the very, very distinctive white and yellow crash helmet reminds me again of Jody Schechter's crash helmet design. Comes in, puts that 31 kart in P1 for the first time in several years. A fist bump and a congratulations from Adam Sparrow. That's good to see, good sport, great sportsmanship. Kai Springfield, oh, bit of frustration. He just couldn't quite get close enough to make a move on the last lap. And, you know, just having a little talk about it. And here's shaking hands there. That's the third place. That's, is that walking off screen? One of the Talco drivers walking off screen. Lewis Wadley, not looking too thrilled. Theo Hesketh in third place. Top three drivers are down there as we have a glance at the heat haze shimmering across the start-finish line here at Kimbolton, home of the Hunts Kart Racing Club. 3 finals down, 3 finals to go. But very shortly, we'll be hearing from the top 3 in that TKM Extreme final, where Lobster O'Reilly Anthony Jordan himself is down on the demi-grid. And he'll be speaking to Joe Fowler right about now.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, back down in the, well, wherever we are, Kimbolton. We're at Kimbolton. It's so hot here, isn't it? But I can't imagine it was a lot hotter for you, though. Joe Fowler, what a final that was. Got it to the end, just though. It looked like a very hard work.
Yeah, I got a break like halfway through the race. They must have battled or something. And I've had so much pace this weekend, so I thought I'd be able to keep it, but Kai was so quick on that Jade, and yeah, I had to battle in the last laps just to keep it.
Now, of course, for Klassen Motorsport, since Motorsport UK have taken over, of course, the British Kart Championships, Klassen Motorsport hasn't had a final win in the TKM Extremes. You today have broken that, and you bring the team its first win within the season. Well done.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. We've been quick enough the last 4 weekends to win, but everything's gone wrong. And this time, managed to get it right. The kart is so quick around here, over all the curbs and everything. It's just brilliant, yeah.
All right, excellent stuff. Again, lots of supporters at home. Anything you'd like to say to the folks at home?
Thanks to my dad, my mum, my family, Adrian Game for the engines, and Klassen Motorsport for the kart.
Excellent. Again, Joe Fowler, great result. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Spot on. Good chat there to our first place man. Let's talk to Kai Springfield, of course, the number 7, the Jade kart chassis here. A fantastic result from him. Kai, if I get you over here, because it's quite noisy, isn't it? Yeah. Right, so, Kai, what a final that was. It looked, again, like a lot of hard work, of course, lots of thinking to do, and in this heat, thinking is not something that me, Henry, or anyone else here is probably doing a lot of.
No, yeah, I mean, it was, to be honest, the top 5 there was all the same speed. I mean, there was no toe. Usually you think about a race and when to get the right toe. In the end, the toe didn't even matter. When I finally got into behind Joe Fowler, I was thinking, am I attacking distance? And then I was thinking, if I did anything, it would probably mess both our speeds up. I was thinking, I'm so long I'm getting in the top 3, I was happy. I was thinking, keep checking the engine. And just take it easy, really. I mean, if Joe Fowler made a mistake, which I was hoping on, I would have then probably gone for a move, but he was just that slight bit quicker than me. But yeah, I was just glad to be second, to be honest. When I was looking behind me, the gap was reasonably safe throughout most of the points in the race, so yeah, pretty happy.
Excellent stuff. Again, a great result, second place for this weekend at Kimbolton. Anyone you'd like to say thank you to at home?
Yeah, thanks for my dad for running me, and Gary and his son Brad. They've helped me out all weekend. My teammate Mike as well, that unfortunately had to retire this weekend. But yeah, just a big thanks to all them lot, really.
Excellent stuff. Again, congratulations, Kai Springfield.
Thank you.
Excellent. Right, now let's see if we can have a chat with our third place man, Theo. Where is it? Oh, he's over there. Sorry, I've walked away. I came close to the car. Theo, right, so, God blimey, it's hot in this sunshine, I can't imagine what you're thinking. But yeah, what a final that was. Again, the kart looking absolutely in immense condition. You're obviously running the Tony Kart chassis, but it's a fantastic result, though, third place in this final.
Yeah, we're really happy with it. I felt like we were struggling a little bit in that final, I'm not going to lie, with hanging on a little bit to the front lot, but towards the end of the race, when they started defending and things, just managed to come out on top, really, and bag ourselves a podium.
Yeah, it's a great result, and like I say, pending Paul Classen, of course. Everyone hates Paul Classen. Well, no, we love Paul Classen, of course. But yeah, no, it was a tough final on that one. But we're looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, it should be good. Will Mill, we finished second last 2 years ago, so yeah, feeling pretty positive going into it.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to say hello to at home?
Well, big thank you to Tim Wilson and Tim Wilson Motorsport. My mechanic Paul Duke and my dad for supporting me.
Excellent stuff. Very well done on third place for Theo Hesketh there. Well, great running then from all of the class for TKM. It's now time for the smallest drivers in today's paddock. It's time now for IAME Cadet.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for IAME Cadet. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you did just hear Anthony Jordan say the words "Core Blimey" in the year 2021 on the live stream. But there we are. So, Core Blimey, Governor. We got another kart race on the go. There's Auntie Catherine Price on the circuit there, making sure that all the Wera Tools branding looks in the right position. Here we go. Next race up, race 27. All the next races we have for you, ladies and gentlemen, capacity 34 starting grids. So the action is going to be absolutely spectacular. The race at Shennington Cadet was won by George Edgar. Edgar starts fourth on the grid. There is a huddle of cadets down in the shade. Now, well, it was the cadet Hondas that were huddling to get out of the rain at Clay Pigeon. Shennington was nice and sunny, but it was nowhere near this hot. And there are the drivers, and again, drivers, they're hydrating. Down the front, you've got Roman Kanyab there on the right-hand side of your screen. In the middle of your screen, you've got, well, that's Zach Drummond on the left. And in the middle, that looks like Noah Wolf in the middle there. Hello, there we are. At the back round there, we've got more Fusion drivers. Ben Smith is amongst them. Harrison Mackey is there as well. And there's George Edgar holding on to his umbrella. And it's got 4 minutes or so to go before this one. On the other side of the grid, the drivers that that don't have the shelter, they're clinging to, you know, anything else. There's Jensen Graham, young Scotsman. Now his mechanic. There we go. Potential here. Nice sunglasses, trainers, bright orange. Oh, look at that. They're good mechanics trainers. They're very good mechanics trainers. Now, do we have an earpiece in? We probably got an earpiece in. Let's have a little look around there. Thank you, Stu. Yes, earpiece in. Tucked down behind. Is it? Oh, it's behind him as well. He's got the team shirt on. Has he got the team shorts? Has he got Fusion Motorsport shorts? I think he does. Ding, 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 ding. Kart mechanic bingo winner, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, whoop. Yes. Oh, that's made my day, that has, Anthony. Oh.
I honestly, Henry, I can't leave you alone for 2 moments out of this conversation.
Go home happy now. Oh, we tried to have fun with all the personalities. Again, karting, ladies and gentlemen, it is like a big family. It's a bit of a dysfunctional family, and not everybody always gets on. Somebody occasionally gets drunk at dinner and has to be thrown out. But, you know, it is a family. These kids, these teams, these mechanics, they go round and round the country, you know, week in after week out. There's Sam Pollitt Racing, number 20, Freddie Housley. And, you know, we try and get to know as much of them as possible. You're watching this live from wherever you are in the world. This is why the British Kart Championship is the best. And a lot of effort goes into making these young men and women. Oh dear, let's put his trousers up there, that mechanic. Oh dear me. There's the Ultimate R, number 43, Joseph Murphy. And the Ultimate R team have been making really good progress here in the British Kart Championship this year. You know, taking it to the big guns. And a little bit further back there's some of the Paul Munn Racing drivers. You've got Kit Malowski, you've got Morgan Moore, So you've got Kenish Grau there, but they're focusing on this. Yeah, there we go, say hello, that's right. So the PMR driver program entries. There's Jacob Ashcroft. Now watch for Jacob Ashcroft in the number 42 kart. Had that incident in the pre-final, got spun around, so he'll be trying. You can see where the incident was. You can see by the scuff on his number 42. That's what happened to Jacob in the pre-final. Oh, there's Mr. Marlowe looking fine there. One of the Paul Munn Racing driver mechanics. Now there's Alex T for the Paul Munn Racing team. He's Kit Bolowski's mechanic. I promised not to make fun of Alex T at all on the live stream this year. So do you know what? I'm going to be true to my word, and I'm not going to make fun of him.
Right.
I'm going to make fun of Jake Dalton standing there instead, looking like a male model as he walks on, one of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport mechanics. Yeah, there's Jensen Graham, there's Jakey Boy. Oh, yeah, all right, lad. Oh, yeah, cracking job there. Oh, go on, Jake. Oh, all right, yeah. Can't say the word Jake says. It's like me, you know, but he's from the north, he is.
Yeah.
But he's doing a great job. He's a mechanic in a way for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. And again, smart, you know, thinking that keeping that neck warm. You should have had the same idea. Have a towel around the old Gregory Peck there, Anthony. He's Jesse Phillips, driver number 26. Good job for Jesse. Now, remember at Mansell Raceway last year, it was Jesse's 9th birthday on race day. So, of course, that was about a year ago. You know, no, it wouldn't have been. It was been late. You know, it was sort of like late 2020, so end of August type. End of August, beginning of September 2020. So, you know, Jesse Phillips, you know, still one of the younger cadets in the field and doing a great job staying up near at the sharp end. There's the number 27 of Jensen Graham. And here is a look at the starting lineup brought to you by motorsport-timing.co.uk. Noah Wolf and Roman Kamyab on row number 1. Row 2, Zach Drummond and Jorge Edgar. Sorry, George Edgar. It looks like Jorge. Jorge's faster on row 2. Daniel Sofronea and Ben Smith on row 3. Then Jesse Phillips and Lewis Werrell on row number 4. Row 5, Jensen Graham and Harrison Mackie. Row 6, Portugal's Rodrigo Seabra and Finley Buck. Row 7 will be Antoni Witkowski and Aston Sharp. Row 8, William Murtagh and Henry Domain. Row 9, Zach Green and Freddie Housley. Row 10, Kit Bolowski and Fred Green. Row 11, we've got Sky Parker and Kenish Grau, then Joseph Murphy and Jacob Ashcroft. Further back in the starting lineup, Archie Lovett, Riley Cranham, Jensen Jones, Flynn McDermott. And then the last couple of rows, Harley Musk, Oscar Cartmail, Cameron McPhee, Noah Baglin, and shotgun on the field, Henry Carter and Ethan Woodward.
There you go, you got it all out there, didn't you, Henry?
Don't doubt me, Mr. Jordan. We got it in. Now, we got 34 karts, 15 minutes, plus a lap. This race could be one of the best you'll see all year. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed. Lights out. We're off and racing down to turn 1. A whole sea of fusion karts covering the track. They all get to the apex of Stowe Corner. They're 5-6 wide in the pack. And the best cadets in the world get round cleanly.
Yep, great start there. A little jostling on the curb there for the 41. That was Antoni Witkowski there, just clipping that curb at the exit of the Willows chicane. Rest of the field go through again. A bit of jostling on the curbs, but again, nice and clean. Everyone gets through. Well done, IAME Cadet.
Indeed, and they're still all facing up. Good, clean start. Now, this is where, we've got one with the Ultimate R kart to the back of the grid. Was that an Ultimate R kart? Or
It was
that
the 43.
It was the 43. So it was
Joseph Murphy. It was an Ultimate R kart. Well done.
Bouncing around, yes. And now we're going to try and get, the teams are going to try and sort of get together. We've got 4 fusion karts heading the field, led by Noah Wolf, number 45. Then it's George Edgar, number 17. Then it's Zach Drummond, number 5. And Ben Smith, number 47. Then the first, the Oliver Rowland Motorsports car, that very deep blue-purple crash helmet of number 44, Daniel Sofronea. In fact, Sofronea makes a move. He's trying to cut his way into that fusion freight train to stop them working together. The more that he sort of makes a nuisance of himself up at the front, the closer his teammates who are behind him can get. But the fusion, good work there by Zach Drummond and by Ben Smith and Jensen Graham to ease Sofronea back a couple of places. Now, last time out, it was Edgar, Sofronea and Domain, the top 3 at Shennington. At Kimbolton a year ago, Zach Drummond beat Nathan Tye and Macaulay Bishop. It was a fusion, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Paul Munn Racing. Each team had one on the podium.
He did indeed. So, it's very close to the barrier there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Harrison Mackie getting eased wide there, coming out of turn number 1. Sorry, that was Jensen Graham. The 27, sorry, the Scottish driver coming over from Honda Cadet into IAME Cadet this year.
Still, nonetheless, very close to the wall.
It was very close to the wall.
It was very
close
close
to
to
the
the wall. Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Zach Drummond takes the lead then. Noah Wolf being nerfed out wide, loses 3 positions in one corner.
So close to just dropping that wheel off the curb onto the grass and losing all sorts of traction.
Yes, indeed. The 95 in the back of your shot also went off the circuit slightly. That was Kip Bolowski. Back on track, though, and keeps it on the straight and narrow. 12.5 minutes to go then, and screaming down in towards turn 1. Fantastic shot there of them all coming into view.
Oh, brilliant.
Beautiful shots there. You just see the heat haze from the engines as they whiz past here at Kimbolton.
Yep, George Edgar, fastest lap of the race, pushing Zach Drummond along as they go into Derek's corner on lap number 4. It's a 4-car freight train at the front, but there's not a lot of room back to 5th position. There is a change for 3rd position. That's Wolf back into P3. Head down. Still got the lead. It's now Lewis Werrell in Kart 6. No, it's so sorry. Sofrenair was so close up behind Ben Smith's kart that I didn't even see him there. I thought it was Lewis Werrell, the first of the ORM karts, but Werrell's the second of the ORM karts. Still, Sofrenair 5th. The only Fusion driver in that league group, the only non-Fusion driver in that league group, holding up the ends of Ollie Rowland Motorsport at the moment. But Werrell in the number 6 kart is not far back in 7th place, and he's got his teammates Jesse Phillips and Henry Domain right with him. 10th is Harrison Mackie. Then it is the leading privateer, Zach Green. So, you know, we talk about privateer drivers in other classes. There's a change for the race lead. Drummond goes from 1st to 4th in a whip snitch.
It was very close, but again, it's just what they were doing in the previous races. You've got to remember, Noah Wolf just hit the exit curb there and has gone very wide, so a mistake there. I'm not sure if it was contact, but yeah, Noah Wolf there, disaster, loses 3 positions.
And just look, that first group of karts there, the next kart in line, number 53, Zach Green, privateer driver on a Tony kart. There he is. I know he's got the strawberry racing thing, but he's designated in the championship as a privateer driver, so I'm going to go with that. You know, to compete as a privateer, up at the front, there's number 15 kart. That is Fred Green, another privateer. I'm thinking they may be related. They're both on Tony karts. They're down as privateers, and that is fantastic for them to be up this high at this event, at this level, against all these teammates. And there's teammates working well together, and there's teammates not working so well together. As you can see, bits of hand gestures going on, but Edgar leads from Ben Smith in 2nd place. Now, Ben Smith, he's only 17th in the championship coming into today. This championship is going to go absolutely down to the wire. 10 minutes to go, and there is the leading privateer doing so well on lap number 7.
Yes, indeed, you are correct, and it's still all action, though, the midway through that field. There you go. There is your 53 there on screen, 11th place. Back here at the front, though, seems to be a little bit scrappy between Mr. Wolf and Mr. Drummond.
Yeah, it's sort of separating the top 2 away from everybody else.
Yeah.
So that's not good. So you've got Edgar and Smith in the top 2, and then it's Graham now in 3rd. Then it's Wolf in the 45 and Drummond in the 5. And nope, there goes Zach back up the inside, and he's got Lewis Werrell trying to push his way through.
This is unusual sights because we don't usually see this from the Fusion bunch, do we? We see a line astern.
Yep, but of course, there's, every year, drivers graduate out of cadets and new drivers come in. So I mean, I'm looking at like George Edgar, he was with Fusion last year. So was Zach Drummond. But like Ben Smith, Jensen Graham, Noah Wolf, they're just coming into Fusion. So teammates take a little bit of time to get used to one another, and how to play nice.
Yeah.
Yes, now if you're not careful, if you misbehave, we'll take your toys off you. That's the problem. Zach Drummond up to 3rd place again, and it has, Anthony, you were right, it's allowed the number 6 of Lewis Werrell, the number 26 of Jesse Phillips to close in. We've now got 5 Fusion karts, 3 Ollie Rowland Motorsport karts in the top 8.
Yep, there we go. Now they're all starting to scrap. Any one of this top 10 could win this race, and it is fantastic to see. You can just see there the 55 diving down the inside, or it's the 65, sorry, of Henry Domain, gets that job done. on your screens in front of you. And 8 minutes plus that 1 lap to go. Oh, 5-second time penalty for the number 21, Noah Baglin.
Well, he's down in 31st place, so that's going to drop him back to 33rd. All 34 drivers are still running.
Yes, so good start then.
8 minutes to go. Look at this train of Cadet IAME karts down all the way back to Jensen Graham. It's actually it's the top 10, and you could throw a paper towel over them.
You could, yeah. I mean, you could jump once and clear the entire grid as they went underneath you.
Yes,
so close.
You try it first.
Then
I'll have a go.
Yeah.
But in 11th place now, Kit Bolofsky in kart number 95 for the PMR team. He's leading the charge in 11th place, ahead of Aston Sharp, Will Murtaugh. Then it's the privateer Zach Green, Anthony Witkowski, Jacob Ashcroft up to 16th place. Then it's the leading Ultimate R kart of Finley Buck and Portugal's Rodrigo Seabra.
Yeah, now looking at them, they look like they've separated in 2x2x2s once again.
Noah's Ark type.
Noah's Ark type, yes, it is. Well, it's always like this in that midfield section in the IAME Cadet. Of course, they all get to this sort of stage where they're all running at pretty much identical pace. You know, it's at that tough time, but at the moment, again, just all single file, no overtaking manoeuvres, but everyone doing the same times.
Yep, absolutely superb. And of course, you know, you misjudge your braking point by, 5 metres at these speeds, and you've taken out not only yourself, but the 2 drivers in front of you.
Well, 5 metres is actually quite a lot.
Well, exactly, that's why I said the 2 drivers in front of you.
Yeah, I would understand if it was missed your braking zone by about 5
centimetres. Well, yeah, okay.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
I might exaggerate. Anyway.
5 metres, they're in the tyre wall.
Lead change. And that was maybe my problem when I was racing. Edgar back to 3rd place. Up into the lead goes Ben Smith. Say Smith has never finished on the podium at this level before. He's only 17th in the championship. Well, I mean, he was 17th coming into the day. He's now leading. Let's have a look to see how close this championship is by taking a glance at the points as we reach the midway point.
There they are.
You can see that Ben Smith is now into 7th in the championship. Oh, he's probably lost a couple of places there. Edgar still leads by only 3 points at the moment from Drummond. Werrell so Werrell is 7th there in 3rd position in the point standings. Werrell moving up ahead of Edgar, so that's going to drop Edgar back a few more spots, and Edgar's going to get freight trained. But you can see, yeah, you got Henry Domain. He's not having a great round at the moment. Sofronair is right there in 4th. There's Noah Wolf, Ben Smith, and Roman Kamiab. We didn't see what happened to Roman Kamiab. He's not been a factor. Started 2nd, lost out big time at the start, and Roman Kamiab is all the way down in 19th position at the moment, and that has dropped him out of the top 6 in the championship. As we look around, there's Jensen Graham running a little bit wide coming out of Kimbolton corner. And up at the front, it's Edgar. No, it's Drummond, sorry.
Yeah, it's Drummond, yeah, so it's massively changed around in that last lap. So positions are gone awry, and Oliver Rowland Motorsport is right up at the sharp end now with Lewis Werrell in 3rd place.
And Henry Domain fighting his way back in the number 65 car, back into the lead group.
Exactly that as well. But now leading the way is Zach Drummond from Noah Wolf. They weren't working well with each other earlier on. I think they are now that they're at the front, and I just think they'll be like, right, okay, we're at the front again now. I'm calm, let's go.
And here comes Lewis Werrell into 3rd position as well. Drummond and Wolf will see that they're working together is helping them pull away. They'll turn around and see they haven't got a teammate behind them. They've got an Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver behind them. That will give them extra motivation if ever it was needed to work together a bit more. 4.5 minutes to go. The start of lap number 14. Werrell, though, is within about 3 or 4 kart lengths, so he's still in the slipstream. And we've now got 5 karts breaking away with Edgar and Phillips 4th and 5th. Then is a gap back to Smith in 6th, Domain 7th, Sofronair 8th, Mackie 9th, and Jensen Graham in 10th place.
Indeed, yes. So eyes on this top pack at the moment with under 4 minutes to go. Like we say, Drummond leading from Wolf. Werrell right there in 3rd place. A little bit of a gap opening up between the top 2 and the top 3 again. It's 2 by 1. The top 5 there, very close between each other. Not split up by more than less than a second between the top 5. It's incredibly close as they enter turn number 1. Again, no position changes. Everyone just slotting into position and pushing each other along. Again, they've had their scrap, they've had their little battle. Now it's time to see what happens.
And that is a great example of when we talk about slipstreaming. You saw Edgar just literally, he's not bumping, he's resting his nose on the rear bumper of the kart in front, and that just eases the other kart along. And you can see that Wera has now caught them thanks to Edgar. So Edgar, doesn't matter, you know, what graphics kit is on the kart, are going to work together as much as you can. And there's the chasing group. The chasing pack, well, poor old Daniel Sofronia has dropped back to about 17th position on this lap. It's... oh, and who's that peeling out?
Is that Drummond?
I think, yeah, Drummond on the outside there loses 4 or 5 places. Werrell's up to second. It is Drummond, you know, just being squeezed out. Freight trains to the back of the lead group. Wolf first. I know you're looking a bit incredulous there. What was that? He's coming straight back at them. And he's gone two positions in one corner there.
Well, it didn't look like he'd been nerfed out wide at turn 1. It looked like he'd given the positions up before they even got to turn 1. It looked like he was allowing them down the inside. That's why I had the confused look on my face. Maybe it's tactical. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it's wind. maybe it's just wind, Anthony. But it's now, there we go, up to second place. Up to the race lead, goes George Edgar. And Drummond, a lap ago, he was letting them all go. Fast forward 989 metres, and he's back into third, going for second.
Yeah.
Edgar, though, has the lead, and Wera and the number 26 of Jesse Phillips. What a performance from Jesse Phillips at the moment. And now they're signalling Wolf and Drummond. They've got to work together. They've got to catch George Edgar. We said how close the championship battle was, but of course, you know, if a driver wins the first 2 finals of the year, that means they can be quite tricky to overhaul, especially when you start factoring drop scores in later in the season. They're all looking over their shoulder, and Henry Domain is there in 6th position. He's the first driver in the second group of karts. 90 seconds to go, Anthony, and another change of lead. It's Wolf, under Drummond and Edgar, wheel to wheel. That's going to slow them down, Anthony.
Oh, it definitely will slow them down. They're going to be compromised. Drummond's definitely compromised going into turn 1 because the number 6 of Lewis Wera is all over the back of him now as they go through turn 1. Again, no position changes here. They all stay in single file. 1 minute left on that timer plus the 1 lap. But you could just see as they were going through, it was right on the edge of just snagging and going, wasn't it?
And there's another lead change, is there? Oh, the two, Wolf and Edgar collide going into Derek's corner there, wheel-to-wheel contact. Edgar comes off worse. Edgar was going for a move on the lead. They were side by side. The corner was coming. They had to turn in, and there was just not enough room for 2 cars. It's now Drummond, Wera and Phillips. We started this race with 5 Fusion karts leading the way, and now with 30 seconds to go, Zach Drummond, the sole tyre on the top of his crash helmet. He is Fusion's lone bullet left in the gun at the front of the field. He's got the Ollie Roller Motorsport karts of Wera and Phillips with him, but back into contention comes Wolf. It's a Fusion 1-2 again. Great stuff, Anthony. Next time by, they'll get the last lap board.
It was a great turn through turn 1 for Noah Wolf. Got those 2 positions done and dusted. Absolutely fantastic to get himself back up to second place. As soon as he gets into second place, immediately says to Drummond, okay, let's go again. Let's try and redo that. Yeah, and again, you can just see it there. It's a train of Oliver Roller Motorsport karts behind, 2 of them. Wera and Phillips.
Yep.
So it's going to be absolutely no sell. Now look, you see.
And here comes Henry Domain. Yeah, Henry Domain is back there. It says Ben Smith. There's Jensen Graham. You've got the number 16 kart of Will Murr, tied up into 8th place. Last lap, ring the bell. Just bring them all home, guys.
Oh, indeed they do. Into turn 1, a little bit of a nudge there, and
side by side, Wolf's going for it. Wolf's going for it. This side by side. Wera can't get through. He literally, there's karts everywhere. He had the pace, but there was no way he could get through.
It was a tough way all the way through that one as well, but Drummond's got a bit of clear air. Phillips, great result. One of the Fusion karts going off the track there.
Exit stage left for the number 47 of Ben Smith.
Yep, not the best end to the race on this one. Look over the shoulder. Oh, Noah Wolf goes off wide at the exit of Dan Weldon corner. He's out of contention now as well, so it's Drummond from Phillips, from Wera as they go through. But as they exit out of there now, who's going to come to the finish line first? It's going to be Zach Drummond with his hand in the air, with Jesse Phillips taking second place and Lewis Wera taking third.
Well, we said at the start of the broadcast, Drummond won this race a year ago, but he won it because another driver got penalised who crossed the line in front of him. And now he's won one on the road. That will be spectacular. Be interested to see if he did let them all go on that 1 lap, Anthony, when you go and speak to them. But Jesse Phillips, that's a first podium for Jesse in the British Championships. A great drive. Lewis Werrell finishing in 3rd position. Another fantastic performance. Well, that's Fusion's 6th IAME Cadet wins to start the 2019. Behind the top 3, Henry Domain finishing 4th, Jensen Graham 5th, Will Murtagh coming home in 6th place, George Edgar, the Shellington winner, down in 7th. Daniel Sofrenet is 8th, and fans of the privateers are the underdogs. Zach Green finishes in 9th place in Kart 53 on a Tony kart. Then it's Jacob Ashcroft from 24th to 10th. Great drive from Jacob. Anthony Witkowski is 11th. Ben Smith 12th. Finley Buck, great drive from Finley Buck in 13th position, followed by Kit Polowski in 14th. Harrison Mackie 15th. Then we had Roman Kamyab 16th. Aston Sharp 17th. Noah Wolf all the way back to 18th there at the end. Looking on the screen there, some absolute scenes there down in the paddock. Lots of emotions as always as the cadets go and get congratulated, from mum, dad, mechanics. Siabra was 19th, McPhee was 20th from 31st on the grid. Then it's Wales' Sky Parker, followed by Freddie Housley, Fred Green, Archie Levitt, Kanish Grau, Ethan Woodward, Riley Cranham, Henry Carter, Oscar Cartmail, Noah Baglin, Joseph Murphy, Flynn McDermott, Harley Musk and Jensen Jones. All 35 starters finished that race, which is what you want to see. I said that it would be a great race, and it was at the end. We had teammates working together, teammates colliding, and people from different teams working as one to try and get themselves up there. We had tactics, we had overtaking, we had defending, and eventually we had a winner. Scotland, Zach Drummond, has come away with victory there. And already on the live chat, there are people saying that Drummond deserves a Driver of the Day nomination from that one. And, well, possibly Jesse Phillips as well. We shall have to see. Anthony Jordan has caught up with the top 3 down in the pits. Let's go and see what they've got to say.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, a dramatic IAME Cadet final. We always expect it, we always see it, and we never get disappointed with it. But Zach Drummond, that looked like touch and go for nearly 90% of that race. We had no idea who was going to win it. It was all down to the wire, but what a result.
Yeah, the last 2 laps were absolutely mental. Like, just chopping to see who'd get a victory, but turns out to be, so it's good.
No, it was excellent. Now, of course, with the last couple of laps to go, you were leading the way, and then you suddenly went slow on the start-finish straight, and then went down into 4th. Was that an issue, or was it just a mistake on the track?
I think I got overtaken on the last corner, and then I just got I got squeezed out wide, so I had to back off, and then they got away.
Okay.
So,
well, it worked out well in the end, didn't it? Because you got back up to the front as well. You were having a tough old battle with your teammate Noah Wolf as well, who unfortunately had ran out wide as well at one of the corners. But, a great result, a great start to the season as well.
yeah, thank you.
Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
My mum, my dad, my sister, Fusion, Dan Hazelwood, Neil Doran, and Jack.
Excellent. Perfect. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's have a chat with second place now, Jesse Phillips. Jesse, this is the first time we've had a chat on the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, this weekend we were just hoping for a top 5 or top 10, but turned out that we were all scrapping there, and I got lucky and they caught back. But when it was like last lap and they all started to defend, I could see Ben Smith behind us with number 47, and I was thinking, come on boys, they're going to catch up, but they just kept defending, and at the end just got lucky and went for the move into second, and Lewis Werrell dropped back, and that was the race, and we got second, luckily.
Now, you say it was luck. You can't put it down to luck because there was definitely some skill involved in that one, I have to say. But second place, a great result for you and the team. Obviously, Oliver Rowland Motorsport. You always have a furious battle with the Fusion team. It's always a very great battle. But, yeah, great to get a second place.
Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Well, my mechanic and all my family watching back home, and yeah.
Excellent. Give him a wave. Excellent stuff. Well done there to Jesse Phillips. And then we'll have a quick chat with Lewis Werrell, third place man. Lewis, again, great result on that one, third. It was tiring for us to talk about it. It was tiring for us to watch it. I can't imagine from your point of view, living it. But yeah, lots was happening all the way through that race, wasn't it? Talk us through.
So at the start, I gained a few places. I got up to about 6th. And then me and my teammate Jesse Phillips were pushing up to the fusions, and we overtook a few of them, and then there was a really hard battle against them because they started defending, and it was a good race. I think I could have done a bit better, but I'm pretty happy with the...
Oh, I'd be very happy with third place. You know, it's a great place to be, and I'm sure we'll see you in more of these podiums later on in this season. But yeah, a great result. Very well done.
Thank you.
Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
I'd like to thank Oliver Rowland Motorsport, my mum, my dad, my 2 brothers, and my 2 granddads.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Lewis Werrell. Third place in the IAME Cadet. A great result then, and again, another fantastic result for the IAME Cadets. But next up, it's time. It's the penultimate race of the weekend here at Kimbolton. It's time for Junior X30.
Well, thank you, Anthony Jordan, and thank you, the top 3 IAME Cadet finishers. Now, we say this all the time. I would strongly advise you, anyone here in the paddock, and anyone just tuning in for the X30 races, to go back on the live stream at the end of today and look at not just what was being said there by the top 3 in that race, but what was going on behind them, behind Anthony Jordan. Try not to pick out drivers. The last time that Anthony Jordan interviewed Zach Drummond, it was 3 days before Christmas at a freezing cold Wilton Mill, and Zach Drummond had just won the Honda Cadet Championship, and you know, behind the mask you could see his eyes were full of tears, just so happy, and there were drivers congratulating him and hugging him and surrounding him as Anthony tried to do the winner's interview. And what about Jesse Phillips? I mean, you know, that young man has just driven the race of his life, and he's just saying, oh, and he's only, I think, 9-10 years old, and you know, he's saying, oh well, you know, I was lucky here and I was lucky there, you know, modest to a fault. And then Lewis Werrell, you know, you saw at the background there, other drivers coming over and just, you know, embracing Lewis. He's he's a really popular driver. He's very, very sporting. He's always supporting other drivers, Lewis Werrell. And, you know, again, that support was returned to him, you know, when he was on the podium. You saw just, yeah, other drivers congratulating him. And again, these drivers, again, the cadets, the IAME cadets, aged between 8 and 12 years old, and yet they produce racing that is second to none, and more often than not, sportsmanship that is second to none as well. Congratulations, well done, those drivers. They all thank their families, and I think that there's, you know, 3 very proud families there that have just watched that, and they should be proud indeed. So, moving on to Junior X30. So the age goes up, the testosterone goes up. 13, 14, 15 years old. Some of the youngest drivers, you know, just under 13 in this class. A full grid of Junior X30. You should be looking at poles at a Daniel Ginchard for the Argenti Motorsport team. Daniel, you know, doing double duty this year in both junior classes, Junior X30 and Junior Rotax, so he's a busy boy, is Daniel. Finished second at Shannington 2 weeks ago. There's a look down good. There's the number 22 kart of Charlie Rippin. Lewis Malin has chosen to rip the sleeves off his MLC Motorsport t-shirt for some ungodly reason, who knows why. But he's been going very well this year. There's the Mark Litchfield Racing number 18 kart of Jack Cox. Moving further down the order there, there's Brandon Templeton. He had to make it to the repechage earlier. He started, as did his teammate for McBarrett Racing, Freddie Allen, in kart number 66. So looking at the inside. So again, drivers that we're looking for at the back of the grid. The 88 of Milo Pilfold, the 87 of Vinnie Phillips, the 47 of Jessica Edgar. There's Brandon Carr. Now, Brandon Carr started the pre-final from pole position and spun on the opening lap. He's just seen his Fusion Motorsport teammate Zach Drummond win the cadet race. Now, from 22nd on the grid, what can Brandon do to make it up in towards the top 10? A little look at last year's Junior X30 results here at Kimbolton. It was Daryl De Leon, who won the final for MLC Motorsport. Bart Harrison was second for Mick Barrett Racing, and Archie Walker was third for Argenti Motorsport. Well, Taylor De Leon has now moved up to seniors. Harrison, still with the Mick Barrett team, he starts third for this one, and Archie Walker, number 91, he now drives a KR Sport, and he starts on the inside of row number 7. Just a reminder, at Shannington 2 weeks ago was Olivier Algieri for Dan Holland Racing, who won the race, followed by Dan Ginchard and Jessica Edgar. We've already said that Edgar starts back in 30th. Ginchard goes from pole, and Algieri, who admits he's not the most experienced driver around here, he starts 10th. There, for me, is the driver of the class so far. Number 51, Matthew High, for Premium Karting on the outside of the front row of the grid. High, 10th in the championship. He has been absolutely ballistic, very, very mature driving. And Sam Shaw, his teammate, who starts directly behind him in the number 7 kart, Sam won one of his heat races. There's a look there's a look of concentration, total focus on the eyes of Sam Shaw. He's got his teammate in front of him. The problem is that the apex to turn 1 is on the other side of the track to where they're starting. How do we get over? How do we not get squeezed wide? How do we get in front of that man who leads the grid to the line? Daniel Ginchard starts from pole position alongside Matthew Hyde, the best that Hyde has ever started. Then it's Bart Harrison and Sam Shaw on row number 2. Kanato Lee from Japan and Fial McLaughlin from Ireland on row 3. Harvey Ryby and Marcus Luzio on row number 4. Then it's Lorenzo Cordal and Olivier Algieri on row 5. Charlie Rippin and Harry Burgoyne Jr. from Scotland on row number 6. Archie Walker and Scotland's Oliver Stewart on row 7. Then it is Connor Duncan and James Barty on row 8. Jack Cox and Aidan Lynn on row 9. Vinnie Lloyd Chamberlain and Charlie Webb round out to the top 20 on the grid. Brandon Templeton and Brandon Carr are on row 11. Reese Lomax and Gabriel Stilp, row 12. Row 13 will have Freddie Allen and Harry Pears. Then it's Reese Newburn and Nathan Clifford rounding out the top 14 rows of the grid. Michael Rapsey and Jessica Edgar are next. Vinnie Phillips and Josh Agambar on row 16. Milo Pilfold, Minnie Herb and Alfie Briggs start shotgun on the field. This, Anthony Jordan, could be yet another cracking go-kart race. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
Great start then from the entirety of the field as we run down into there. One of the KR Sport carts getting nerfed out wide was the number 11. Luzio there, a bit of contact with the midfield.
Dear.
Oh, and 2 karts off. The 74 heavy front end damage into the wall there. Driver is getting out of the kart. It looks okay, and the 88 involved as well.
That's Alfie Briggs in the tyre barriers and Milo Pilfold. They started in the last row of the grid. So the 2 drivers that started shotgun on the field, well, they've fired a blank in this one, and they're both out of the race as we've got yellow flags waving at the start-finish line. Oh, no, that's Josh Agambar in kart number 14. He was another driver, had problems in the pre-final, and we've got a Battenberg flag wave.
Yep.
So the caution flag is out. Alfie Briggs does get going. So now what will happen? Now Briggs, well, what a lucky break, if you can call it that, for Alfie Briggs. So now Daniel Ginchard, the race leader, the pole sitter, will act as the pace cut. The field will slow down. Alfie Briggs, that number 74, has got to put the pedal to the metal and get around to catch up the field as much as he can, because the Milo Pilfold's kart has been removed. If there's no other karts off track around the circuit, and I don't think there are, Then Briggs, who crosses the line now, will do his level best to catch the field, and I think he will. So let's have a little look again, Anthony, at what happened at the start.
So yeah, you could just see it here. Happens later on. Yeah, you could just see one tries to turn in, one can't turn in because I think something already broken and kind of hit the wall airborne there. And it just got sucked underneath that wall there. So
Yeah.
drama at the start. And of course, last time out, we also had a Battenberg flag, a full course yellow in the final for Junior X30 at the start. So
well remembered.
Carbon copy.
Yes, indeed, we did. Now, what Ginchard has got the field, so it's Ginchard, Hyde, Harrison, Lee, Shaw, Cordal, McLaughlin, Lucio, Walker and Burgoyne. Green flag out again, off and racing. Ginchard having to defend, Matthew Hyde trying to go around the outside. Now it's important, Matthew Hyde, he's running in exalted company. This is the highest up that he has ever been in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. I was going to say, don't overdrive it and let the pressure get to you. He's just taking the race lead.
Hyde there with a cheeky thumbs up saying, thank you for that, I'll take that. And it's all getting a bit scrappy now. I don't think Ginchard liked that thumbs up because he's fighting straight back. Can't get past though as they're going to Dan Weldon corner. Stays behind and a very long train of karts enters the TKM straight.
Yeah, Alfie Bray getting a warning flag, so he's back and caught the field again. But he's been sort of deemed culpable for that first corner incident that took out Milo Pilfold and delayed himself. So Hyde leads at the end of lap number 3. We've still got 12 minutes to go. Here comes Dan Ginchard. Oh, Matthew Hyde was about to turn in and Ginchard was there. And good thinking there from Matthew Hyde to not squeeze the issue. Kanato Lee up into second for Strawberry Racing.
Yeah, great running there from Kanato Lee. Jessica Edgar, though, fastest lap of the race in the 47 with a 43.660. Doing great work there from the back of the field. Of course, a lot of work to do to get back up to that top end of the spectrum. But a long train of Junior X30s exit and enter the TKM straight. You can see the 66 going incredibly defensive into the top section there, into the penultimate corner. That is Freddie Allen, and a lot of work that needs to be done. Still over 11 minutes to go of this final, and plenty of work yet to come our way, but drama at the beginning.
Yeah, and can you believe the last time that Strawberry Racing had a podium in Junior X30 was the last round of 2019. Joseph Taylor won at Kimbolton at Wilton Mill for them. They went the entire 2020 season without a single podium in this class. The number 19 kart, Kanato Lee, looking to change that as Sam Shaw now moves into third place ahead of his teammate. There's Oliver Stewart, the number 17, the J Racing team entry. And lots of battling going on as they come out of the final corner. But Sam Shaw, podium winner, podium finisher at Mansell Raceway last year. The only time that Premium Karting have stood on the podium in this class. Sam Shaw trying to wrestle the lead away from Daniel Ginchard, and there's a little bit of jostling as a Marshall just moving out of the way there. There's Hyde, who slipped back to fourth place. Ginchard, however, he's like he's pressed the pressed the afterburners and has gone.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's broken away now. Hasn't got the largest gap in the world. He's only 0.8 of a second, but that is still better than no 0.1 of a second, isn't it? So, but a clear gap forming at the front then. So Ginchard, with another fastest lap of the race, is slowly increasing that lead. Sam Shaw still there in second place for Premium Karting. Matthew Hyde as well, just behind also Premium Karting. Alex Lynn, the 48, with a black and white warning flag again, so something the stewards aren't happy with. Kanato Lee still doing well for Strawberry Racing. They're still in fourth place, but has the close company of Bart Harrison, who is a very competitive driver on this grid from Mick Barrett Racing, is right there in fifth place.
Well, yeah, Bart Harrison, he came in, obviously third in the championship last year. There's a move. He now moves past Kanato Lee into fourth position. But Harrison didn't have a great weekend at Shellington. He's only 15th in the championship standings. Coming into today, now Ginchard is going to be extending his championship lead every lap at the moment. He is leading by 0.6 of a second. Sam Shaw has got to get his head down and work and you can see Shaw breaking away from Hyde, his teammate who's in 3rd place, Harrison 4th, Kanato Lee 5th, and then into 6th position, Fionn McLaughlin. Of course, Fionn McLaughlin, who missed most of last season just because of COVID, couldn't travel back and forth from Ireland, back with a vengeance this year. There is a rather sorry-looking empty go-kart, and I think that was Alfie Briggs's Praga, which goes no further. Oh, sideways through turn number 1, a little bit of bumping and boring back in the pack as Harrison, now with a new fastest lap, 42.69 seconds. And Harrison closing in on Matthew Hyde in 4th place. They've broken a bit away from Kanato Lee. Sam Shaw, meanwhile, has closed in on Daniel Ginchard by a 1/10 of a second. So Danny Sweeney and the rest of the Argenti Motorsport team are going to be now beginning to get a little bit hot under the collar, as it were, as Ginchard's lead begins to come down.
Indeed it does. So 0.6 of a second it is. Could this be down to tyre wear on the on these karts? Of course, you've got to remember the track's very abrasive.
Yep.
It's been hot all day. The track temperature has only been going up, and the tyres have only been wearing down all the way through this day. And I suspect they're getting to the end of their life.
Yeah, and you heard Theo Hesketh when he was talking to you at the end of the TKM Extreme race, saying that the kart had gone off, the tyres had gone, he was sort of hanging on at the end of it. Could be that be the case as Fionn McLaughlin runs a bit wide coming out of Kestrel corner there. That's going to put him back into the clutches of Lorenzo Cordal. So Lorenzo Cordal for the Cato Motorsport team. They did so well in this class last year with Luke Watts. Luke Watts now moved on, and Lorenzo Cordal stepping into Luke Watts' shoes for the Cato Motorsport team. Up into Marcus Lucio. Now Marcus Lucio recovering. Lucio with the number 11 kart started 8th. Saw him run very wide at the first corner, and he runs a little bit wide there. And that is the number 34 kart trying to get at the inside. That is James Barty for Precision Racing. Barty got on the podium here at Kimbolton 2 years ago in Junior TKM. Now into Barty. And Barty trying out on Junior X30, loses a place there at the 52. So let's have a little look further down the order. We're on lap number 12. 6 minutes to go. It's Ginchard, Shaw, Harrison, Hyde, your top 4. Then it's Kanato Lee in 5th. McLaughlin runs 6th, followed by Cordal. Archie Walker is 8th. Oliver Stewart 9th, and Connor Duncan rounding out the top 10. 11th is Harry Burgoy Jr. Then it's Charlie Rippon in 12th. Barty is 13th. Lucio 14th. Harvey Ryby is 15th. Brandon Carr has made it up to 16th place ahead of Reese Lomax. Olivier Algieri down to 18th, followed by Jessica Edgar from 30th to 19th. Then it's Jack Cox, Brandon Templeton, Aidan Lynn, Josh Agambar, Gabriel Stilp, Charlie Webb, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain, Freddie Allen, Harry Pears, Nathan Clifford, and last year's Mini X30 champion, Vinnie Phillips, still all the way back in 30th position. Obviously, he has been off track, and his fastest lap is, well, 43.1. It's half a second off the pace. Rhys Newman is 32nd, Michael Rapsey 33rd, Alfie Briggs and Milo Pilfold out of the race.
Yep, so lots happening then all the way through this. Like I say, 13 laps completed at the moment. Just about 4.5 minutes remaining, plus that one lap, and still everyone is just in a slotted position. We're in the loo moment at the moment, aren't we?
The calm before the storm.
Yes, indeed, the calm before the storm. Connor Duncan, though, fastest lap of the race with the number 41, 42.680, currently running in 10th place, so a great running from him so far this year. You can just see him there at the back of this shot in that 41 car. Thinking, says the number 29 of Fionn McLaughlin.
And there's a move further back, Connor Duncan. Moving into place from Aberdeenshire. Duncan in the number 41. Interesting when you talk about whose drivers are the heroes. A lot of the drivers say Lewis Hamilton, Mark Schumacher, what have you. Connor Duncan said that the late great Jim Clark is his hero. There we go. Now into Derricks.
Indeed.
Kanato Lee fending off the very, very well driven number 20 car of Lorenzo Cordal. Smart looking crash helmet, I've got to say, from Lorenzo. I like that style. It's very distinctive indeed. There's Archie Walker. And here comes Lorenzo Cordal having a little nibble up the inside of Kanato Lee, but no, Kanato.
Good defensive drive. It looked like the gap was very much open there and he was going for the lunge, but yeah, just Kanato Lee covered it off quite nicely and prevented that move from happening.
Yep, and well, Daniel Ginchard leading in question. Coming in, is he 13 or 14 years old? Well, I think he's one of the older juniors. He was a junior last year, so he's going to be 14, pushing 14, 15. So he's certainly not 13, so he's 14, 15. There we go. Out of Dan Weldon's. There's Oliver Stewart again. You know, Grandma Stewart. Lovely shortbreads.
Yes, yes, yes.
She bakes.
Yes.
Lovely shortbreads. Yes, please.
Please stop reminding that you stole them from me.
I didn't steal them from you. I stole them from Chris Walker from kartpicks.net,
right.
the official championship photographer. Well, he actually gave me one, you know. But he had a whole tin full. There we go. Here, back to the racing. Kanato Lee under pressure. Here comes Archie Walker to the inside, coming to Derek's corner. Walker, the KR Sport team, makes the move. Now, that puts Archie into 5th position. 2 minutes to go. Dan Ginchard's lead is down to less than half a second. Sam Shaw, he's been quiet. He's bided his time, and that's typical Sam Shaw. He's not the most imposing driver out of the paddock. Keeps himself to himself. Always polite, always quiet. Lets his driving do the talking, and he's closing in. He's put a gap between himself and 3rd place driver Bart Harrison. Matthew Hyde is still there in 5th position. So Sam Shaw, about 11 months on from, 10 months on from your only Wera Tools British Kart Championship podium so far, now is a great chance to take your first series victory, but you're going to have to wrestle it away from Dan Ginchard, which is no mean task. Into Kimbolton corner with 90 seconds to go.
There we go then as they cross the line. I'm sure Sam Shaw is thinking about surely going for
Are you
move.
sure?
I'm sure he could be.
Excellent stuff.
We'll find out because he's incredibly close now. It's just 0.3 of a second is the gap. 1 minute plus that one additional lap. We've still got at least 3 laps of racing here at Kimbolton for the Junior X30 final, race 28 of the weekend, and it's all down to what can happen at these two. The 49 of Daniel Ginchard and the 7 of Sam Shaw. The number 3 of Bart Harrison for Mick Barrett Racing is still in contention there. You can see him in the background as well with close company of Matthew Hyde, and the 51 for Premium Karting is just behind as well. So it's a Premium Karting at the moment, 2nd and 4th on circuit.
What a great
Will
performance
that
for
change?
that team.
Yeah, I know. Great result from them. 30 seconds left on the timer, though. Anything can happen still.
Down through the willows for the 20th time. Sam Shaw is about 6 kart lengths behind Dan Ginchard. Into Derek's corner. Now, there is a look at the number 41 of Connor Duncan on your screens. Duncan is up into 8th place. And he is chasing 7th place Oliver Stewart and 6th place Kanato Lee. So Lee struggling. That search for a podium for Strawberry Racing is going to go on a little bit longer because the last lap board has gone out and Dan Ginchard leads Sam Shaw into turn number 1. Here we go. Out of Stowe corner into the willows. Let's have a look at the trajectory of the karts. Get the back end of the kart not stepping out too much. Ginchard checks over his shoulder. Doesn't defend coming into Derek's. Sam Shaw's going to have to put together a great complex of corners. Out into Dan Weldon's corner we go. Let's look to the back end of the number 49 kart step out. It does just a little bit. And he checks over his shoulder again. And you can see Sam Shaw head down. 1 corner to go. I think, though, Ginchard has just about done enough. Shaw piles it into the final corner. But he's not quite enough. And Daniel Ginchard takes his first Junior X30 win of the season here at Kimbolton. Sam Shaw, what a drive. 3rd place across the line there was Bart Harrison. And look at this battle. There's Lucio Algieri coming to the line. As they cross the line, further back, it was Harrison in 3rd. Harrison, well, We're next going to see Matt Harrison in the CIK FIA Academy, where he is Team UK's representative in that championship. Matthew Hyde, what a result. There's the two premium karting teammates shaking hands there. So Hyde finishes 4th, best ever for him. Archie Walker salvages 5th for KR Sport from 13th on the grid. Good stuff there. Then it is Kanato Lee and the two Scotsmen, Connor Duncan and Oliver Stewart, are next. Fionn McLaughlin is 9th, followed by Lorenzo Cordal rounding out the top 10. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Harvey Ryby run 12th. There you see on your screens Barty, Carr, Agambar, Algeri, Luzio and the rest. So Shennington winner Olivier Algeri finishing 16th. Shennington third place driver Jessica Edgar finishing 19th. Reese Lomax, double duty for Reese, he finishes 20th after taking up a top 10 finish in Junior TKM. Further back, Vinnie Phillips got up to 24th at the end. Bad luck there for Charlie Rippin at the end. He slips back to 25th. And sadly, we had an issue at the end for Jack Cox, who failed to finish. Gabriel Stilp fell back all the way to 31st. Alfie Briggs and Milo Pilfold. And you can see that, yeah, there's Daniel Ginchard. Mask on. There's technical director Ernie Salmon overseeing things. Anthony Jordan, don't tell him I said his name was Andrew, you'll only get upset. Anthony Jordan is winging his way down to the pits to speak to Mr. Ginchard, and I have to say that from our commentary position, you know, I see that our Gently team boss Danny Sweeney was standing just below us, and he started the race standing still, and then by the end of the race he was simply pacing back and forth on the sort of the raised concrete strip that he was standing on. He's worn a little trench in it as the nerves came there. But I mean, great result for Sam Shaw as well, and for his premium karting team. But the happiest man extending his championship lead after 2 rounds, Dan Ginchard, he is with our man Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Henrietta, in the commentary box. I'm sure it's quite warm up there. Daniel Ginchard, what a race that was. Again, a tough battle all the way to the end with the heat bearing down on us. Penultimate race of the day, but a great result and a great end to this weekend.
Yeah, Sam was really, really fast the whole time. I was just trying to not make many mistakes, trying to keep consistent every lap and just held the gap the same, but it was so hard in the hot conditions.
Now, again, the start of this race, we had another full course yellow. It's the same as what we had at Shennington. We started the race with a full course yellow. Again, just going through your mind of how that starts, you know, your restart again, it looked like you bolted quite early, but Sam did still get the jump of you at the exit, but you got back at him quite straight away. But a tough start to the restart. Yeah,
I was surprised that the Battenberg went straight away, to be honest. I thought it would have been at least 2 laps, but, you know, I still got the lead after it, so it was not too bad.
No, a great result again, and yeah, a fantastic result there. First win for the Junior X30s. Anything you'd like to say to the fans and folks at home?
Thank you to Argenti Motorsport and Aventus Power for all the support they've given me so far this season.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Daniel Ginchard.
Thank you. Excellent
stuff. So, let's talk to our second place man, Sam Shaw. Mr. Shaw, we weren't sure whether or not you were surely going to make it to second place on the podium, but surely enough, you did.
Yeah. No, it was a good race. I struggled. I got a bit of a bad start. I got pushed out a bit, and then I was in 5th on the Battenberg, and I just slowly made my way up to 2nd. And I was trying to catch Dan, but I couldn't quite towards the end. I made a couple of mistakes towards the end, but overall a good weekend, and happy with the pace.
Now, the restart again, like you say, you're having a great little battle with Dan. Talk us through it from your point of view, because again, it was a sudden. It cleared very quickly, as Dan mentioned.
Yeah, it cleared off very quickly, and then me and him managed to break away, and then he just didn't make a mistake all race. I was waiting for him to make a slight mistake so I could get on him. He was staying like 1-2 kart lengths, and I just couldn't quite get close enough to go for a move. But no, well done to him, and good race.
A great result for yourself, and of course the Precision or the Premium Karting team as well. Anything you'd like to say to the fans at home?
I'd just like to say thanks to Premium Karting, Aventus Power, my sponsors, Vuba, and my family.
Excellent stuff. Very well done on second place.
Thank you.
Spot on. Great to talk to Sam Shaw there. Now, Bart Harrison in his very recognisable helmet. You were just having a chat there. I'll take you away. but a tough race on that one. You've still got your helmet on. It must be absolutely boiling in there. I can see you sweating under away. But yeah, a great result still with third place.
Yeah, it was okay. There's a bit of a complication on the restart with the flags, and I'd slowed down by the time they put the greens out, and I lost some places because of it. But we drove back from that, and I'll try and get a win at Larcool to make up for what happened in the race.
Yeah, again, a very tough weekend with the hot weather, but a fantastic result for you and the Mick Barrett Racing guys, and yeah, I'm sure you can be happy with that one with the third place.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, anything you'd like to say to the fans at home? Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mick Barrett Racing and my trainer Mark, my mind coach Louise, and my parents for coming.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Very well done for Bart Harrison there. Well, an excellent result then for the Junior X30s. A dramatic near end to the day. But it's time now for the final race of the weekend here at Kimbolton. It's time for the Senior X30s.
Well, thank you, Aaron Jordan, there for those great words. One race to go, as Anthony quite rightly says. And I'm just looking down. It's great to see in the paddock. Yeah, obviously this event is closed to spectators, but you know, the people that help out on the teams. Oh, see, Tim Taylor down there from Taylor International Motorsport. Back in the day, he guided Henry Easthope to the under-18 World Karting Championship. Tim must have some tyres he wants to sell. Only joking. Good to see Tim back in the thing, back in the paddock. There is a look at the pit lane area, the exit of turn 1, the British Kart, the Wera Tours British Kart Championship paddock. Now you've got the one area there on the right-hand side of your screen, underneath there, that's the scrutineering area. Here's the dummy grid, and here is the number 57 of Sam Heading, the MDL Mark and Dave Litchfield racing kart, starting on the outside of row number 2. Now, we saw that Matthew Hyde starting up in Exalted Company, his best ever performance in juniors. This is the same, can be said, for Sam in the seniors. Can he sort of keep his nerve and keep cool? There's Theo McCurris. Now, Anthony mentioned that Bart Harrison is going off to represent Team UK in the FIA CIK Academy. Well, Theo McCurris was the Team UK's representative last year. There's Caden McQueen trying to look hard with his sunglasses there, failing in kart number 6. He starts 7th on the grid. There, though, is your pole sitter, Clayton Ravenscroft. Like I said, Clayton missed the first three events of the first 2 rounds of last year's championship. Came to Kimbolton, finished 3rd on that day, behind Danny Curl and Harry Platten a year ago. And then Ravenscroft went on to win 2 out of the final 3 rounds. Now, without Danny Curl here this year, Ravenscroft has got 4 wins in the Senior X30 Championship. Curl has got 8. Mark Kimber has got 2. Thomas Turner has got 1. Gus Lawrence has got 1. Callum Bradshaw, who is here working with Strawberry Racing, doing some driver coaching, the current reigning world karting champion, he's got 1. And Thomas Fleming also has a win, as well as last round's winner Alessandro Serenetti. The Shennington podium, Serenetti, Ravenscroft and Lewis Mackey. Anthony Jordan, I was going to give you a chance to catch your breath there and be kind and what have you, but then you called me Henrietta, so I thought, back at you, son.
Well, you called me Andrew, apparently, when I left the commentary box.
And Aaron, as you were
and
coming
Aaron.
back, yeah. But there we go. Looking on your screen, so there is number 96 of Alessandro Serenetti. Again, some great interviews there down on the grid. 1 race to go.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be jogging down to the pit. You'll be jogging. It's still brutally hot, even though we're now, it's 4:45 UK time. It's still just as hot as ever down there.
The air conditioning unit behind us currently tells us what the current temperature in this commentary box is. And what does it say right now?
31 degrees with the AC on, ladies and gentlemen.
With it on high as well.
On the high, yeah. Yes. 31 degrees in the commentary box. There is... Mr. Serenetti. Now, Alessandro Serenetti, it's number 96, starting down on the 6th, it says row 10 there, but it's actually the 6th row of the grid. His dad, Matteo, mechanicking for him. There is Gus Lawrence for the PF International team. Again, I've seen Paul Fletcher for the PF International team here in Fine Fettle today. Again, just a man's, appetite for karting success knows no bounds, and it's great to see his team still competing at the sharp end. But, Thomas Turner, who starts alongside Clayton Ravenscroft on the front row of this grid. He had a couple of good battles with Ravenscroft in the pre-final, but on each occasion, Ravenscroft was able to get the lead back and then pull away. I mean, it's going to be a case of, can anybody beat Clayton Ravenscroft? He's the man, if you finish ahead of Clayton Ravenscroft and Ravenscroft doesn't retire in the first lap, for example, if you finish ahead of Ravenscroft in this race, then you've done very, very well indeed.
Yes, you can definitely say so on that one. You can just see there, Cunnington thinking. What do you reckon he's thinking? What do you think he's going through a senior X30 driver's head? I
mean, just focusing. I mean, in all seriousness, he's picturing the opening lap of the race. Harrison talked about his mind coach. A lot of these drivers have got personal trainers. They do media coaching. There's psychological work that goes on. So he's focusing. There's good sportsmanship there from, oh dear, Steve Ravenscroft. I hope he's got some factor 50 on the top of that bounce. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. There we go. No, I mean, to be fair, there's a good lad. Thank you. Man needs it. But I mean, Steve, he mechanics for Clayton, his son. This is a very close-knit family. Vicky's here as well. The long-suffering Mrs. Ravenscroft. Let's have a look at the full starting lineup. It's Clayton Mrs. Ravenscroft, baby boy, starts from pole position alongside Thomas Turner. Guy Cunnington and Sam Heading are on row number 2. Then it's Harry Platten and Gus Lawrence on row 3. Caden McQueen and Morgan Porter returning to the championship on row number 4. Lewis Mackie and Theo McCurris are on row 5. Alessandro Serenetti from Italy and Caleb Marshall on row number 6. Daryl De Leon, a winner last time here at Kimbolton as a junior. He starts alongside Kaxpa Scusa on row number 7. Brad Pennell and Thomas Fleming on row 8. Reggie Dewey and Marcus Littlewood on row 9. Then it's Aaron Walker and Joseph Taylor on row 10. Ben Watson and Jamie Rogers, row 11. Oliver Greetham, his cart fell off his trolley earlier on and burnt his dad's arm very badly on the exhaust. Hope that Mr. Greetham is okay. He starts alongside Piers Pryor on row number 12. Then it is row 13. Alex Moody and Dan Butterworth. Archie Tillett and Oscar Joyce. Ben Higgins and Rufus Hunt. Louis Johnson Cool and Tyler Reid. Shotgun on the field, JP Sleater and Nat Thomas. One more time, Anthony Jordan. Let's go racing here at Kimbolton.
Let's do it indeed. It's the final race of the weekend here, and it's Senior X30, race 29. It looks like a good start. Green flag is out. Away we go in towards turn 1. And again, 4-5 wide into the braking zone. Does everyone get round? The 5 runs wide. Does everyone go?
Oh, no. Gus Lawrence got absolutely mullered there at the start.
And heavy contact.
Yes, and that is the number 15 kart of Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing in the barriers. There's another driver that is very wide and is slow with damage. And it's poor old Tyler Reid. Reid has done about 2 laps all day in that number 10 M Sport car. He's out of it. Well, that started when Gus Lawrence, he got forced really, really wide, and as he tried to get back on track, to not hit the barriers, that caused a concertina effect. Kart started bumping and boring together.
Battenberg flag
is out. And then, the good news is somehow Aaron Walker, Walker is back in the kart and is trying to catch the back of the field. So hopefully, Ravenscroft still leads. Marcus Littlewood, who used to drive for the Spirit of Senna racing team, he's had a poor start. Let's have a look again at the start.
Yep, so you could just see at the beginning it all looked fine and well, but it was just in the mid to rear pack.
Yeah, look at the number 5 trying to come back on.
Yeah.
He tries to come back on. That causes the first That looks like a DHR kart in the air. The DHR kart spins to the inside, and then they're still crashing at turn 2. Great 2 shots there from the replay there. Aaron Walker on the outside now, trying to see the DHR kart. Could have been Caleb Marshall, or it could have been Thomas Fleming that was spun to the inside. Morgan Porter out of the race as well, by the looks of it.
Green flag back out, yellows are clear, and we're back racing again here at Kimbolton for the Senior X30 final. Again, this time the field much more spread out, so it seems a lot more tamer round turn 1 for the first time around. But as you can see, Clayton Ravenscroft leading from Thomas Turner. Guy Cunnington is still there behind in 3rd place in the 52. Harry Platten, though, as well, holding on to that one in the number 3. Great start then from the entirety of the field.
I have to say, Aaron Walker, he couldn't quite catch the field, so he's still running, but he's just gone through turn number 1. The rest of the leaders are out at the back of the half a lap ahead of him. Ravenscroft, Turner, Cunnington, Platten, Heading, McQueen, Serenetti, Mackey, Lawrence and Scusa, your top 10.
Yep. A great start then from all of that. You can just see there Littlewood in the background. He had Littlewood in the back of his suit. Very handy when they do things like that, isn't it, for us? As they exit round there. Great shots here from the entrance of turn at number 1. Again, you just see the karts sliding sideways under position. A little bit of side-by-side contact there. The 96 getting fruitful with it. Alessandro Serenetti there with Lewis Mackey. Mackey tried to go down the inside going into the S's there. Couldn't quite do it. Stays behind, but there you see it there on your screen. The number 5 of Gus Lawrence as well, trying to get past, failing to do so though. 12 minutes plus the 1 additional lap, and still plenty of time left of the Senior X30 final.
Yep, there's Sam Heading in the number 57 kart. Sam, never a podium sitter in the Vera Tours British Kart Championship as a senior. Now here's his chance to do good things here this weekend. Ravenscroft leading, but not by much. Turner keeping him in check at the moment. These two are pulling away. Platten in 3rd. Again, Harry Platten, his first podium as a senior was at this event a year ago. Trying to make, well, he's trying to kickstart his season really, because he had a terrible time at Shannington, only 21st in the championship coming into this weekend. And there goes Sam Heading up the inside of Guy Cunnington to pick up 4th place. Caden McQueen looking racy as well in the number 6 Madcrock kart.
Yeah, great stuff in there. Oh no, 5-second time penalty for Alessandro Serenetti compared to what happened last weekend with a race win on paper, of course, not on track. But, you know, to get a 5-second time penalty this time around, huge shame for the Italian driver.
Yep, and there goes McQueen passing Cunnington. So, said it's his dad's, it's Guy Cunnington's dad's birthday today. Don't think that Guy's going to be bringing home a birthday trophy as things stand. Long way to go, however. But Cunnington certainly now back into 6th position, just in front of, no, just behind now, Shannington pole sitter Lewis Mackey. So Lewis Mackey, Nanny June is watching on. She'll be pleased watching Elder, the 2 grandsons, making a position, but then he loses a position as Guy Cunnington fights back. This is great stuff to watch, Anthony, but it is helping the leaders get away, and Ravenscroft is stretching out his advantage 10th by 10th.
Yeah, he's having a great running there. So at the moment then, your top 4 are slightly spread out. So Clayton Ravenscroft, he's got a gap of around half a second as it stands to Thomas Turner in the number 4 just behind for Strawberry Racing. Harry Platten's got a bit of clear air as well, clear by 1.68 seconds. Then it's Caden McQueen, Croc Promotion.
Sorry. Gus Lawrence sliding at the inside of Sam Heading there.
Ah, there we go. Well, that's definitely an ooh.
It was an ooh.
It was an ooh moment there.
Because Sam Heading was about to turn in on him.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's another ooh moment. Who's that? That's the 11 taken to the inside curve.
Casper Scusa.
He was trying to say Scusa me there. Scusa me to everything, wasn't he? So
the door was shut.
It was, definitely. Scusa me and no Scusa me.
No. But he held on to it. Now that's Reggie Dewey. So, we haven't mentioned Mr. Excitement for some time. Look for the number 66 kart of Reggie Dewey. There he is, the Tony Kart chassis. Leading privateer driver. Missed the championship last year. Back in it as a senior this year. Had a retirement in one of his heat races. And now, looks like Dave has managed to bolt the thing together properly. And it's going forward. Reggie up into the top 10 and still making moves.
Yeah, great running from Reggie Dewey there. Thomas Turner, though, with the fastest lap of the race as well, the number 4. But like you say, yeah, Reggie Dewey, the privateer driver on that Tony Kart chassis, running very strong there at the moment in 9th place, up 8 positions from his original starting spot. About 5.1 seconds down from the race leader at the end. There's chopping and changing for positions there as the number 11, Casper Scusa, gets scoozed out the way by the number 8.
Bradley Pennell had already made his movement. Bradley Pennell was the one that pushed for Scusa offline. And now Serenetti chasing Dewey. That's 9th and 10th. But of course, Serenetti's got that time penalty. They come through Stowe Corner. 8 minutes to go. Ravenscroft's lead is up to 8/10 of a second. Actually, though, through this section, Turner closing in a little bit.
There we go. So just under 8 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Ravenscroft leading the way for KR Sport, and that half a tenth there for Thomas Turner, and that number 4 Strawberry Racing still looking very strong though for those top 2. Again, we're in that Lou moment again, aren't we? Everyone is just slotted into position. They're happy where they are at the moment, and they're just working on it. Yeah, half-distance race.
Half-distance. Let's take a breather. Let's assess the situation. Ravenscroft now with a new fastest lap of 41.84, leads by 3/4 of a second over Turner. Then it's Platten in 3rd, McQueen in 4th, Cullington 5th, Mackey is 6th, heading 7th. Then it's Lawrence 8th, Dewey in 9th, Serenetti 10th, De Leon is 11th, following Marshall in 12th, Littlewood 13th, Pennell 14th, Taylor is 15th, Fleming is 16th, Jamie Rogers up to 17th, Scusa down to 18th, Piers Pryor into 19th, then Tillett rallying at the top 20, Theo McCurris down to 21st. He hasn't had any good luck yet in the finals. Then it's ahead of Ben Watson, Louis Johnson-Cool, Oliver Greetham, Ben Higgins, Rufus Hunt, Oscar Joyce, Nat Thomas, JP Sleater, Alex Moody, Daniel Butterworth and Aaron Walker. And we lost on the opening lap Morgan Porter and Tyler Reid. Aaron Walker is still 11 seconds behind the rest of the pack as he tries to catch up. There is the man with the most to do in this race so far. He's got to hold. Thomas Turner has got to try and hunt down Clayton Ravenscroft, but Ravenscroft, we said that he was like Danny Curl-esque proportion of racing earlier on from Ravenscroft, just so smooth. So, you know, you don't think he's going quickly, but he's just so smooth and inch perfect at the moment. Turner, likewise, to be fair to Thomas Turner, you're looking at him, he's bolt upright in the kart. He's not moving around too much. He's not hunching down. He's not sort of moving his body around. That is control. He's not up on the wheel. He's just being aggressive without overdriving it, without forcing the issue. That's a really, really tough skill to master there, Thomas Turner, what you show you there. To be quick, but without, you know, and Ravenscroft, you know, he doesn't look like he's moved a muscle.
No, it looks very Danny Curlish, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
His driving style, because Danny Curl was exactly the same last year's champion, you know, bolt upright, couldn't put a finger wrong, and just absolutely flying around the circuit.
Everyone else, everyone else, so you can see him moving in the cart, you know, just adjusting their body around, you know, looking aggressive. They look like they're physically trying so harder, whereas Ravenscroft isn't.
No, exactly that. So 5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. Ravenscroft leading from Turner, Platten, McQueen, Cunnington. Then it's Mackey heading Lawrence, Dewey. Then Serenetti is your top 10. De Leon, Marshall, Littlewood, Pennell, Fleming, Taylor, Rogers, Tillett, Pryor, Scusa, Watson, Johnson, Cool, McCurris, Greetham, Hunt, Higgins, Thomas, Moody, and who is it?
It's Guy Cunnington passing Caden McQueen at Kimbolton corner for 4th place.
Excellent stuff.
As you were.
As I was. Where was I? Probably around Greetham. Greetham, Hunt, Higgins, Thomas, Moody, Joyce, Butterworth, Sleater, and we have lost... we've still got Aaron Walker, but we've lost Morgan Porter by the looks of it. He's knocked him out the circuit.
Morgan Porter, Britain's fastest bricklayer.
Yes.
Yes. And international karting champion.
Yes.
But also adept. I think that's Dave Whitehouse saying, you know, adept in the art of bricklaying.
Oh, right.
It's a lost art. There's McQueen back at the inside of Cunnington. Great scrap, but they're battling away, and it's allowing Lewis Mackey and the number 57 kart of Sam Heading to close in. The top 3 are now 2 seconds ahead of this battle on your screens now.
Indeed it is. So just under 4 minutes to go. The 52 leading this pack. Guy Cunnington for Strawberry Racing. He's got Caden McQueen for Croc Promotion. just behind. Also, though, Lewis Mackey and Sam Heading for company 2. There's 4 very skilled drivers in very close proximity of each other here at Kimbolton. It's the final race of the day. It's the final. It's Senior X30. It's very hot out there, and I suspect a lot of these drivers, the frustration and the red mist has descended, and a lot of them are wanting to just get this done.
Yep, and here comes Gus Lawrence now, wheel to wheel with Sam Heading. Cunnington is defending now. The gap between the top 3 in this battle is growing lap by lap. It's up to 3 seconds now. We've got 5 karts battling over 4th place. Before long, we're going to have Serenetti and Dewey also joining the fun.
Yes, we are. If they keep scrapping like this, their times are coming down. What's the gap between those drivers now at the moment? It is closing up. Yep. So, you know, the more they scrap and the more that they don't work together, you would think that they are behaving themselves to a certain point. I mean, your race leader, Ravenscroft, is clear by now, 1.1 seconds.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You know, he's checked out. Then you've got Harry Platten pretty much clear as well. He's got another 1.2 seconds clear advantage as well. Then Guy Cunnington, 4 seconds further down the road. They've got a big gap in front of them. They're not closing it, but the gaps behind definitely are closing up to them.
Well, Turner, at the pre-final, Turner, he got to Ravenscroft. He made several early passes on Ravenscroft. He tried to drag Clayton into a battle, and it worked for a little bit, but he couldn't quite stay ahead. Turner couldn't get close enough to Ravenscroft in the early laps of this race to draw him into a scrap, and as a result, Ravenscroft has been able, as he's done all weekend, superb kart preparation from KR Sport, specifically Dad Steve, who I rinse all the time, but he's a great guy. And he knows how to put together a go-kart, and Clayton knows how to drive one, and Turner has just not been able to get with him. Harry Platten not close enough to threaten Turner for 3rd. Luckily, we got this great scrap for 4th as McQueen moves up.
Yeah, great move there from Caden McQueen, gets that kart back up into 4th place. So great running from him at the moment. Of course, Croc Promotion, the Wilton Mill base team, working very well here at Kimbolton. This long train, though, getting ever longer and ever further away from the teams up front.
Yep, into Castrol Corner they go. Now, again, McQueen defending. Out of the final turn. Across the start-finish line. McQueen checks over his shoulder. Hugs the inside line at Stowe Corner. Cunnington swings out wide initially, but can't get back to get the crossover move. Not really a track where the crossover move works very well here, Kimbolton. No. You know, you've got to really set the move up and then sort of like going into the corner. Coming out of the corners, not so much. Going into the corners is where you make your passes. Here at Kimbolton, Ravenscroft leads by 1.4 seconds. We're not seeing much of him because all the action is to 4th place on back. And just behind this group, you can see the 66 of Dewey and the 96 of Serenetti closing in, but don't forget Alessandro Serenetti's got that time penalty, has he not?
Yes.
So that is going to move him back from 9th place at the moment to about, oh dear, it's about 20th place.
Yeah, so not ideal then.
Oh, and he's making a move on Heading.
Yep, yeah, he tried to get that move done there. I think it was Heading that came down the inside there. But Lewis Mackey managing to get past the 52 of Guy Cunnington, moving up now into 5th place. He's got Caden McQueen just in front now. He's wanting to close that gap up, but with 4 seconds left to go, last lap board is going to be coming out this time around to your race leader, Clayton Ravenscroft, who crosses the line. Now, last lap board is out. It's time to ring the dinner bell.
Yep, indeed it is. Ravenscroft, Turner and Platten, your top 3. There they go, around Stowe Corner. Then a big gap. Wait for them, wait for them, wait for them. Here they come. Here is McQueen in 4th, followed by Lewis Mackey now up into 5th. Cunnington's down to 6th. 7th is Gus Lawrence. Then it's Serenetti, Heading, Dewey and Caleb Marshall in the number 63 kart is up into 11th position. But Clayton Ravenscroft, it's been a perfect weekend so far. It's going to be a perfect weekend again for number 75. Ravenscroft wins. 2nd for Thomas Turner. 3rd is Harry Platten. Who is going to get 4th? It looks like it's McQueen in 4th. Mackey is 5th. Cunnington 6th. 7th is Lawrence. Serenetti, then Heading, and Dewey, privateer driver, in the top 10. Reggie Dewey. Marshall is 11th. Bradley Pennell 12th. Then it's Marcus Littlewood, Thomas Fleming, Joseph Taylor, top 15. Darryl De Leon in 16th place, followed by Archie Tillett, Jamie Rogers, Piers Pryor in 19th place. Casper Scusa is 20th. Then it's Ben Watson, Louis Johnson Cool, Theo McCurris, 23rd. Then Rufus Hunt, Oliver Greetham. We hope Oliver's dad is okay. He had a nasty burn earlier. Then it was Nat Thomas, Oscar Joyce, Ben Higgins, Alex Moody and Daniel Butterworth, your top 30. JP Sleater and Aaron Walker, 31st and 32nd, with Morgan Porter and Tyler Reid sadly failing to finish. There is a look at the top 3. Lots of handshakes, sporting congratulations there. Leighton Ravenscroft and Thomas Turner. We saw them shake hands at the start of the race, and they shake hands again at the end of it. So you might say, oh, there's not a lot of overtaking in front of that one. No, correct, but you want to know what it's like to drive a kart as fast as it'll possibly go. 100% accuracy, 100% commitment, perfect lap for 22 laps. That is how you do it. As Clayton Ravenscroft, there's a thumbs up back to the paddock. He comes in. Anthony Jordan for the final time is diving down there to get and speak to Thomas Turner, to Clayton Ravenscroft and to Harry Platten. So Ravenscroft, he came into this weekend 1 point ahead, and he has extended his advantage. Thomas Turner is now second in the championship. Lewis Mackey moves into, I think, the top 3 in the championship, and again, some great sportsmanship shown from all these drivers. And we wait for, waiting for his photo, so that's the media team here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. They want to get their instant photos. That'll go out on social media, and we wait for the final set of interviews today on what has been the hottest day of the year. As I said, it's 31 degrees inside the commentary box with air conditioning. Lord knows what it is like down on the tarmac. A big thank you to the marshalling team here at the Hunts Kart Club at Kimbolton, the boys and girls in orange, who have had no respite from the sun at all today. They're either getting rained on and freezing to death, or getting baked alive in the sunshine, but they give up their time so that everybody can go racing. And we now wait for some of the marshals you can see on our screen just trudging back. They've got full length orange jumpsuits on as well, so it's not as though they can sit out there in the shorts and t-shirts either. But Anthony Jordan is down in the pits with our senior X30 top 3, headed, of course, by Clayton Ravenscroft.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the Parc Ferme for the final time today, and our final race winner, senior X30, Clayton Ravenscroft. What a race that was. At the end, it opened up a fair bit, but the start was a bit hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close going into the first corner, but I'm glad I managed to stick to it and just keep plugging away from there on. Just maximum, the most I could do there was focus. Mistakes were made in the pre-final where I wasn't really focusing enough, and I'm glad I overcame that come the final.
It's a nice redemption from Shellington, obviously, a couple of weeks ago, and great to have you back on that top spot again, I'm sure. A nice big smile is underneath that mask as well. You ran off a course at the start. We were coming for an interview, and I was like, where's he gone? And you'd wandered right off to the other end of the Parc Ferme area. But yeah, no, a great result and a great running, and the kart looking fantastic, and a great running from Chaos Sport as well.
Yeah, the kart's in great form at the minute. The engines and everything, the setup is just on like the best it's been in a long time, and I'm so pleased for the team, Ash Orchard and Louis Green back at the unit, working so hard recently, and it's finally starting to pay off, and it's just showing in our raw speed as well now, which is the main thing for me. So I'm very happy.
Is that the same Louis Green that's got legs for arms? Is that the
triangle one? Yeah.
The triangle, yes. No, excellent. Well, no, fantastic effort. Very well done for today. Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
Just the family, really. My mum and dad for being here and supporting me. And like I say, the boys at Chaos Sport, Louis Green, Ash Orchard, and just all of them guys just working so hard is just the key part to all of this as well.
Excellent. Very well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Clayton Ravenscroft there, your race winner for Senior X30. We'll have a chat now with Thomas Turner, wherever he is hiding. Thomas, come over. Oh, again, a nice, controlled sort of race on that one. At the end, it seemed to have spread out a bit and you all sort of got into a bit of a limbo, but talk us through that race from your point of view.
Yeah, we had a pretty hectic start, and then when it settled down towards the end, he had a bit more pace than us towards the end, but yeah, it was a good race.
Now, of course, the kart that you're running here, you're running with the Strawberry Racing team with Tony Kart's chassis. Again, a fantastic looking kart, a very popular one in most paddocks around the world, but you know, it's working great here at Kimbolton. What is it like to drive around this circuit? Of course, the curbs are quite large as well, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a good circuit, to be fair. You know, there's a bit of everything. It's a very, very fast circuit, so yeah.
It is what it is on that one, but yeah, no, a great result, second place for yourself, and yeah, great running from yourself. Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
Yeah, just my mum and dad for supporting me, and Strawberry Racing, my mechanic Craig, and everyone else that's involved.
Excellent stuff. Very well done on a second place.
Cheers.
Cheers. Excellent stuff there, Thomas Turner. Right now, Harry Platten, where is he? Harry Platten, where is he hiding? Here he goes. They all like to run away, don't they? They never like to stick around. Harry, come. Right then, so third place on that one. Again, from your point of view, the start, again, the start's been the main sort of talking point. It was quite hectic at the beginning. You know, we had the Battenberg flag come out, yellow flags at the start. Green came out very quickly afterwards, and yeah, from there it just looked like a controlled race, just trying to maintain the pace all the way through. But from your point of view, how do you feel it went?
Well, it's definitely good to get some good points on the board after the first round, but yeah, the race, we had a good start. We made, I think, a position or two, and then managed to get past someone for third, defended, got a bit of a gap, and just managed to maintain it from there.
Of course, the main subject of today has definitely been the heat and dealing with it. Of course, a lot of drivers dealing it with their own way, of course. How's it been throughout today, just making sure that the tyres manage as well, because that's been the main focal point as well, tyres?
I think managing engine and reliability is not that hard. The tyre is the hardest thing, and it's been quite a struggle out there. I think that's why towards the end of the race we started to catch Thomas, but just couldn't get him at the end, and the tyre wasn't really working that well.
Well, again, a fantastic result for you, third place in the Senior X30 final. Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
I'd just like to give a big thanks to all of my family, especially my dad and Grice for engines.
Excellent stuff. Very well done on a third place finish there. Harry Platten, great result then for the end of the Senior X30 finals, and a great result to the end of the weekend here at Kimbolton. It's been absolutely amazing in terms of weather. The cloud now is starting to come over in the shade now. The sunglasses feel a bit useless. But yes, a great finish for the entirety of the field. A huge thank you to everyone at Wera Tools, Motorsport UK as well, for providing everything that we need to get this championship running as well. A huge thank you to all the drivers. The marshals, of course, out on the circuit. We couldn't race without them. And, of course, all the mechanics who are now been given the green light to come in. It's going to get very noisy here. Thank you to all of you who are watching at home. Thank you to Henry Beaudette in the commentary box, as well to all of the viewers. If you want to make sure you don't miss out on the next week's stream, 2 weeks' time, we're at Mansell Raceway for the Rotax Championship and the Honda Cadet. Make sure you don't miss out on that one at Mansell Raceway. From us here at Kimbolton, it's bye for now.